my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. And I'll go. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again back to the Rocket League World Championship 2024. Day 2 is about to begin. Cameraman, I'm over here. I promised you guys I would be down here in the Swiss Abyss talking to some players here and there, and I will deliver on that promise. Jack is getting his headset off because he knows that we're going to talk to him. They're all getting warmed up still. You guys are taking this seriously, and I want to mention, just yesterday obviously didn't probably go the way you guys wanted, and I'm curious just some key takeaways, Jack, that you guys are bringing into today.
Yeah, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. We played terribly. It's not a big deal to us, like in terms of having to fix too many things up. We just played bad on the day. We just weren't on our game. We've talked about some things, of course, that I won't get into, just standard stuff, making it easier for ourselves to play well, and yeah, hopefully we can.
Now, just for yourself and maybe the team as well, sometimes it can be hard mentally to bounce back from something like that. Is there a key technique that you or the team uses that's maybe your favorite to get yourself back in the mindset for tomorrow's a fresh day?
It's a good question. Every player is different, and usually you don't want to overlap kind of how you deal with things with one another, because some people like to go really serious and really oh, I'm going to stay here until the close-in time to play as much free play, as much ranked as possible. Some people like to relax, take themselves out of it, and realize that one loss isn't, the end of the world. So it really depends on the person. For me personally, I like to have fun with these tournaments, and I always do better when I have fun. So taking myself out of it and realizing that it's not the end of the world. No one's, gotten hurt because you've lost a match.
Right.
Of course, you're being professional. You're still trying to take it seriously, but just taking some of that pressure off yourself is useful.
We're here to have fun and play some Rocket League. And later on, we actually do have a show match of Chalked versus First Touch. And I need your answer right now. Who's winning that?
Chalked will win that. I got back my boy Johnny. Although I said yesterday Chalked will win before we played Power, and we lost. So maybe I have to switch up. So maybe Game 5 win for First Touch, but it depends on our results today, T-Bates.
Hey, well, Bates is yapping already. He's getting warmed up. Let's get this show on the road and watch some Rocket League.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome back to Fort Worth for Day 2 of the World Championship. Some bangers in Day 1, some results as we expected, and also a few upsets and some stories that got a new chapter written. Insane shots from Oski. If you thought that was nuts, don't worry. We'll show it to you like 3 more times on this pre-show. He was even surprised by the goal he hit. It's going to be a great day of Rocket League. I hope you guys are strapped in for 8 more matches. Round 2 of the Swiss will be completed today. I'm Wave Punk. I'm joined by Bates, Shogun, and Gibbs. Bates, how you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely great. I mean, Jack got my energy up already after that interview, so now I'm ready to go really properly. Gibbs, how you feeling over there?
I'm feeling good, but Jack said, round 1, it's not the end of the world. It's the end of the world for us. We're doing prediction contests, fantasy contests, so for us, I think we're more invested in round 1 than maybe they are.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, where they win, where they end is all they care about. How round 1 doesn't matter. They don't care about the stats, but no, come on, beast mode. I need you to give me some points here today, bud. We'll see how it goes. We'll walk through the fantasy a little bit later on. It's been a crazy season of Rocket League so far. We have gone through so many actions, so many majors. We've traveled the world, and now we have found our home back here in Fort Worth, as we will crown another champion on September 15th. Crazy action coming at you all day, all week. Make sure you keep it locked here to twitch.tv/Rocket League. We'll have the Swiss stages throughout the next 2 days here, and then we will get into our Swiss stage tiebreakers on Friday with a First Touch pre-show kicking off at 10:10 a.m. Central, and then the playoffs and championship following Saturday and Sunday. If you want to be in the house for those 3 days there, September 13th, 14th, and 15th, there are still a few tickets available. rl.gg/RLCS Texas. You could be in the building as we crown our World Championship for 2024. It's right down there, folks. Go check it out. This is a great venue. This is the newest building we have ever crowned a champion in. We're getting to do it a second time. If you like going to stadiums, you like going to arenas, it's very clean. It's very spacious. Second
very
biggest
loud.
Jumbotron, big crowds, big loud crowd. Yep, it's a good place. It should be fun. We'll see ya. Buy your tickets, folks. Anyways, let's take a look at the teams who are going to be here in the building. We've got 16 of them from all over the world. 5 from Europe, 4 from North America, 2 from South America and OCE, and then 1 from the Middle East, the APAC, and the SSA here, Shogun.
Yeah, I mean, Europe really bounced back massively yesterday. They'll be very happy with basically the only loss they had was against themselves. But for the rest of the world, no, MENA. They've only sent 1. My goodness, the one that they have sent.
Oh, my goodness.
That was brutal, what we saw from them yesterday. So fantastic overall. couple of these regions, though, looking to try and grab some wins and looking to try and go further up on this board right here, earn some more prize money.
$300,000 for first place, 100 grand walking away, 1/3 for each of the team members there, but lots of money to be spread around. But at the end of the day, it all comes down. They want that trophy. They want the prestige. They want to be the next world champion.
So we talked about yesterday, there's only 7 people in the building who can call themselves Rocket League world champions as players. And there's 3 more want to be put onto that list. We'll see if we can get that happening by the end of Sunday. Or do we have some repeats? Could happen, folks. So we've gotten through lots of stuff. We got lots of action to play through. Round 1 of the Swiss was completed yesterday. We will then complete round 2 today. If you don't know how Swiss works, you got to win 3 matches before you lose 3 matches. This Swiss, though, is leading into a fancy double elim kind of page playoff style bracket here,
yes,
which means that our round 4 matches here, Gibbs, you can see that box up there where they usually just be green saying they've qualified. Instead, it says tiebreakers. What does that mean?
Yes, it's very important to be top 4 in Swiss. So there's 3 teams tied for 3, 4, and 5. They will have to play tiebreakers. That's based on game differential. If you finish 3-1 and you have a good game differential, you'll be one of those 3rd or 4th seeds. They'll play one another. Whoever wins will be the 3 seed. Whoever loses will play the 5th seed to battle for that 4th seed spot. And the reason why that is so important is because top 4, you have 2 lives going into the playoff bracket until the top 4. And the bottom 4 have only 1 life. So we can see here the top matchup and the bottom matchup are basically your upper bracket. You have 2 chances to make it to the top 4 spot. The 2 in the middle, you have to win 2 matches in a row to get to a top 4 spot. So completely different story there. If you lose one of those top or bottom matches, you will play the winner of those 2 middle matches to determine if you make it into the top 4. Once you're in the top 4, everyone has 1 life at that point. There is no upper bracket. You have to win 2 from the lower bracket in grand finals. It's 1 best of 7 when we get to that point.
Yeah, if screenshot that bracket and then just follow the lines. Follow the lines on the bracket. They do lead to where teams go, and if your team doesn't have a line, that means they were eliminated, folks. Round 1 of the Swiss was played all of yesterday, and we saw some matches that we expected. Things, we saw Limitless tried their best against G2. It was a good effort, but that was a 3-0 as expected here. Notably, with Oxygen, one of the big stories coming into this event. Bates, how did you feel about Oxygen on day 1 going up against BDS?
I mean, they played solid, but solid's just not going to cut it at the World Championship. BDS are coming fresh off of a land victory. They're feeling great, and that's exactly what happened. Oxygen kind of hit BDS in the mouth a couple times, but BDS just kept throwing back counter blows after counter blows and got the W. Well,
we'll get to see Oxygen play a little bit later on. We'll see if they can get warmed up into this. But the other team from Europe that we had questions about, Carmine Corps here, coming up with a statement on day number 1.
And here's the big thing for them on this one. They got it done in a 3-0. Both them and Space Station were sort of in that horrible ground where you're in that 8th and 9th seed. You're always getting really rough matches in the next round. But to get that done in a 3-0 helps their seeding in the next stage of Swiss massively. You can hear what it meant to them, and we'll see for the rest of the tournament how that will play out.
We talk about Space Station. LJ is that player, right? You expect him to pop off. 0 goals in this matchup. Space Station is not going to win a match if LJ is on 0. So K-Corp's defense really showed up here.
They really show up, and they show it out, and you hear the passion coming from Rise. We missed that in London, but now they're here, and now they're looking really good. A sweep on SSG. You can't just understate that. That's a great series. SSG's a great team, and holding LJ to 0 goals, like you said, Gibbs, that's a great performance by Rise. Look at them go. They're ready to go right now.
Okay, well, speaking of teams that, I don't know how we're feeling about that. How'd you feel at OG? You were the only talent to predict OG to take Furia down.
I pick OG all the time, and OG has yet to come through for me. I don't understand what's going on here. He doesn't understand what's happening either. I'll tell you this, Furia, it was the Yan show once again in my estimation. He was setting his teammates up. He was constantly making plays and making it easier for Lost or Drafinho to have just maximum ability. And right here, Drafinho, I think, bumps JNaps out the way, not wait for the boost, and those are the type of goals that OG was conceding. You can see those type of goals, you're simply not going to win.
Wayfunk, there's some doubt with Furia fans. Jorby, he did delete this tweet, but he said they would not finish top 8. He did delete it, though, so I don't know. Maybe he's questioning that now. But this was a great result from Furia. Sure, this is one they're supposed to win, but they did it in dominant fashion.
Now, the big story of day 1, though, the number 1 seed from OCE taking on the number 2 from North America, Power. able to knock out Gen.G Mobile One Racing, knock them to the lower, or knock them to the 0-1 round here.
Not only knocked him out, but they dominated this matchup. In the first LAN, they had one upset. It was versus Rule 1. They won in Game 5, but they didn't score as much as Rule 1. Then in LAN number 2, they beat Oxygen, but they only beat them in goal differential by 2. This time, goal differential of +5 versus Gen.G. They looked dominant, and it was history-making. Torsos, 1 goal per game. The last time he did that versus an international region, Season 5 versus Evil Geniuses. Torsos is not a fantasy wonder. He just puts in the support role, but he was putting in goals throughout this match.
But to be clear, he's been to basically every RLCS LAN since then too.
Exactly.
It's not.
So
like,
he's had lots of chances.
Had lots of chances there. That's a big statement from Power. We'll see if they can back it up today in their match a little bit later on. We got the games coming up quickly here. But before we move on from talking about yesterday, we'll save the top 5 goals, Gibbs. We had some crazy goals. I want to see them again.
All right, so we're going to start off here with a Monkey Moon right off the kickoff. He wins it. Then we got Drawley pass out to Monkey on 0 boost. Gets the fake on Joya, who's at 100 boost. That's the respect Monkey Moon deserves. He doesn't need boost to hit this flick, but he doesn't need it here. Perfect pass out to Drawley. Well done by him. Then we're going to move over to a G2 game. You expect G2 to be in top 5. No, this time it's Sweaty from Limitless. This is pure fundamentals. The perfect air roll into the perfect shot into the top left corner. That's how you want to get it done. Moving back to Monkey Moon. He's going off. He's just flip resetting, doing a little pop, going off the backboard into a pass again to Drawley. Monkey Moon was on fire. Watch out, the open era GOAT wants another world championship title, but again, Monkey Moon looking so great. We got to throw a power highlight in there. There was plenty to choose from. This is the one I chose. There was plenty others we could have, but Banana Head, he's just doing it all himself. Cross court, flip reset, pop it over the last defender. Banana Head was on fire. Power looking dominant, looking to make their first top 8. And honestly, if they keep playing like this, they'll get it done. And finally, we all knew it was coming. The inside-out save, the squishy save. Oski coming out. It's a great save, but he turns it into a ground pinch across the field. That's a 9.9 out of 10 because the ball does bounce on the ground. But Oski, what a shot from him. He didn't expect that to work, but it did. Beautiful.
I love the Oski's celebration when he hits a crazy goal. He just stops moving. Every time I've seen him move, he hits a good goal. He just sits there. I think he probably puts it on the controller and like brings his hands off of it or something. But yeah, what a goal! What a moment there. Yeah, and Power. I mean, it's crazy. You take the names off that replay there and show me that Banana Head clip and be like, who you think they're playing against? I'm never guessing Gen.G there, Bates.
Yeah, I wouldn't guess Gen.G either. But Power, they play phenomenal. They'll have to do it again. Because now they got G2 later on.
They did. Well, we saw crazy stuff from Banana Head in that match against Power, but it wasn't just the solo plays that got them the win. Johnny, you saw something interesting in that Power match yesterday.
Yeah, you know I've got to talk about the kickoffs as well. Gen.G, a team who are quite known for their kickoff strategies, were thoroughly dominated, start to finish. Power had some phenomenal plays, and I want to take a look at one of them. A play that they pulled out with a 1-goal lead, 5 seconds remaining in Game 3. This is to take a series lead if they can hold on to this. So you're thinking, okay, they've got to be going for a safe strategy here. You know, Torsos, standard. You know, for Fever, maybe cheat. Maybe Banana Head gets a boost. Just nothing unusual. But that's not what happens here. They actually half flip away from the ball. Torsos will go back corner, and let's take a look at what happens next. Banana Head is going to come down to the bottom of your screen. Fever, who was further away from the ball, is actually going to be the player cheating up in the middle. Torsos is just half flipped away. He's going to circle back towards the goal. Banana Head is going to grab the boost on the other side. This is a half flip kickoff strat that a lot of teams have been using this year, and it's up to Gen.G to come up with a counter on the fly. I mean, they probably didn't expect this. First killer is going to the ball. Apparently, Jack is close cheating. Let's take a look at what happens next. Yeah, they didn't get it right. They actually just left the ball completely, and Power, with their boost advantage, were able to easily get it into the ground without ever having to defend in the remaining seconds. So what could Gen.G have done? Well, the only play I can think of that really could have countered it, given what the position they're already in. I mean, First Killer and apparently Jack here completely out of boost. So maybe First Killer can fake this, go over to the top side of the screen. That would maybe let apparently Jack, come through. He could shoot the ball high. But the problem is, Torsos is already on that back corner boost. He's heading back towards the goal. So even if apparently Jack can get shot off, it will be saved, and the attack would have to continue. But as we saw, that didn't happen. First Killer called the fake late. Apparently, Jack wasn't ready for it. And now Torsos, Banana Head coming into the play with 100 boost. They can stop this easily. Really cool play. It's usually considered a risky play to leave the ball in Rocket League, but Power showing that it can sometimes make sense. And if they could pull out that kind of play against G2 in today's match, they might be able to make it difficult for the NA1 seed.
Thank you so much, Johnny. The kickoff, the one set place we have in Rocket League continuing to evolve in 2024. A game that has had 0 competitive patches since the beginning, still continuing to evolve here.
And we saw it in the green room. Johnny, as soon as he saw that kickoff, he's like, that's the one I'm telestrating.
Yep.
I don't care about any other place today. I'm doing the kickoff. And
I hope you've been like paying attention to that one, Bates, because you're going to see that kickoff a lot on Saturday.
I'm sure I will.
You ready for it?
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I'll even bust it out against him. He even get in his head.
I'm
not
waiting to
worried
see
about
no
Johnny.
one go for a
I'm going to use the
kickoff. I want
kickoff
to see
against
it.
Johnny, and I'm going to see what he can do.
That would be so funny if the first kickoff is just everybody half flipping away. The
Please. Oh, my
in the middle.
Yes.
The clock doesn't even start. All right. Well, we got some time here before the players begin the games there, a little bit under 14 minutes. Let's play some games ourselves. We'll just play yay or nay. You can play along here at chat. We're going to make a statement and just say yay in chat. If you agree with it, say nay. If you disagree with it, we'll say yay and nay. We'll give our thumbs up and down up here on the desk. First thought here, first statement. Karmine Corps are going to make top 4. Karmine Corps are going to make top 4.
I'm just going straight for it.
I'm going top 4. Like,
Top 4?
I was questionable in them. I had them 4 or 5, but after yesterday, I think they're ready. I'm going.
I have not actually thought about this. I'm trying to think who the top 4 are.
BDS, obviously, because I picked them to win the whole
BDS.
thing.
You have G2, Mates,
Falcons,
Vitality's in that
Gentle
area.
Mates. I think I got to go no on Karmine Corps right now.
Oh,
You're
Bates
going
is
yes?
going yes. Okay.
Give it a
3 for 4.
Okay.
What's the color? Le blue.
Le Blue.
Who's missing it? Who's missing then?
Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
The question wasn't for the whole top 4. It was just that team.
Listen, I have a concept. I have a concept of what I want to be in the top 4. Okay?
I have a concept of my top 4. All right, well, let's move on to the top 8 then. Power in the top 8. Chat thinks that Karmine Corps is going to be making top 4 there. A lot of believers
That's
for the
because
blue wall.
almost all of them from the blue wall.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
That's true. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so moving on, we saw wonderful stuff from Power. We just did a little illustration on them dismantling Gen G. Top 4 make top 8, or Power make top 8 here. Yay or nay? Okay.
So I'm an OCA hater. I'm going no.
No,
I'm going
no.
They always get the one
Anybody?
upset. They got to do the one
They
upset
gotta get
round
2.
5.
They gotta get 2.
I know.
We got
Give
2
it to me.
believers.
Give it to me. I like Power in the top 8. I'll tell you why.
Who's missing top
Don't worry
8?
about that.
Don't worry about it. It's one job.
We'll get there when
This
we
is how
get
we
there.
get the KC top 4. It's going to be Power versus KC in the
Don't
quarterfinal.
worry about it. Power and Casey top 4. Power's making top 8 this time around. I'm confident.
But they're going to take away one of those NA spots. That's the problem. They might take away Space Station there. I don't know.
Yeah, but Bates, they only need the one spot. G2's going to do all the hard work for you.
That's right.
The rest of them aren't.
Oh,
idiots.
okay. Fair enough.
They're going to
Man,
like the
chat
quarterfinals,
is
by the way.
split straight down the middle on this one. It is. I think chat is in the same boat as me and Gibbs. Of like, we need to see it twice here to really be confident in them. But we're all excited to see if they can pull it off there. So a few times. You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it multiple
We've
times.
seen it twice. We need to see it 3 times.
We'll see if they can do it. All right, let's move on to another fun game here while we're waiting for the players. We have a caster somewhere in the building. They have given us 3 opinions. We don't know what those opinions are, and we're going to try and see if we can figure out who the caster is based off of their hot takes. This is Caster Hot Takes. Hot take number 1. I have not seen these yet. They have not been given to me, so we'll see here. The first one, Limitless beat Gaming Gladiators
That's not
if
a
they
take.
play.
That's not a take.
That's. We can't. I have
We
no
asked
idea
for
who
hot
that is.
takes.
No idea.
Yeah, that could be anybody.
I mean, that's fine. That's an okay take.
That's yeah. I would hope Limitless are competitive.
I don't
against
think that, like,
Gladiators.
brings it down.
I would
for
love to
anybody.
see that match.
Yeah.
I would love
Okay.
Same.
Any thoughts, Bates?
No thoughts on that
No
one.
thoughts.
I want to
Okay.
see that
Number
match
2.
in front of the crowd. That'd be so good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Second hot take here from this person. The first one was
bit more hot.
ice cold, like a sweet tea.
Ooh.
Vitality makes finals.
The world
Okay,
champs
a
made the
little more
finals. Let
spicy.
me think.
Who loves Zen? A lot.
Everybody.
doesn't love
That's
I can see the world champs making the final again. I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Again,
see
this is a lukewarm take. This is a barbecue sauce.
It's just
temperature
hard
take.
to tell who it is. So this third one better be good. So we
Okay, yeah, come on, narrow it down for us here. Give us a hint, mystery person. Talk 3, first touch 0. Sorry. It's Leaf. This is Leaf X. He's a Canadian.
there's a
He
sorry?
apologized at the end.
No, I'm going to go
cold.
James.
James?
cold.
James wouldn't apologize.
Cole.
Yeah, he would.
I'm going
Cold
Johnny because
Johnny?
he would never apologize, so he's trying to throw us off.
That's Cole.
Okay.
I'm going
Big
Johnny.
brain.
It's
All right. Secret guest, where are you at? Where is he? Where's this person? Where's this person? It's Cole! Oh, Bates
Why did
got
you
it.
apologize?
Because I felt mean. I'm looking him in the eyes and he's there and it's going to break his heart. And I know that you want it so much more than they do. This means everything to you, Bates. And I don't actually want to see you be brokenhearted, believe it or not. I want to see you get a game.
You see how much you have to chat? This is what I had to deal with is the moment I've landed. The moment I've landed, all I do is talk about how we're going to get
the whole thing.
Who do I have winning the whole thing? I have got Falcons winning the whole thing.
So you've got Falcons Vitality as the final.
Falcons Vitality finals. Good. That means you won't win the prediction contest now. I already know that.
I'm winning it, man.
I mean, you're winning right now.
Exactly. It's a lucky start.
Thank you, Cole.
All right, Cole, get out of here. Appreciate you, though. See you out there.
believe in you,
Good luck
mates.
in the
I believe in
cast.
you. But I don't
He
really.
doesn't. He doesn't in the slightest.
He doesn't believe
He's lying to your face. That's
Yeah,
the
people
worst.
just lie to you right in front of your face.
We'll hear Cole cast Limitless versus Gen G here a little bit later on. Thanks so much, Cole, for being a part of the show. Let's talk about Rocket League a little bit more here. Talk about the fun stuff we've been doing. We have drafted fantasy teams.
You said fun.
It's been fun.
It's not fun for
It's
him.
not been
It's a video game. It's a good time here. So let's take a look here very quickly. We had all the players, or all the casters, draft a team of players from pools here. So you had to draft one tier 1, one tier 2, one tier 3. If you want those lists, I'm sure Gibbs will be happy to provide them to you on the internet somewhere. I'm on the top row. That's all I care about.
There you go. I'm number 2. I'm happy.
Shade's
It's
lower than
Falcons, Roas, doing well. And TRK's doing very well for Leaf. I think he's the top fantasy guy right now.
I'm comfortable right now. I'm comfortable where I am.
It was only day one.
It was only day one.
Anytime.
All the top numbers are going to come down. All the lower numbers are going to come up. Here's what we're doing on predictions right now.
Comfortable.
Cole, it's when it rains, it pours for Cole here, apparently. He's up on top. The only person to have a perfect day. Chat, though, congratulations. Only got one wrong.
I'm just really proud that we use this hat prop very well.
There's a lot of hats there. A lot of hats for everybody involved here. And a nice variety of champions as well. We got some Gentlemates, some Falcons, some BDS down there. Shogun, only believer.
One K-Corp, too.
One K-Corp, one BDS there.
No vitalities.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, love that, folks. We'll keep you updated on those brackets, on those numbers as the show goes on. Let's talk about today. Let's get you guys updated on how today is going to go down. We've got 8 matches. We're going to play the 1-0s and the 0-1 matches here in round 2 and get you set up for round 3 tomorrow. We're going to start things off, though, with those 0-1 matches down at the bottom. So we will play through OG versus Space Station and Team Seeker versus the Pioneers. We'll see Oxygen Esports and the Gladiators as well. They're getting set up and ready to play. If you watched yesterday's broadcast, it's going to run similarly today, where we'll talk about the matches here, and then we'll play 2 matches before we break them down for you again. So Oxygen Esports and Gladiators will be playing momentarily, and LeafX is standing by, ready to talk to our competitors here.
That's right. We do have Gladiators and Oxygen coming up in a little bit later. And I have Joyo here. It's been a while since I've been able to talk to you, so I'm very excited. I could not miss this opportunity. First off, I noticed the green, I'm assuming in support of Oxygen. I like it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I said if we made Worlds in London, that I would dye my hair green. And then, well, we got an invite, so I had to do it on the last day. But yeah, I mean, for Oxygen, matches the jersey and everything.
No, I like it. Really pops on camera, to be honest. And speaking of that, it's a bit of a bittersweet call, I guess, because obviously there was, okay, we're not there. Okay, now we are there. What were the ups and downs of emotions for yourself in the squad?
I mean, the worst parts were like the preparation. Like, I was playing like 1 hour a day max, like barely playing, like on a break. I was like downstairs, and then I get a spam call from Archie saying that we made Worlds. I was like, what? And we had like, barely 2 weeks to prepare for it. So that's really the worst part. But I mean, we're excited to be here. We don't want to have any pressure. We're just trying to have fun with it.
Well, that was my last question then before we let you get back into practicing here, is the shock. I mean, it's been so long. Has there been something that threw you off with maybe how good all the teams are, or just the fact that you weren't able to get enough practice? Was there a shock coming into this?
I don't think there was a big shock. I mean, similar to London, same level of play, I think. But it's just getting back into it, getting used to playing again. It's still a bit I still feel a little bit rusty, to be honest. But, hopefully by the end of the tournament, I'll be feeling it.
Hey, thankfully Swiss gives you a couple lives now. I've missed it so much. Can we get one of these on the way out? Thank you very much. That was Joyo.
See Oxygen take on the Gladiators as our second match of the day. But before that, we got to kick off the broadcast with giving Gen G a moment of redemption, give Limitless a moment at redemption as well. Both these teams didn't manage to get a win on day number 1. We'll see how they do here. Sub-Saharan Africa, they rally around this squad here, and they are still hoping. They're still hunting for that first big win.
Yeah, they want one of those big international region wins here. Limitless didn't get it done on the first day, but they look good at times. They scored 3 very high-quality goals versus G2. Now going up against the NA number 2 seed, a little down on their luck, so you got to take advantage when you can.
It's so important for them to get at least a game out of this. No matter what happens here, a game is required because we already know there is going to be one of the shock teams in that 0-2 round. And if you are going into that as the lowest seed, as they currently are, then it could be as good as over at that point. They have to get something on the board in this match.
They do have to get something on the board. And I'll tell you this, when they went up against G2 yesterday, they came out slow, got absolutely dominated in game number 1. But then after that, they did play pretty good in the last 2 minutes of game 2 and game 3. That's where they ended up scoring, I think, a pre-jump pass play in game 2, the off-the-wall top 5 play in game 3. So they showed moments. They had flashes of offensive prowess, and they looked like they kind of got into the match. Let's see if they can do it against Gen G.
See how they do here. And again, we've talked about it. They've gotten wins here and there, but the point yesterday was that they want to win without an asterisk. They want a win that they can look at and say, yes, we are here. They've been here
what is this
3 times. Part-time RLCS player, full-time Rizzler. Did he might have written that himself. I'm hoping he wrote that himself.
What does that mean?
On the other side, though, North America's number 2 seed that did not think that they were going to be in this situation. His first killer, Chronic and Appjack, going to be taking on the boys from Africa.
And apparently, Jack, he said it himself. They played terrible. That was it. And he's like, it's only round 1. It's not the end of the world. Let's bounce back at this point. That's how you have to go into these matches. Swiss is a long, brutal battle.
That's what it is.
But this match is very important for them because, again, if you finish 3-1 in Swiss, you have a chance at 2 lives when it comes to the bracket stage. So Gen G knows they have no more lives left in terms of that. So they got to come out here and perform.
Yeah, it's now all about getting that win-loss record as high as possible. If they do win this, it's got to be a 3-0. The same way as Limitless have got to get at least 1, this team cannot afford to drop 1 at all. Otherwise, they make their tournament lives so much more difficult.
Yeah, so from watching this match yesterday, obviously we all expected Gen G to win that one. So the question of what happened there? Do you feel like it was one player? Was there one player that didn't live up to it, or was it a team problem?
I feel like it was a team problem. Power just out-pressured them like crazy. They were on the offense way more than I thought they would be. First Killer was kind of absent in terms of numbers, which is rare for Gen G.
But that's something that they've always invited. And you already spoke about it, T-Bates, about how Limitless were better yesterday once they started trying to play above their usual pace.
That's right.
The worst thing that Gen G can do here is invite that to happen, to allow Limitless to feel more comfortable and to play at the pace that they want to. I kind of want them to play outside of their range here. Play fast, try and just smother the opposition, take the win as quickly as you possibly can, because if you do not, Limitless could shock them.
I'm excited to see what confidence Limitless has coming into this after seeing hey, if Power can do it, there's a chance we could do it too,
They are already pre-jumping at this moment.
there is a truth too that for Limitless, they have to play the team that's in front of them. And yes, maybe you drew the short straw here in the 0-1 rounds, but if you want to match without an asterisk, you can't complain about the opponent you're against here. So #LMT, #GGM1, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win.
Yeah, and Shogun, listen, I completely agree with what you're talking about, and then Gibbs was talking about it a little bit too. I just wanted to take a look at the quick numbers real fast, open up the pad real fast, see what had going on. And Gen G got outshot 25-39. 39. Power had 39 shots, and my boy Chronic only had 5 shots throughout the whole entire series. He's the X factor for the Gen G squad.
I would love to see Chronic play that first man role. He doesn't really play that. He plays that third man role, but there are times when he's up too far. He scored an own goal yesterday while being that third man. The midfield defender role should not be Chronic's job. That should be a first killer job. That should be an Appjack job. Let Chronic be the chaos. Just speed, challenge, open up doors for first killer and Appjack.
Well, folks, we are moments away from kicking off day 2 of the World Championship. These players are locked and loaded, ready to go, getting into the server. We will be having the game starting momentarily here. So it's time for us to make a pick. So you guys have been making picks in chat. We'll put some picks up here on the board. Shogun, you came in, only missed 1 yesterday.
I know, I was quite happy with that. All of us were 7 apart from 2 people. One of them did very well. One of them not quite so much. But I will be maintaining my average at the moment. I'm going Gen G, obviously. I get the feeling that's not going to be all that controversial here.
Yeah, Gen G. I think they need a 3-0. I think they will get the 3-0. I'm going Gen G.
Okay.
I was talking to my grandma because she's an avid Rocket League watcher, and she said yesterday we all picked Gen G, and we got told that Power was just that much better. So now I'm a little worried. I am going to go with Gen G, and I feel like the whole entire screen is going to go Gen G. So now Limitless, they might be able to pull off an upset.
I was really excited to hear that Grandma Bates somehow convinced you to pick Limitless. And man, what a big brain play that would have been. No, this is Gen G's match to lose. I've got Gen G here. Any quick thoughts on what Limitless needs to do? Is it all game 1? Is it all speed?
They absolutely have to play above what they think is comfortable. What they think is comfortable will be too slow. they're going to have to pre-jump. They are going to get scored on because they are trying to play too fast. It doesn't matter. That is the only way they can get through this.
Okay, we'll see if they can do it, folks. We've got Gen.G up here on the desk. How do you guys feel in chat? I am curious. Maybe we won't find out. Maybe we will. It's time for the first match of the day. 80% have Gen.G. We'll see if the SSA fans, man, this is again, they had their back against G2. They've got their back here against Gen.G as well.
Also, it's just all fans, I think, love the true underdog. They want to see that one big win, but yeah, it's like Limitless. It's going to be risky play. There's going to be wide open nets, but they have to challenge everything.
Let's get into the first match of the day. 3 boys here are the champions of Sub-Saharan Africa. They're the only team here representing their region, and the whole country is watching, the whole region there is watching them play. Gen.G will play spoilers and heal on the other side. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
The task ahead for Limitless is massive. Nobody expected Gen.G to be in this 0-1 situation. And Limitless, they're still looking for a single game win against North America as a region.
Here we go into game 1, brought to you by Progressive, and it is going to be incredibly tough for Limitless. Perhaps impossibly tough, but they have been getting goals. There's another one, 6 seconds in.
And that is setting the tone. A big challenge by Sweaty, and then that layup there by To Die For, dropping it down for Snowy. Beautiful pass. And that is an excellent start for Limitless.
It was the 2 players not involved in all 3 goals against G2 yesterday that combined. It was actually Sweaty that had 2 goals and 1 assist. And now his teammates are popping off as well. Important for Limitless. All of these little moments, huge for them, but back down the other side, here's First Killer with a nice finish.
Quick response there. First Killer actually had a double flip reset there. Didn't threaten to score, but First Killer had no boost. He's just hanging out in front of net. Nobody really was paying attention to him, and it was an easy pass, easy shot in. Very casual response from Gen.G, and off kickoff, almost getting scored on again. First Killer had to stretch to make that save.
Yeah, looking pretty casual so far, Gen.G. Just a few happy handshakes after that goal. Might get a second one here. I'll certainly settle the nerves for them after being upset yesterday by Power. The last thing they want to do is find themselves 1 or 2 goals behind against Limitless, because we know these guys can score. Gen.G should be a fairly more simple proposition than G2, but that doesn't mean they're easy at all when First Killer's hitting flip resets like nobody's business. And Jack then following in. Chronic's turn now into the center for First Killer, and Limitless, as expected, on the back wall.
Oh, and that was a big boost win by To Die For, beating Chronic to the corner boost. To Die For will be in position. Let's see that pass, but let's see a little bit of an awkward play. First Killer trying to force that issue. But this is some good pressure now shaping up for Limitless. Sweaty, heavy first touch though, gave that ball away.
And these guys can ball is what we're seeing from Limitless, and that was good positioning from Snowy there. They're avoiding the trap of sending all 3 men forwards, getting shaky, getting itchy, trying to force the issue. They have to be able to feel their way into this one to Limitless. Gen.G, we know that they can play on the back foot themselves. Happy to play the counter-attacking game. I think it was Shogun on the desk saying he wants to see Gen.G really throw themselves at this one. And I think that's important for them, James. They need to win this series. They need to win it well.
And you heard Gibbs complaining a little bit about the fact that Chronic's been doing all the work in the midfield. He said, give it to First Killer, and that's why First Killer, where was the defense? He just receives this ball at the midfield. There was a demo, opens up the space. You have apparently Jack being a nuisance down there. And First Killer, even though he's got no boost, he's still got enough time and able to get enough power to put that shot away.
It's the power of the Gen.G strike force. Apparently Jack's certainly making First Killer's job more simple.
And that's what apparently Jack is so good at. He'll leave the ball, he'll move upfield to make those plays, but now we have a chance for a shot there from Limitless, but that's easily blocked away. But for Gen.G, that to me is a big positive sign. If you see apparently Jack making those off-ball plays, he's so good at opening up opportunities for his teammates that way.
Gen.G have to work together as a trio if they are to face some of the teams playing with slightly more talent in this tournament. Here's Snowy into the corner. Chronic gets a good forces a good save.
And that might, that could have been a goal there had Chronic been able to get around that shot. But we're seeing Gen.G now have more and more opportunities to take those shots on net. Here's another one.
And that one's going to go straight in there from Chronic. Just a smart finish, and this pressure is beginning to show. The dam is being broken as far as Limitless are concerned. Chronic's up. Chronic smashes it in, saw that Snowy and slightly hit the front post and made it awkward to get the block.
And it was so good from Apparently Jack as well. Apparently Jack was able to get the 50, but also landed a bump on the back wall. More off-ball plays from Apparently Jack, giving his teammates chances. Now all eyes will be on Limitless to see how they respond to this. Double tap from Chronic. And that play shut down.
So he's going to be able to get the block on Apparently Jack, and Sweaty sends this one forward. I want to see a lot from To Die For here. I want to see him sort of open up in the way that we know he can. He is the multiple SSA MVP 3 times in a row by my count. Apparently Jack gets the pinch. Gets that one over the top. First killer. Some MVPs here for Gen G, players who have been there and done that and every level of the game. That's currently what Limitless are having to come up against. What a horrible run it's been for them. It's got to be said. G2 and then Gen G in the Swiss.
That's a bit
really
unlucky.
Get too much more tough.
Apparently Jack almost scored from the ceiling, but sometimes, Cole, that's just how it, that's how the cookie crumbles. And that's what makes it so exciting as well, is being able to see those big upsets like Gen G losing to Power. Now Gen G will get another goal here, knocking that one in. This game starting to look routine for Gen G. But, this is a reminder. This is the 0-1 round. And Power was the team to knock Gen G down here. And it's just the nature of land. Sometimes you get those moments that you don't expect.
And that's how we've tweaked the format as well. Often if a big team loses, it can send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Swiss and then playoffs, and then all the big teams end up in one half, and there's accusations of Mickey brackets, etc., etc., etc. With the teams swapping over and having multiple lives once we get to the playoffs, that makes sure that if there is one upset or one shock in the Swiss, it won't completely change everything, as To Die For gets a lovely win.
Yeah, it rewards you for that good performance in Swiss. Now we see Limitless trying to make a play. Final minute. Sweaty had a top 5 shot yesterday. So you can get one again here. To Die For. Time MVP for Sub-Saharan Africa. Many people expecting him to be that leader for Limitless out on the field to get that big game win. But it doesn't look like game 1 will be that game for Limitless as Chronic punches in the 5th goal for Gen G.
This is what we wanted from Gen G, though. We requested that they keep on firing. They will have been watching Falcons yesterday when they just refused to stop scoring, getting 8 goals, I think it was, in game number 3.
Even at 0 seconds.
Even at 0 seconds. Still wanting more. They want to be on that score sheet. Whoever's got these Gen G players in their fantasy will be pretty happy. You got any of these players in your fantasy, James?
Unfortunately, I do not.
I think you've got the best team in your fantasy.
I mean, my team was
Rise, is it? And
Seiko, Alpha, and Rise is my team. But
that is a team. That is
last.
That could win worlds right there, but I'm not sure because you're losing the fantasy, so Well, the Gen G owners will be happy right now, and certainly will the Gen G players, because they're getting each other's way. They're just trying to force as many ones as they can. And I think this has been exactly what they needed. As we said, Gen G, they had to come out this one and put on a show, have some fun, enjoy themselves here on the world stage. And with a 5-1 game 1 win, that's precisely what they've done.
And they had to take care of business. And it was a little bit worrying. I mean, if you remember back to the beginning of this game, Cole, it started out with a Limitless lead. Limitless scored in the first few seconds, and you could hear the excitement. They were yelling, excited about getting up early, but then quickly after that, things started to go the way of Gen G Mobile 1 as we look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay. And this was that first goal just 6 seconds in.
A nice goal as well. The almighty Raw followed it. Limitless took their lead. The first time this event they have taken the lead as well, so another moment to take forwards for them. But then when Gen G got going, I mean, it's the passing plays, really. Limitless aren't reading them too well.
Oh, and then also the off-ball plays. You could see Snow getting clipped there by Apparently Jack. And Apparently Jack was doing that all game long, and it's so frustrating to play against a player like Apparently Jack, who will leave the ball at a moment's notice. Even though he's got the boost to make the play, he's got the possession, he says, you know what, I can make a better play by opening up that space for my teammate. And he was doing that all game long, rather, and it really paid dividends for Gen G.
One of the more intelligent players in probably RLCS history, in my opinion, Apparently Jack. Such a smart mind when it comes to Rocket League. I mean, he would have, they wouldn't have been thrown at all by losing the early goal to Limitless there, even though, thoughts of yesterday might have been there just for a split second.
If they were there, then they evaporated very quickly.
Exactly, due to their skill and cunning. And they will continue to press, I'm sure, upon Limitless, who have to take the lessons from game 1 and have to try and improve by using them.
Limitless and open up the score sheet in game 1. Chronic trying to bring that down. You saw some heavy first touches. I think that's really what's going to be the difference maker for Limitless, is having those quality first touches, and you see that one get away from Sweaty. But against a team like Gen G playing at this level, that first touch has to be perfect. Not only do you have to get a save, but then you got to collect yourself on the back wall possession and look for that outlet pass. You need to be able to take it up the wall perfectly to set up the shot. You cannot hit it with a heavy bumper.
I mean, anybody who's played Rocket League against higher ranked opposition will know exactly, as apparently Jack puts another one away, how Limitless feel right now. You think, how has he always got 100 boosts? How is he always there? How is there a third player back when we thought we were through? It just seems they seem impossible to come up against. And the finishing is flawless. You know, it's clean play from apparently Jack because the pool of players is so much larger in North America.
And getting that first touch is still very difficult. You saw that Chronic was there contesting the ball, didn't end up getting the hit, but that sometimes can make the defender's second guess and not get the best touch on the back wall. And this is exactly what happened. The touch was there, but it was too far away. It allowed for a follow-up shot and that first goal for Gen G.
Limitless are looking pretty boosted up right now. Gen G controlling everything and also controlling the flow of the game. So First Killer goes to the ceiling. He loves these plays. To Die For met him well. That's impressive from To Die For, making sure that First Killer isn't having all the time in the world to pick his spot and then shoot in that direction. And they're certainly being put through their paces defensively, Limitless. It's a good drill for them essentially right now as Chronic is drilled that ball by his teammate and almost something
pass backwards.
Yeah, not quite Oski, but pretty nice.
But you love that ball as a player, getting that ball rolling back at you to pop it up. It's like you have so many options. You can go for the flip reset, the double tap, or even the reset double. Limitless in your options. You can see Limitless stuck in their own half at the moment. Gen G like a vice grip, clamping down on this defense.
Yeah, but there was a bit of a fake there. I like that. Mixing up the pace from Limitless, not just doing the presumed touches that Gen G are waiting for as some more flip resets come in. And so far, in game number 2, Limitless doing a fairly good job of beating Gen G back. How often or how long can that last for? Sweaty gets another touch over the top of one. Apparently Jack is there and shoots. To Die For clears, and I do feel that's where Limitless, even at this high level of gameplay, can improve slightly. Find the pass, look for it, and play it. Don't just boom the ball away, which is what Gen G want.
And this is a good first touch from Sweaty. Sweaty going for a flip reset, but apparently Jack's so quick to the play. But still, we're seeing Limitless creep out of their own half. To Die For, the 3-time SSA MVP, shut down before he could get anything going. Chronic on low boost, marching that back downfield.
Sweaty's going to be able to clear this one line, though. Instead, he takes a close touch. I like that. And then Flick resets it towards his teammate, Snowy. Sweaty and Snowy combining yet again. It's close for Limitless. They're getting a couple of half opportunities. They have managed to get this ball back to the orange half until apparently Jack can take it away. He goes long. Snowy is already up. Die For's in front of him, boostless, but can he pick something up? Yes. He does manage to grab 100. Chronic up against the Die For. Good pace from him. Can he get a bump here? Almost. Another good attempt from Limitless.
But this is Limitless on the assault. And they convert. There's a demo in net. Sweaty tries to get the 50, and the corner ended up respawning perfectly for Chronic. And Chronic was able to clear this ball out, but Limitless have done so well to keep this to just a 1-goal game, and then finding those opportunities to counterattack and have possession of their own. There's a demo, though, from apparently Jack.
There was a great spawn there, though, from Sweaty. I wonder if they commed that, because nowadays, of course, thanks to the new update, players know where they are spawning, so they could have said, pop it up, I'll be there in half a second. And there the teammate was. Sweaty continues the attack forward. Snowy's already up for this one. To Die For is keeping hold of his boost because he knows that apparently Jack is coming. A doink attempt from First Killer. Chronic almost to the backboard. And Limitless, if they can keep this one at 0-1, they give themselves a chance.
To Die For, big moment there. First Killer does get a 50 win. A really important touch, and there was the miss, but Chronic also not able to put that shot on target. Limitless was beat on defense in that moment. The shot did not punish. Final 30 seconds here. Limitless still can bring this back.
It's a big demo there on the goal line, though. Gen G probably going to win this game, but they might double it up on their lead, almost killing it. Sweaty's just trying to be a nuisance towards First Killer. First Killer emerges with the ball. Now teDeFor up against him. 15 seconds left. Can Limitless get this ball back in orange territory? Can they give themselves a chance to force an overtime, to claim something from this game? Snowy up against First Killer. First Killer has control, though. Maybe this is it until teDeFor's clearance.
There's boost for Sweaty. Has to get back to the ball. Doesn't have a clean takeoff. And there's the finesse that you need, especially in those moments. Had the boost. You've got to be perfect to keep that ball airborne and to keep possession, but just didn't have it there. Got away from him. And Limitless will fall in game 2, but a much closer game. We saw Gen G, they scored early, but you know, as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, after this first goal, Limitless kept it very close.
It was certainly an improved defensive onslaught there from Limitless. They held out Gen G much further away from themselves. And Gen G, you know, they're smiling about it afterwards, but I think there'll be an element of frustration. They're only getting one against Limitless there. They'll be expecting to be able to style on these guys.
And there was
stopping them.
There was that shot from Chronic that he probably should have put away. So whoever's got Chronic on their fantasy team, they were probably throwing their hands up in frustration back in the green room. But overall, Gen G is still going to feel pretty good about it. Most of the possession, especially in the front 2/3 of that game, it seemed like it was always in Gen G's hands, and they were always up in the air, able to get those flip resets uncontested. But Limitless, that seems to be an intentional decision by them to just go up or let Gen G have that space in the air, and they made it work that game. That game was winnable for them. They had a few good moments. There was one critical moment where teDeFor needed to land a bump on apparently Jack on the back wall, wasn't able to do it. But if he did, that would have been a scoring chance for Limitless. So Limitless, they were hanging on, but they really need that game win. They have not been able to take a game off any North American team. It would be huge to get that game off of a team like Gen G.
Meanwhile, Gen G have done 2/3 of the job they were here to do. They are desperate for a 3-0 win to improve their seeding after losing the first series. So dropping a game to Limitless, while not disastrous, will certainly be very disappointing for them. And I'm sure they won't be willing that one to happen over the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But Limitless are trying to force their way forwards yet again. They are finding the ball towards the orange half. teDeFor is up against apparently Jack and gets a touch on it. So there's certainly improvements up against these mechanical Gen G plays.
And I didn't hate that pass attempt from Sweaty, but it was a bit telegraphed, and you could see how quickly Gen G sniffed that out. Apparently Jack, full boost. Stay after that ball, but teDeFor getting there and trying to keep this ball moving forward.
First Killer's missed that one. There's a chance in the center of the pitch there for Snowy just to get it high. I was going to say, could he have done more with it, but it almost worked out perfectly. I don't think either of his Limitless teammates were expecting apparently Jack to miss there. Bit of a looping hit.
teDeFor was already turning away.
Yeah, he's not missing that. Ooh, First Killer over the top. So Gen G, almost a couple of minutes gone down and still yet to score their first in game number 3. And I'd say the more even of the 3 games we've had so far. Limitless getting the ball forwards. Gen G doing some attacking, but Limitless more than capable of their own backboard. Chronic having to show a bit more creativity than what Gen G have shown so far here in the third. And that pinch goes into the corner where, of course, apparently Jack spawns in the perfect place.
And he beat the first defender, looked for a pass to the middle, and somehow this one sneaks in. teDeFor looked like he was on 0 boost on that play. Wow, yeah, First Killer, a little tip. And yeah, teDeFor, even though he was there, no boost situation, going to be tough to tip out.
Not being funny, mate, but I saved that in my Batmobile. Longer, isn't it? You're looking at me like I'm not telling the truth, but I saved that in my Batmobile.
You know, I'm telling you, Cole, it looks easier when the pros are playing, but when you're out there, I don't know about it. I watched your stream.
Yeah, don't do that. Nobody wants to do that. So he clears it long. It's a huge boom, so Chronic has to go to his own backboard. Chronic to the side here, Limitless. They got a goal in game 1. Weren't quite able to in game 2, but it was a better differential. So now, can they combine the two of them? Can they get a goal? Can they equalize? Can they bring themselves back into it? Gen G, far from toying with their food, they're doing all they can to get more. This might be the moment. Apparently, Jack shoots onto the crossbar, and Sweaty gets another one away.
Shot, but you can see no boost. Hold on a second. What just happened here, Cole? No boost for anybody. And Snowy, yeah, he just thought he could get there in time. Chronic beats him to it.
They got, he went for the bump instead of the ball, I think, and it wasn't the perfect decision. But yet again, it's boostlessness from Limitless coming at that back post with nothing in the tank. It's not really working. Gen.G have the shooting chops to be able to that ball past them pretty much whenever the opportunities arise. As Sweaty goes high, Tadiful here into the corner. First killer up against Tadiful. Gen.G, I really want to see them sort of spread their wings now for the last 2 minutes. I want to see a wonder goal. I think they're capable of it.
And so, after that last goal as well, Cole, and then this is something we saw in the Gladiators Falcons series, is when a team feels like they just have the edge speed-wise no matter what, then they're just going to chase that ball. Like, in that situation, Snowy was probably thinking, okay, I have the position here. If I have any boost whatsoever, they're not going to dive in. But Chronic says, no, we're just going to keep go, and, you know, it'll work out for us in the long run because we're just faster.
There was a gigantic triple commit there from Gen.G, which somehow they've conspired to get away with after not scoring.
That's what I'm saying. They'll just go because they're so confident in their speed. Oh, my. Oh! That was so kind of Chronic to let First Killer have that goal. You could see smiles on all the player cams of Gen.G.
The totally enforced fake there from Chronic. He sort of turns to his team and goes, yeah, I meant that. I meant that. That's what I was doing. That's what I knew that First Killer would have the odd angled finish. Instead, Gen.G make it 3. They got 5 in game number 1, only 1 in game number 2, so I'm sure they'll be trying to at least match that 5. And again, this was the series where they'd have to make a statement, where they'd certainly have to come out of it with a 3-0 victory. They're managing that up to now. I think it's fairly locked in. They're going to take this one.
Sounded like Shogun was demanding a game as well from Limitless, but it doesn't look like that game will be achievable as we approach the final minute of Game 3. Right now, Gen.G poised to take this series in a sweep.
Again, it's been an incredibly tough run here for Limitless so far to have G2 and then Gen.G. You know, 2 top-tier teams from North America. Just trying to force their way, bludgeon their way into the orange net. Come on, Limitless. So I want to see them get 1 more for their troubles. They'd be a good value. I'd say they'd be good value for a couple of goals this series if they can get it. But right now, Gen.G not letting them out, not letting them have anything, just demoing their way to victory.
More off-ball plays for apparently Jack. Just running upfield, gets the demo, easy goal here. Gen.G, this is looking like they're going to comfortably cruise as both players go for a fake kickoff. Looks like Gen.G able to make the better play afterwards. Now we do see Limitless have a bit of an attack, double commit from Gen.G, but they'll still recover nicely.
Yeah, Limitless, I'm trying to sort of think, what are they going to be able to take from this series? Because certainly Game 3 never really looked like they were going to get too involved in it. It seemed that Gen.G were waiting for their moments. But that Game 2, there was plenty that they can sort of say that they made Gen.G struggle as yet another flip reset comes in, and apparently Jack finishes it. There was
whoever's got apparently Jack on fantasy is loving the way he's somehow snagging these goals. Had a bit of a goal steal there. And smiles all around. I think Gen.G, this was a recovery series for them after getting upset by Power. They knew they were the heavy favorites here. It was a little shaky at the beginning, letting that first goal in of the series to Limitless, but since that point, Gen.G put the pedal to the metal, never let up, never need to use any brakes whatsoever, and have cruised easily to this series victory.
Yeah, they got there in the end, didn't they? Once the 1-0 Limitless went in game number 1, it sort of seemed to just annoy Gen.G, really. How dare you take the lead against us? But that was yet another one of these moments as SSA continues its path into being a force in the worldwide Rocket League scene. And they are improving, they are getting better, they're getting more experience. They'll take this back Sub-Saharan Africa, and they'll take this into Series 3 as well, because they have at least 1 more series in this tournament, and there are lessons that have been learned here.
And I think that's really when the tournament's going to begin for Limitless. There's, you can't really doubt the fact that Gen.G, there was no way they were going to lose that series. They are so good. They were NA's other super team. You know, there's so much talk about NA being a 2-team region. Well, this was one of the 2. They are a quality team. And for Limitless, they're still trying to get those reps and improve as a region. And it's just unfortunate for them that they had to run into Gen.G in the 0-1 round. But in the 0-2 round, that's where they can really bounce back.
I was actually mistaken as well. They did take a lead in their first series versus G2 in Game 3 as well. So in both series so far, Limitless have managed to take the lead but converting it is something completely different, especially as we see from the Mobile One high performance replay, the final one of the series, just how dominant Gen G were in this third game.
Yeah, and then this is going to be a Gen G highlight reel. They maybe had a slow start in the first few seconds, but really amped it up. It was a phenomenal series from them. And to talk about it, we've got LeafX down with an interview with First Killer.
That's right. Congratulations on the win there. It was nice to at least get one under the belt now, right?
Yeah, of course.
I guess the question I got to ask off the bat, because I don't know what to talk about too much here with that match, because it was a slaughter from you guys. But Jack said, you know, the important thing coming in today was to have fun. Did you have fun?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Okay, that's good. That's very important. It looked like I saw the smiles on there. First shout out to Chronic for giving you that goal at the end.
Yeah,
that was very nice. For you, on the side of, you know, making sure you come into this today, what was your, I guess, method to making sure that, you know, you came in and you weren't going to have another power situation on your hands?
I mean, I think I just knew I needed to come in with more energy, like, you know, like just happier. Like, I got Starbucks in the morning, so that helped a lot.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, be happy, like be relaxed, and we could just take it easily.
Right. Now, obviously, that's going to get a little bit harder when you're playing some teams that are more of those favorites to be taking the title here. What do you do to make sure that you keep that mentality? Because it's so easy, in my opinion, to lock in and start taking it too seriously again.
Honestly, I've never really struggled with that. I can take it like seriously and still have fun. I mean, honestly, I just prefer playing like really good teams, like General Mates, like Vitality, like all those teams. Yeah, it's a lot of fun playing them. So I mean, I just can't wait to play them.
Okay, before I let you go, then, who's your favorite? Like, if you had to pick a team that right now you got to play, who's your favorite to compete against?
I'd say General Mates.
You need General Mates? Yeah. Why is that?
I love playing against them. I don't know. It's just like competitive, really competitive, and they're a good team.
Hey, well, maybe it'll happen down the line. You got the dub here, and hopefully that carries on. Congratulations. We will continue the day on. It is a long day. So many games of Rocket League to get to. We said it before, but coming up next is going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Oxygen. Stay tuned.
Return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice. Gravity, take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you.
Well, Gen G gets a little bit of a scare, but they persevere, and now we move on to our second match of the day. Once again, Gladiators take the field, but they've got Oxygen on the other side this time, and you've got a tale of two teams that, well, in very different ways, barely qualified for the World Championship, and Oxygen trying to make the most of their second life.
Yeah, Joyo spoke to us earlier on saying that he did feel a little bit rusty coming into this tournament. I mean, it's just a massive shock for them, wasn't it? The fact that they were going to have a chance to come over and represent Europe for the chance to be world champions. It does feel good to have the whole Moist team actually get here, but as we can see, everyone is getting themselves ready, prepared. I can already see them in the practice lobby. It's Archie, who has been kind of a stay fast of every single live event we've had since we've come back to live events.
Yeah, once he kind of burst onto the scene with Top Blokes, it's kind of uncanny how he has managed to stay in the mix without fail. And you thought, okay, this would be the one where finally, you know, we've got one without Archie. Nope, he's still here, and he's got, as Joyo has said, an all-star cast around him. On the other side, though, you've got the Gladiators, who are yet to score here at the World Championship, suffered the first ever perfect sweep at the hands of the Falcons, first ever at Worlds perfect sweep at the hands of Team Falcons. But you know they're a team, Shogun, that when they start scoring, it can come in bunches, because once they get physical play, especially out of Bert, which has been his hallmark for his entire career, can start to try and tilt teams. And you have to imagine they're going to wake up eventually.
Yeah, Fur especially will be kind of the pace dictator when it comes to this team. They need him to just be going off, doing whatever he can. Virtuoso as well has sort of rounded out his game a lot more in the last few years. You know, from Ireland, it's quite one of the older teams that we've got at this event. But there is one more player on this squad. The man from Singapore, Max Yu, always got a smile on his face. It's always good to see him at these events. 13 times RCS Online event winner. Wants to add a match win from this series.
Yeah, God, they'll take anything they can get at this point. The just kind of glancing over at the channel point vote in the chat, it is about 46 million to 2 right now. People kind of backing Oxygen. Let's see what the progressive fan vote has in store for us, though. Hashtag OXG. Hashtag GG. If you believe in the Gladiators, they have a tall task ahead of them. I mean, for Coach Marky Duda, you know, he's got that World Championship pedigree. He knows what it's like to play at an event like this, but it's tough to kind of pass that experience on when it's been so long. And also when you've got this much of a mountain to climb.
Well, the fan vote's been reasonably nice to them, but yeah, Marky's always great to have behind you because he is such a character. I do feel like if they had the ball drop down to him, he is still that level of striker where he could put that top corner every single time, but he is not the one on the field. It is his squad. Gladiators taking on Oxygen. One of these teams is going to bounce back to 1-1, and one of these teams will have a day off tomorrow because they are not with a chance to qualify.
1 foot in the grave if you lose here. We go to Manfield Night, as always, Game 1, brought to you by Progressive, as we get ready for our second match of the second day of the 2024 Rocket League World Championship. Halfway through, after this, our 0-1 bracket in the Swiss stage. All important kickoff just to get the upper hand here between Oxygen and the Gladiators. And can Gladiators just get any kind of a foothold early on and give Oxygen something to think about here?
Yeah, the horrible stat that we're just immediately starting this off with is 0-15. That is the goal differential for the Gladiators. It might be about to get worse. Oski with the goal of the day, maybe even goal of the tournament. We might be calling that one a little bit too early. We will see as Oxygen starting off in the offense. That's going to drop down. Joe can't quite get there.
Oski should try to better that by having one that goes across the field but doesn't bounce on the way in. Just, get the extra style points if you can. Of course, securing the dub, objective number 1. Love to get an early goal here just to really put Gladiators behind the 8 ball. Oski a little slow to that, so Maxu's over top of him, but they're not going to breach the center line with possession. It's Joyo bringing it right back.
He caught himself the freestyler who turned pro in our career facts. They're going to want a little bit more of that from him. We know what he is capable of with the ball, but he needs to shake off that rust. He needs to be able to cause chaos. You would feel like Gladiators is the perfect opportunity for him to get that confidence back and realize, yes, I can 1v2, 1v3 these teams. But the defense so far from Gladiators has been phenomenal. They've done well. Foe's already up. Good challenge. And now it's Gladiators' turn to try and put the press.
Well, the defense has to be superb as well for Gladiators, because if they fall behind, it just doesn't have the look of a team that's going to score several times against Oxygen. So the one solace that you have here for Gladiators, and Joyo said it himself, feels a little bit rusty. They didn't expect to be here at the World Championship. Can't really prepare for kind of the unprecedented situation that's unfolded that's got them here. So you've got a team that, if anybody would be vulnerable and ripe for an upset, it might be this Oxygen squad, having already lost yesterday. Though, can't follow this up. Joyo's going to collect and very slowly bring this across. They're not willing to just give possession over to Gladiators for free. That one catches an unlucky bounce for Gladiators, and it goes all the way into their net off of Archie.
Well, we've seen goals like this quite often. Virtuoso, he's on the outside, and it can go so badly for you if you can't get across the face of that ball. It's only got one place it can go, into the middle of the field, and in that case, into the middle of the net. 0-16 now. I'm sorry, it's going to be tracked.
Almost got one there from Tho. He's been up so much with so little boost. It's just been frustrating for him, I'm sure. And frustrating for Gladiators as a whole. I mean, they're not going to get tilted. You get somebody like Marky standing behind them. I mean, he's just going to roast them anyways and kind of lighten the mood. But maybe an opportunity here. Low saved away by Archie. But man, if that's the goal that goes in, you just got to be thinking after yesterday, well, what else is going to go wrong? Double tap lined up, and Thone will score the first goal for Gladiators.
I will say, Oxygen's defense is not convincing at the moment. They seem to just be hitting it away, no real thought about what the follow-up is going to be. And Gladiators can play with that. They've got to be more careful, keep the ball close to their car, and not try and outplay every single time.
So 16-1.
Yeah, finally, don't have to worry about that no more.
Finally off the side, and maybe an opportunity for another Virtuoso denied by Joyo. Had some support as well, but Tho and Gladiators have the advantage now here with the attack, at least for the moment. Hurt down to Maxu. Oh, they might have been trying to pinch that, and just the timing not there.
Oh, Fo's got Oski with company. Well, very awkward. Maxu had to just cut across. Double commit, which means that now big decisions have to be made. Virtuoso had plenty of time, though. I do like the spacing across the field here from Gladiators. Not as worried as they were yesterday by just trying to keep every single player behind the ball. The moment you do that against a team like Oxygen, it is already over. He's been well positioned, but Archie's got the better read. Tried for the sidewall double, and immediately cut straight across. Another shot on target, but Foe should take that reasonably comfortably.
Well, Gladiators find themselves in a battle here with Oxygen. Then we could not say much during their first series yesterday. That's just a little bit wide, and fortunately so for Oxygen, because Archie wasn't going to catch up to it. He did win that midfield boost against Tho. That goes all the way across. Maxu was going to have a look, but now you look at Virtuoso just stuck on the back line with no boost, and right as he got to the corner, he gets demolished, and then the save away by Maxu, just barely keeping Gladiators in a deadlock with Oxygen.
Yeah, knew exactly what the play as soon as the demo came through. Made sure he was in the way of it, but we are back into the mid. Oxygen have been the better squad since the second goal went in. Goes Oski. First touch with Foe already on him. Yeah, Foe is going to pre-jump. You don't have to worry about that. It's kind of always been within the DNA.
They almost have to. Just to be faster than this Oxygen squad. Even rusty as they may be, as we get down inside 20 seconds, Virtuoso going to have a look. But Joyo's got that one away, trying to play keep away from Gladiators and maybe get themselves the last look in regulation. We could be going to overtime here between Oxygen and Gladiators. Of all teams, you wouldn't have thought that would even be possible several months ago, but here we are at the World Championship. It's a little bit different, and surely maybe one look here as Tho's got it to the back wall and finally killed down. Oxygen wanted no more part of that at 0.
I was wondering if that was going to bounce upwards and maybe be there for the follow-up, but not quite the case. It was pretty comfortable the entire way. We are in OT. And Gladiators with an opportunity. Ball drops down. It's usually Oski's bread and butter when it drops down like that and just bounces for him. Oh, Joyo waiting for it back for Port. Getting to him. Now back to him again, but his pass is just off. And I think that's the best way to describe everything we've seen from Oxygen in this game so far. It's just a little bit off. The ideas, they've still got them. The execution of those ideas is, well, not up to par.
Oxygen have been relatively conservative here, as that one's going to be sent off by Archie. Virtuoso got enough in the tank to try and center, but Oski there to shut him down. And now here goes Big Oscar. Going to need some help from Joyo, and this goes all the way across. Again, nothing brewing for Oxygen just yet, but that shot just a little wide. Follow-up. Oh, it's just wide as well. Oxygen had two high-quality, and then another that goes all the way down to the other end of the field, and Oxygen got to feel like they just left one on the table there. They almost ended this overtime just before the first minute mark.
I did like that they tried to go for the low challenge, but the demo came through and saved Gladiators. And there was no follow-up available. Virtuoso's had the boost stolen from him as well. All popped up, but unable to find the demo on Oski, who happy to both avoid and attack the ball. Archie, backboard, double tap. That's still difficult, but Joyo will finish off the job. 2-1, and Oxygen get it done in overtime.
They had to know the levee was going to break eventually. They just kept peppering the back wall, and Gladiators could not keep up. And after all that, it's still a Game 1 loss for GG as OXG get off on the right foot here in the second round. But I think if you're Oxygen, maybe you exhale a little bit, but you're still not necessarily confident with that win as we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay and some near misses. But you look at that one break that Oxygen got with Archie scoring, and you go, this game really was that close.
Yeah, and it's plays like this one that I don't want to see quite as much. Obviously, Oski, he is reasonably low boost, but if you are low boost, you can't hit it out into the field. You get it back into the corner. You make sure that it's difficult for your opposition to play. He didn't do that. It was just sort of the assumption, yeah, we'll probably be fine. They won in that, but whilst I have been criticizing them a lot, they have done one thing very, very well. They know where Vert is. Vert loves play the ball first time, land, grab boost, and that's on the way back. Hey, you got a third man waiting. I'm just going to demo him and make sure the rest of the rotation for my team is very easy. They know exactly where he is. That has not been much of a factor. And the problem for Gladiators, that's their main way of trying to break out of defense.
Yeah, they're a team that relies heavily on demolitions, the physical play of Virtuoso. You call him, I mean, you would call him the intimidator back in the days of Endpoint, because, I mean, he was an intimidating presence, just knowing that you need to know exactly where he is at all times. And you still do, but it's not as dangerous here with this squad. As
I love that.
Very awkward kickoff out of Oxygen has kind of got Gladiators maybe on the back foot, but they haven't really been fooled by it. Maybe Joyo can drop this down, though. No, follow-up. Oh, it's wide. And Oxygen have had a few of those. I mean, he had a great setup with the kickoff, and another shot that's gone wayward.
They got everything they wanted out of that. Ball played to a player with 100 boost. You're relaxing. You can now send Gladiators who are on lower boost, bamboozled by it. And you didn't finish that off. Oh, and then we get the miss as well from Archie. Joyo's got low boost, so he just has to pop this straight back up. Archie just about well covered there from Gladiators, but is low boost, so not able to do any more with that one. Caught in by Tho. Joyo gets a good block. I'd like to see more of that here from Oxygen. Just try and play for the blocks. Trust that the second man will be there quick enough. Right now, it just feels like too often trying to outplay the whole way to the net.
Oh, if Joyo got blasted there, that could have been trouble for Oxygen, but Gladiators not able to get the physical play. Everybody went after him. Nobody guarded the net. Archie will score the opener just outside the first minute.
That's so much better. Just play it down, especially when you got a player like Joyo. Joyo, sometimes the best thing he can do is very little, because everyone sees him go up into the air and you think, okay, here we go. We are about to see the freestyle montage. And he just stops, blocks what you think you're about to try and do, and he just gets straight back into the middle again. Oxygen's starting to run roughshod.
Yeah, and we talked about Gladiators, a team that can score in bunches. So too can Oxygen, and this even compounds the problem for Gladiators because, well, again, hate to keep revisiting the problem here, but in, let's see, about 23-ish minutes of gameplay, they only have the one goal, and now they're down 2, less than 90 seconds into a game.
But at least trying for the air dribble bump. Not quite there. Archie is waiting midfield. Off to steal the boost, so now keep a decent eye on where Gladiator's boost totals are. It's all on Vert at the moment. So he needs to do well here, and he's just caught in off the backboard. Oski couldn't run onto the shot. Oxygen by far the quicker of the two teams, and the reason for that is because they got 3 times the boost that their opponents have got.
Yeah, just issues compounding upon each other here. Tho can at least break free, but needs a good 50. Does not have one going the way of his side. Another shot narrowly off the hood of Archie, and the pressure remains for Oxygen. It almost looks like a mechanical clinic at this point, with Oxygen just continuing to pour on the pressure. Gladiators barely able to escape. Nice. Virtuoso is downfield, trying to drop it down. He's got a teammate there. It was Tho, and the shot high and wide. Archie got a piece as well. They'll at least try again. Try to get one on the board and make this a little more manageable.
Again, that is always Vert's job. Play the ball first time. That's not necessarily he doesn't need a big win. He just has to go and attack the third man on the opposite side of the field. Finally had a chance for him to do so, and you saw that they got them that little bit of breathing room they could really have done with turning that into something more. Vert is now waiting. Gets a second block, but skies towards the opposite side of the field. Tho was calling for it. Running out of time here. 2 minutes on the clock. 2 goals is the difference. And if it stays as it is, it will be 2 games that is the difference as well. Oski on the reset. Can he get it to Archie, who has gone for it? Maxu gets it long, but Joy will be ready and waiting, and we go again.
Just boom it downfield just to get a little bit of a reprieve, but then you're just giving possession right back. There's the bump. It's going to hang on the goal line, and Maxu just narrowly saved it away and keeps Gladiators alive, perhaps, here in Game 2. It's still early to call that with about 90 seconds left, but 3 would have certainly been insurmountable the way things have gone. At least they have a little bit of life if they can get back on the offense.
Got to try and load challenge some of these Gladiators. Every time you try and boom the ball away, Oxygen off sitting deep enough back that they can just collect the ball and try for another air dribble. Goes for the outplay. Didn't quite find anything on the ball. Again, Vert trying to find some bumps. Tho, far side, doesn't have any boost to go for the sidewall double. In field, but again, not accurate enough. Directly at Archie this time around. It's all been just a little bit desperate on the offense here from Gladiators.
Not enough of a follow-up either. I mean, for a team that's got to chase the game, I mean, eventually you got to go all in, and I know that leaves the back door open, but, I mean, what does it matter how many goals you give up if you can't score any? As Joyo again wins that ball, Oski keeps it going further. Though can at least send it downfield. Has to play it himself, though, over Joyo. This will waterfall down, but Archie's all over it. As Maxi read it well, not quite well enough, and then cleared away once again. And that was Gladiator's opportunity to try and get some kind of forward momentum. That bump opens it up, and it's 3-0.
And that is game 2 gone. Wave it on its way out. That is a horrible bump. Oski, the menace that he is, sends Virtuoso flying. And we will now start looking towards the next game. Oxygen showing off different levels of their gameplay. Let's try another kickoff. I am liking the look of these. Just trying to take it from the cheating up player. Archie, backboard. No, Tho will deny. It's all about just trying to pad at this point. And Gladiators will try to find some answers. Marky Duda needs to come up clutch in the next 60 seconds because his team look a little bit lost.
I don't exactly recall what Snasky's record would have been against Marky back in their playing days, but I'm sure he's greatly enjoying what's happening here with the boys in front of him.
Marky might have just about, there might have been like a season there, like season.
Yeah, they did kind of miss each other.
Yeah. Marky just sort of came in, won a world championship, and was like, okay, I'm done now.
Right.
I'm out of here. I've done what I came here to do.
He came, he saw, he conquered. That was really all he did. Look back at how game 2 unfolded. It is all Oxygen, nothing offensively on the side of Gladiators, unfortunately for them. I mean, they just fell behind early, and at that point, you wonder, okay, when would the sense of urgency really kick in? When would they throw caution to the wind? And they never really did. I mean, they had their looks, but just a couple timely bumps. You leave the last man vulnerable. Once he's taken out of the play, it's Gladiators getting a dose of their own medicine. And now Marky's got to find an answer, find a way to solve this Oxygen puzzle, lest they go down 0-6. And they'd be right there with Limitless as 0-2, 0-6 teams.
Can always tell when Oxygen are finding their groove because Archie's the one scoring the goals. That's usually where I can see them at their absolute best because it means that he can sort of focus on holding that midfield, picking his opportunities, and you know that the outplays from Joyo and Oski are working. That is their job. Oski's job is kind of everything else, and it's a very thankless role. But we have seen throughout the season just how crucial he is and how his form might be the most important.
Onward now to a closeout opportunity, but that one's gone just about cleanly off the backboard, and a rare miscue defensively for Oxygen is not punished by Gladiators early on here in this must-win for the APAC squad. Now Oski has his flip. Might have another. May not matter. Oh, what a save. Follow-up there is blocked away, but once again, we find Gladiators just kind of packed in defensively and having to make save after save just to try and keep things manageable early.
I'll tell you what, Oski's ability to, either intentionally or not, just vary the power that he hits the ball with off these resets. You feel like you've got a read on certain plays. You know where it's going to go. But Oski sometimes absolutely sends it, or it goes nowhere, and you've just flown over the top of the ball. Now sends it over to Archie, going for the top corner, couldn't find it. Instead finds Foe's car. There's Oski not going to dive in. Sees Maxu. Oh, that's going to look for something big. Still 0-0. And Gladiators starting off better here. Vert's backboard. He can't get the second. Oh, you've got to take the shot from there. Maxu too close. Couldn't get over the top of the ball. 0-0 it remains.
Joyo is starting to put it all on display. Archie trying to pinch that all the way down, or through the offensive zone. That didn't quite work out for him. We watch Oxygen just kind of almost going through the paces. Joyo just trying to get on the highlight reel. Try and get anything to a teammate, not happening. And again, for Gladiators, this is their opportunity. You sense maybe that Oxygen aren't quite giving them the respect that Gladiators would like them to have.
Only on that note as well, Oxygen need a 3-0 here. They've got to try and fix their seeding after, well, it just went all wrong yesterday, really. 3-0 would do so much, give them theoretically easier matchups. The Gladiators, they are somewhat happy that Limitless are guaranteed lowest seed. Oh, there we go, Joyo. 1-0, and Oxygen marching towards the 1-on-1 rounds.
Well, after everything that Joyo had tried before, this is relatively tame, just narrowly avoids the contact. A little double tap ski. I see you. 1-0.
I love the car. The car seems very... If I saw a car and it's just like, who has this? That's Joyo's car every single day. Luminescent. Archie very heavy with that first touch. At least recovers it with a challenge. The back pass as well. It's more what we want to see from Oxygen. Doesn't always have to be going forward, but Foe's in a lovely spot. Somehow well read by the defense.
Oh, no boost.
That's a horrible spot to be in. He's just going to launch it, hope for the best. And best was a double commit, and he's been called straight back into action.
Well, they do at least get a shot somehow out of all that. But yeah, Virtuoso was in a very precarious position. Now he's got a full tank and he can use it, but all he's going to do is lob it downfield. Archie's got that well read. And just these booming clears aren't going to accomplish much for Gladiators. Just giving more possession for Oxygen, an Oxygen team that throughout this series, it feels like they've had at least 70% of ball possession. They have just dominated the pace of play. They have kind of set the terms for this matchup.
Yeah, you can really see there's been quite a pace difference. Vert, very heavy on the first touch, couldn't use the boost to try and catch back up. But when Oxygen get the ball, it's a controlled first touch. Gladiators, they have to play so quickly that their first touch is so heavy because the number one priority is get there. What do we do after that? Doesn't matter, get there.
They see Oxygen in a rare case where they're all kind of packed in their own zone, but it doesn't matter. They still break out, get one shot, and Archie almost had the follow-up. Still remains a one-goal deficit for Gladiators to overcome. Certainly manageable. They can get one strike. That's all they've had so far, though the only goal of the tournament for the APAC representatives.
Archie now off the wall. Couldn't get the reset with the first touch. Still finds the challenge. Couldn't get the bump. And there is Foe to at least prevent that from being two. Gladiators are still in this. Oh, thank goodness I didn't finish that sentence.
Gladiators were still in this until Oski pretty much called game. I mean, you look at just the frustration that has to be mounting when you put in so much work, so much effort, and still it is not enough to break through against a team that has been rusty. Oh, no more out of Archie, and Oski's kind of made a mess of that, so he'll have to bring it all the way back. Of course, no pressure for Oxygen now. This is their victory lap, barring a monumental collapse. Hello! Oh! Oxygen take the air out of Gladiators!
Archie is up now, and he gets the perfect pass. The beautiful game on display. Oxygen took the #1 top player yesterday. They want to take it tomorrow.
Are you not entertained? 3-0 with an exclamation point. And that one's woken everybody up. In a series that was just about sent to dreamland.
That was the Oxygen we were starting to fear at that very first regional of the last split. This is the team that annihilated everyone in the Swiss. Have they now shaken off the rust? We will find our answers out later in the tournament. But for today, they've done the job they had to, sent Gladiators to 0-2, and they march on to 1-1.
A breath of fresh air as Oxygen marched their way to a 1-1 record, a huge bounce back after yesterday. You backed them to do it, but the way they did it here throughout this morning or afternoon, wherever you may be watching, that will inspire a lot of confidence in their fans.
And they grew into it. Opening game, not as convincing. Just had to try and find their footing. And then once they did, my goodness, not only did they start walking when they found their footing, they sprinted towards the finish line. Unbelievable goals to finish that off. And it is a team that once they feel confident, they can do that to so many others. They are a team to be feared, and somebody is going to lose in that 1-0 round later on today. See that they've got Oxygen in the next one, and just take a sigh and say, oh, really? That's who we've got.
You can call this a high-performance replay for Mobile One. High is an understatement. After that goal, that's kind of where the confidence just started flowing, and they had not a care in the world. You're about to see an absolute worldie on the highlight reel. Oxygen sweep Gladiators And Leaf is standing by with Big Oscar.
We got Oski down here on the floor, and yeah, congratulations on the victory. You guys look like you're having fun by the end.
Yeah, it's pretty I'll take that W. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take that. It was a good game for you guys. I think I was talking to Joe just before this, and he was mentioning that when you guys didn't know if you guys were coming here, there's a lot of motivation lost. So to be able to get those wins, it must feel good for yourself leading up to this. What was your, I guess, mental journey into this? Did you also kind of have a bit of a falter of motivation?
I mean, it wasn't like a motivational fall. Like, to be honest, I played the game still, but not obviously as much as I would in a normal season. I think I still averaged like 30 hours plus, which ain't too bad. I know Archie wasn't like free. So it's like, it was kind of weird because when we found out, it was like, it didn't feel like we were playing that well because we didn't make it, obviously, you know?
Right,
so
yeah.
like, I don't know, I'm happy with it.
That's cool. And now you're here. Are you getting in that mentality now? Is it starting to kind of click? Oh, we're at Worlds.
Yeah. Definitely after BDS. I mean, during BDS as well, but like, it's starting to click in that we're here. Like,
Yeah, you are. You're playing and you're winning as well. In terms of team synergy, then, did that longer break, did that hurt it? Has there been a bit of a learning curve trying to get back into things?
Not really, no. Like, we know what we need to do, like, all the time. Like, we have a game plan, and we just try to stick to it to our best ability.
Right. Talk to me early on, because you guys went into an overtime in game 1 there, so it looked like, or maybe it was a little bit of figuring out. Can you walk me through that?
I mean, it's always like the first game during LAN, or like any series is always a bit like nerve-wracking. Yeah. But then, you know, as soon as you get into game 2, like, everything like stops being nervous, you know? It just feels a lot better.
So now, I guess just overall for yourself, do you feel like you're locked in? Is there any little bit more of a mental journey or a gameplay journey you feel like you need to take in scrims leading up to your next matches?
Not really. Just keep doing what we're doing. I think we'll make it out Swiss. Like, I know a lot of people don't think we will, but I don't really care, to be honest. I know we will.
Okay. Well, what's your record out of Swiss then?
3-1. It'll be 3-1. Yeah,
You'll keep it going?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck on that. Congratulations on the first win there. We have so many more games to continue to get to. Swiss continues in the Swiss abyss. Stay tuned. We're having some fun.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
I'll get back to work.
Okay. I love you, I do need you, I do, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I do need you. I love you, I do need you, I do, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. I do need you.
The favorites are living up to the hype here on day 2 of the Rocket League World Championship. Gen G take out Limitless 3-0, and Oxygen take out the Gladiators 3-0. Only wins for the favorites so far. The underdog still looking for those first victories of the day. We're still hunting for Champions Field out here, folks. We've seen Game 4, but yet to see a Game 5. About, 1.2 days into the competition so far, Gibbs.
Yeah, we saw Gladiators, though, at least go 1 overtime versus Oxygen. That's a good sign, but they did only score 1 goal, so they're going to pick up the pieces. But those 0-2 teams will not play tomorrow. They will play in front of the crowd on Friday, so that'll be exciting that every team here will play in front of that crowd. So they'll have 1 day off to try and figure it out and get ready for maybe a gauntlet of a Friday, because they'll have to play the 0-2, the 1-2, and the 2-2. So they would have to win 3 series on that day.
Man, I wonder how the players feel about it, Bates. Like, did you want to have a whole day to prepare? You put it that way, it sounds good, but also it's a whole day of just sitting there and stressing and not getting able to go actually out and prove yourself. You've had 3 months to prepare. What's 1 more day at this point, right?
I mean, yeah, 1 more day is not going to help you on the test. At that point, you either know it or you don't. So I think they're just really excited to play in front of the crowd.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. It's all about the crowd. Yeah, you've seen players tweet about it before, especially after the pandemic break. All they wanted to do was just play in front of a crowd, because the energy, it's special. It's special to be able to have that experience. And so, these teams 0-2 in the past with different formats, they never would have seen a crowd. Yeah. But now they're going to have that opportunity.
All right, folks. Well, we got round 2 of the Swiss moving on here. 2 matches down. We got 6 more to go before we are done for the day. This is how things have gone so far. You can see those 2 3-0s down there for the 0-1 matches. We're going to complete the rest of these 0-1 matches before we get into our undefeated teams. And cut them in half there. So 2 more matches to go here in the 0-1s, and we will again have these matches happen back-to-back. So we'll kind of give you a brief overview of how both of these are going to go before they kick off. OG Esports taking on Space Station will happen after our next match here. Thoughts about that one? A team kill here, James, as we see North America having to go up against themselves.
You know, it's T-Bates keeps believing in OG. I don't know.
I'll give you the numbers.
You
Go for it.
will give me the numbers?
I'll give you the numbers.
Okay, give me the numbers.
You know they're 3-3 against each other this season.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also kind of shift league, but where they went 1-1 against each other. So in RLCS they're 2-2 against one another. So this isn't just gonna be like a walkover, rinse, SSGW. OG versus SSG. They know each other well, and honestly, I really do think OG plays way better against North America than they do everybody else.
And let's not forget Space Station with LJ. He scored 0 goals so far in this tournament. He needs to pick it up to take down OG.
Okay, well, we've got a complete opposite sort of match here with South America taking on OCE will be our next match on the stage. Secret taking on the Pioneers, the number 2 seeds from each of those regions. So both these teams, similar stories here. They've got a lot to prove. They want to be their region's champion, and this is the chance to prove that they are better than their counter-region counterparts.
Let's talk about the SAM number 2 seed, the most disrespected seed, I think, in RLCS history. No one ever talks about the SAM 2. They always perform. They always go at least 2-3. Team Secret, last time around in London, went 2-3. They battled against Gen G, lost 3-1. They took down the Chiefs, the OCE 2, 3-2. They lost to the Mates. They take down OG as well, 3-2, and then they lose to BDS. So they can play like up to about that 9th place spot. Can they finally eclipse, make it back to a top 8? In prior history of RLCS, SAM 2s would make runs, James. So Team Secret was one of those teams that made a top 4 finish at, I believe, was it San Diego, I think it was?
Team Secret?
Yeah.
It was Rotterdam.
Rotterdam.
Yeah, it was Rotterdam.
Rotterdam.
Okay, so it is possible for them to do it. They are the favorites in this match, I think, by a wide margin.
But the thing that I'm curious about is the offense side of the ball. Mata is so good, so mechanical. But we only saw 2 goals from Team Secret. They were shut out in all 3 of their losses against Vitality, didn't score a single goal. And we have seen a tendency for Team Secret to kind of turtle up. But this is a team, I think, Team Secret could really stretch out.
Well, on the other side of things, my favorite jerseys of the competition here with a bright gold. I think it might be actual gold. I don't know.
There's no shot.
It might be at this point. I don't know. The Pioneers, another team that I feel like we're talking about, like people not talking about the South America 2 seed. People don't talk about the OCE 2 seed ever, which just sits in the back of their mind and eats their skull.
Well, listen, they don't talk about them for a reason, and they don't ever do much of anything. But I'll tell you this, I keep saying it, OCE, it's your time to shine here in this land because y'all have the mechanics. You have the speed. Now you just have to put it all together. You should be able to compete against SAM 2 seed every single time. This Pioneer squad, they went up against General Mates, got swept. But let me tell you something. They only lost 2 games by 1 goal.
Yeah, and they only scored 1 goal in the whole series.
Well, it's hard to put the ball. Well, you're playing General Mates. It's hard to put the ball in the back sometimes, James. You know what I'm saying? But you got.
I'm not arguing against that point, but I just think, and you know, this might be a situation where we'll see these 2 teams. You know, the team with the better defense and counterattack is going to win. I think that's Team Secret. Personally, I think especially when you've got Mata, who is so crazy, who can pull off those plays solo, but also KV1, who can pick apart the defense with the dribbles. Like he is so good on the ground. So T-Bates, I'm not feeling too confident for Pioneers.
Listen, it's going to be a tough one for both of them. I know both these squads just warmed up. I was actually sitting behind the Pioneer squad while they're getting a little scrimming. I'm not going to say against who. They were looking pretty solid, the Pioneers were, but I heard Secret. They were scrimming as well, and they were screaming.
Yeah, we got to talk about Amphis. So last year, probably the best player in OC, but this year, not on the top team, and that top team obviously has dominated throughout. So Amphis, he can put up a top 5 goal at any moment, so he's going to have to put up a few, I think, throughout this match.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag TS for Team Secret. Hashtag QTPG for the Quick Trip Pioneers. The players are getting ready to go. And we will make our picks up here on the desk as well.
Did the coin make its way to the desk?
The coin is
here. Did the coin do it yet?
The coin is here. The coin has not made its prediction yet. We'll save it for
Coin's
the end.
never gone first.
Coin doesn't
Why
go
don't we
first
make
usually.
the coin go first?
We can.
I mean,
if you really want to.
You're the boss.
I don't know if it really makes much of a difference here. But yes, we got the Pioneers on one side. We got Secret on the other. And we'll take it through the air, flip it to come on down. And it's going to go with the Pioneers on this one. It's picking the underdogs. Picked a few underdogs today so far. Coin going Pioneers. James, who's your pick?
I'm picking against the coin here.
He was waiting for the coin pick. That's what
I
he was
just wanted to wait to see what the coin locked in. But I'm going Team Secret. I think their defense it's going to be airtight, and I think they will be able to score on counterattack much easier, especially with KV1 at the points.
Sam, number 2 seed, Team Secret. Most disrespected team here, probably. I'm going Team Secret.
Okay.
Going Team Secret, 2 Team Secrets. I think the world expects me to go Secret, but I'm not. Give me the Pioneers. I like what they can bring to the table. I'm going with Oceania right here. I like the offense, and I think they could beat them in 5. I think we see Champions Field.
I'm also going with Secret on this one. I'm more interested in your thoughts here. Quick, if you had to pick like one player who's popping off here for the Pioneers for you.
Give me Fiber.
Fiber.
Give me Fiber.
Ooh, okay.
There's a reason the coin's in last place. I'm just going to say that.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That's disrespectful.
Coins got to be bold sometimes, James. Sometimes you got to be bold and be brave.
The coin's actually been picking more favorites than not so far. We'll see how it goes. 83% of chat believes in Secret on this one. The clear underdogs here are the Pioneers, but Bates is rolling with them. Does it mean something, folks? We're about to find out. Let the players decide it out on the pitch. Sam on one side, OCE on the other. Both number 2s playing second fiddle, trying to get that first place spot here. They got to go through each other in the round of 2. Pioneers versus Secret to advance.
The Little Brothers of South America versus the Little Brothers of OC. It's 0-1 though. But hey, this seems like a way more even matchup. Game 1 presented by Progressive.
Yeah, so it's always a fascinating match, OCE versus SAM, the 2 original newer regions, EU and NA, the original regions of RLCS. Then OCE came in Season 3, SAM in Season 7. Since then, they've had a rivalry, and this is the latest chapter in that rivalry.
Yeah, KCP had a tough match yesterday that you casted against Gentlemates, and got to give them the benefit of the doubt in this one. And already an early offense. Can they get these on target, though? Amphis is trying to lock down Brad. And here comes KCP knocking at the door. It's pretty wide, though, so far.
Yeah, both these teams did struggle against some strong French teams yesterday, but we don't even have time to talk about that. Fiber's opened the scoring. Maybe T-Base is onto something after all, because it's been Pioneers from the start of the game, and they do get the first goal.
I know Gibbs was talking about Amphis being like one of the best players on KCP. Fiber has to be one of my favorites, personality-wise, when he was like shaking his head about some of the predictions, nodding his head about that. But he's so active, he's so productive, and look at that already trying to score early from the top rope. Was Amphis with the back pass is super locky, and this is consistent pressure from KCP.
I'm pretty sure that Fiber has essentially peer pressured T-Bates to pick him. Especially after yesterday, T-Bates picked against the Pioneers when they played Gentlemen, so this is a good chance for Team Secret going the other way. Nice cover on the mid by Amphis. Yeah, they're sitting right next to each other, actually. Fiber was sitting within earshot of T-Bates picking against him. He just booed the desk pick against him. And now today, T-Bates has announced Fiber as the player to watch, and Fiber is nodding his head. So, I mean, it's quite an interesting dynamic. They can hear the desk predicting either for or against them today.
Well, hopefully they're not listening to us. But hey, if we get excited, I'm sure that'll hype them up. But Team Secret just seemed like the more mechanically sound team, especially when just how close they played Vitality yesterday, how winnable that series really did seem, bringing them to OT. So kind of surprising they could bring Vitality to that edge. Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see which side of the coin it is. Is it Vitality struggling? Is it Team Secret showing up in their top form? I mean, they did have a lot more success against the French team of Vitality yesterday than Pioneers did against Gentlemen. So really frustrated them, didn't give them anything. But already in this series, they've got something to be happy about. And this is another chance, actually. Fiber, leave that one for Amphis over his head. Team Secret, a team known for their defense coming out of South America. No more so than when they did finish top 4 in Rotterdam. And it's a counterattack, just as they are expecting to do all day. That's what gets them a goal. Super Lucky missed the boost. That's tough.
Just waiting forever. It's like a bus. It was not arriving, and he needed that and didn't realize the train was on its way. And they're screaming before the goal even happened. It's like they're putting the fear into their eyes. You better not even try to save that. 1-1 game so far. Look, a lot of demos coming out of KCP to get these Team Secret players out of the way. Now Super Lucky just the delayed challenge, getting away with the flick, trying to get above Mata. Good defense, but a bit awkward in the net. Mata has tried to get this away.
Yeah, that was a briefly dangerous moment for Team Secret in the back corner, but bodies in the way of the ball, so I'm sure they weren't too worried. That's a great position for Super Lucky. He's hit the post. There's still a follow-up, but blocked by Brad. That was another good chance for the Pioneers.
A couple of good saves out of Brad, who's such a really active player off the ball. His responsibilities being about boost. No, baby, trying to connect. with Mata in that moment. Now KV1 can pick this up. Super Lucky and Fiber just colliding into him, stealing possession away, and it's barely a clear at all. Brad will hold down the midfield, leaves this to Mata. Backboard may be open. Amphis will deny and doesn't have boosted, but will try to play the mind games against KV1. KCP need to work on space.
It's a pretty even match so far. Both teams getting a look at the other goal fairly often. No team dominating the midfield, and I wouldn't really expect a team to dominate the midfield this early. Oh, there's a chance and a goal for Pioneers, and a loud response from them as they retake the lead. Fiber goes past Mota, and Mota actually deflected the ball middle to Super Lucky there. That was not the clear that he wanted. Bit of hesitation by Secret as they look to challenge the center ball.
Yeah, Team Secret's backs against the wall quite literally. And KCP will take the lead. We'll see what Mata can do. Now a follow-up dodge and directs it into the net.
Oh.
What a response!
What a response indeed. No time wasted here. Mata towards the back corner. They've successfully lost the kickoff in that direction. And a ceiling double drops past Super Lucky. You couldn't get back to the goal in time. Well, Team Secret have responded twice. Yet to have a lead in this game, but they've got the momentum now.
Yeah, Super Lucky has to lock in, super lock in even, because there's been a couple of attempts at diving saves that have not worked out, that have resulted in now 2 goals on the other side, and now it's a scramble in that midfield. Low boost though for Super Lucky. Mata trying to challenge off the ceiling, and it does work out. Mata is that in-your-face player, very physical. He's always going to try to challenge the ball and try to force someone else to make a decision. Now Amphis with almost a full tank does get pushed away by Brad, and Super Lucky gets a shot. And that's revenge.
Well, we continue swinging back and forth with the pendulum of game 1. This time, it's going to be Super Lucky with a pass to himself off the back corner. Amphis will get the assist, and it's Pioneers ahead by 1 again. I love the reactions for these guys. I expect this to be a loud series. If it goes the duration to 5, these guys might lose their voices.
Yeah. Especially if it's not as many saves on both sides. You got to stop progression, the momentum before it gets to the back of your net. Now KV1 delaying this. Amphis good 50, gets to Super Lucky playing tight. And Mata bumps him off the ball, giving possession to Brad, who gets demoed. Now Fiber and Super Lucky trying to pass, but it was right to KV1, and it just rolls through traffic.
Yeah, I think Mata tripped up Amphis off screen here. He's going to pan into the frame about now. There he is, bottom right. Yep, he got bumped into the net right as the shot was coming. Amphis would have had a save there, no doubt, but once again, Team Secret have tied the game.
This is only game 1, and we got 6 goals. I can't believe it. Now Mata on Fiber's tail, in his shadow. No boost spawning, so he'll have to retreat, giving a chance for KCP to breathe some fresh air, but breathing is nice, but what about the ball? Now trying to 50 it, and it's going back to the orange half. Mata with a shot. Amphis has the backflip for it. And Mata's going to get this to KV1 and manages to steal that corner boost. Backward protected though by Amphis. This is going to drop to Team Secret. This is dangerous as Brad tries to drop this to KV1. There's a lot of threat generating. Team Secret keep trying to puncture through this defense. 16 seconds left.
Looked like Super Lucky was caught mid-flip there, just accidentally hitting the ball back. It has ended up in a safe location for Pioneers as they break free. Will they be able to retake the lead in regulation? They've already had 3 goal leads in this game. It looks like we might be headed to overtime here. Team Secret have got bodies behind the ball, actually looking to set up a counter-attack here. Nothing that Amphis can't handle, I'm sure. But they're opting to keep the ball up. Both teams pushing for the goal in regulation. We are going to go to OT, though, as Pioneers drop it to the ground.
OT game 1, very important one. A very important series in an 0-1 situation. You don't want to deal the pressure with being 0-2 as Mata with the dribble to Brad, almost connecting mid-air. Defense very reactive from the KCP side. But now they're collecting boost. Full tanks going forward. Brad pushed into a locker. This comes out almost to Fiber. KV1 heads up play, keeping it to the side. Now this just rolls. Amphis will get a handout.
Yeah, another demo in the back line there. Luckily for Pioneers, they had a double layered back line, so no goal after the demo landed. Full rotations established. KV1 now looking to air dribble past 2. Got a 50-50, but Amphis comes away with the ball. It's been an absolute midfield battle as now the ball ricochets off the post. It was a save from Team Secret. Huge chances already for both teams in overtime.
And salvaged when Brad didn't get the touch he wanted off the backboard, and this just dropped in front of their net. Now going for revenge. Brad does put the press onto KCP. Ball in the air, Fiber first, but forced to use also a lot of boost, forcing KCP to take a second. Even with playing their first man deep, KCP are trying to maybe go for a longer pass option. No Viper on his wings. Super Lucky also trying to avoid Brad in that case. But now gifting the ball to Team Secret isn't a good plan. KCP trying to see what they're up to.
You know, Pioneers really, I feel like they're the team who need this more. Their mental has been questionable at times on LAN this season, notably when they did struggle in Copenhagen and even online more recently in Split 2 and OCE. If they can get ahead in the series, they are really going to be in this against the favorite Team Secret, massively favorite Team Secret, according to the online community. Team Secret have got that comeback potential. I think it's the Pioneers who need this game won in overtime if they're going to have a chance to win this series.
It's going to be about punishing like a weaker defense, but who can get that solid drive going with a first man with good control, a second man close enough as an optional pass. As Brad, the reset to Mata, avoiding Amphis. Fiverr up high, using all of his boosts. Super Lucky will collect to the corner. Now facing KV1, he'll get past almost two members of Team Secret. Super Lucky will be slowed down. And KCP still putting on the press, and this gets almost over KV1's head.
What?
Now crossing in front of the nets. And now there's team bumping. KCP said, I want to be the one who scores OT.
I don't know how Amphis managed to get that ball into the middle, but he did do it, and no one was ready for him. It was a slow center ball, but multiple touches. Now this is a great chance for Pioneers. Passing play and a follow-up shot. Amphis denied by KV1. That was the best chance of the game for Pioneers, and they failed to take it.
Almost 3 minutes into overtime. Very low boost on KV1's side, and not a lot of assistance. And team bumping now twice in a row for KCP. But with these demos, you force Team Secret to reset, to rethink, and giving a chance for KCP to do the same thing. And now that you have two players full boost, it's just Brad's 50 that kills that momentum, if there were any at all.
Yeah, Pioneers did a good job there, just controlling the play. Now they go the other way, but Mata, composed, calmly takes the ball away from them. They're just testing each other here. This game really does feel like a heat check. Is it? Are you really locked in? Are you really wide awake in the early afternoon here in Texas? A lot of these guys have flown a long distance to be here. This is going to test their focus as we go deep, deep into overtime. Smart play there by Pioneers, just letting the ball go back. They're not too worried about these touches, even though it's close to their goal. As long as they're able to respond to every touch that Team Secret makes. Great continuation there by Super Lucky as well. As Pioneers look for the counter, it's going to trickle wide.
KCP seem more united on their offenses, but seem more prone to making silly mistakes on defense. And this is just the pressure that OT can give you. But who can help KV1 on that front line? He's one of the most impressive players on Team Secret, but who can really enable him to succeed? Can we see that KV1 peak in Game 1 or at Worlds? I think it's yet to be seen. And you see the KCP going for demos, wasn't able to steal the boost, but now they have tanks and Viper to the nets! Oh, you hear it?
Viper's jumping around like he just won the World Championship. What a fast flip reset. Double into the middle. And the follow-up by Amphis was instantaneous. What a win by the Pioneers. I mean, a pop-off from Amphis. Truly unreal. That's going to be in a highlight reel tomorrow.
Just... Oh, there's booing.
Yeah, I do hear booing back. I don't know who's booing, but I don't think it's related to the game.
Okay.
Unless Furia are booing this result, they're Brazilian friends.
I just hear sounds, and it sounds related, but...
I mean, I told you, this is a rivalry. OCE, SAM, these two regions do not like losing against each other. They're kind of... They're always underdogs against the EU, NA regions, but they consider themselves favorites when it comes to OCE versus SAM, and it's OCE who strike first here.
Just really good vibes, and when you're able to score like that and just be really, look at that. I almost took my ears out right there. Just the hype that can really build confidence, because Rocket League can be a really confidence-based game. What a goal.
Man, look at the reaction.
He's getting red.
Oh, I just love that from Fiverr. He's one of my favorite players met in the open era. He's just such a great personality. To see him find success here on LAN, truly wonderful to see. But that's not enough. I mean, they look like they just won the series based on that reaction. That was just game one. They need to get two more, but they can do it. That's going to be a massive confidence booster for a team who have been struggling mentally at times this season. Not right now. They're up one against Team Secret.
That was the longest OT. I felt like that was most of the series gone. That was just game one. KCP up first. Brad really stretching the limits of KCP's defense. It's KV1 with the bump on Fiber, Mata with a shot, but 2 in net. How can you peel KCP out of this position? How do you draw them out to find those gaps a bit easier if you're Team Secret? Oh, that almost bounced it.
Yeah, nearly is the crossbar to the rescue for Team Secret. Pioneers now look to build. I mean, they took the lead 4 times in game 1. They saw that lead evaporate 3 times. Now, will it be a continuation of that scoring order? Yes, it will. Wow. As it's Team Secret who get the next goal. They just continue to go back and forth game to game.
And yet, the moment that they scored too, Fiber was caught still going down, and KV1 slotted high enough to get above his head, and it's Team Secret up first. But they still got to come back in this series, and it's a double cheat up off kickoff for KCP. Time for them to get boost.
Oh, Mata's been dunked on pretty hard there. Tough for Brad. He does get it wide into the corner. I do want to see, I'm still waiting for the Mata pop-off. I mean, last season, he had some unbelievable goals, particularly in Boston. But we haven't really seen too many highlight plays from him individually this season, at least not compared to the previous one. He's got that potential in him, but you know, they're going to need him to show it if they're going to make a run in this tournament, if they're going to come back against a tough Pioneers today. Good shot, Brad. Going to be denied, though. Pioneers had plenty bodies on the goal line, but another shot's coming through off the post, off the inside of the post, actually. Back to Brad. He's got all the options in the world. Open backboard, sends it high, and the follow-up is in from Mata.
You said bodies in the net. They don't feel very warm, though, for KCP. Like, they had the initial save, and I didn't see a lot of movement. They were still trying to get organized on how do they spread out and how do they get on the ball.
Oh, you know, it's a really instructive play there. If the other team has 2 goalkeepers, the backboard is open, just smack the ball into the backboard. It's a much harder read for the goalkeeper than it is for your teammate who's going to jump over your head. You know, a lot of players in that position, if you're playing a ranked game online, are going to take a shot. They're thinking, hey, I can hit the top corner, and then you don't, and it's an easy save for the other team.
Team Secret good at finding those rebounds. Amphis good to maybe connect this to Super Lucky and back up to Amphis, but a little too close for comfort. A difficult angle for KCP to cut as they still try to cut that lead in half. Now, KV1 knew he didn't have enough boost and Amphis had him beat. But as soon as KCP approach, it's like Team Secret are out-reading them. They can just wait and see. Now KV1 at the helm with the delay against Fiber. It's a chess match, and now he just shoves Super Lucky to the side. Mata can now step forward against Amphis. Low 50 doesn't work out.
It looks like a Team Secret control game here. Last game, it was much more back and forth. Teams trading possessions, trading territory, but it's been played almost in entirety in the Pioneers' end. They're finally going to break out now. Not a bad shot, but not going to go through KV1. Half the game gone. Still plenty of time for Pioneers, but their offensive production has definitely declined.
Yeah, KCP getting in their heads. Maybe, hopefully not too tired after that, what was it, 4-minute OT, but I'm seeing a lot of lack of boost of the first player on the ball for KCP. Like, even Amphis is running on fumes and can't get this Super Lucky, who had a lot more to be done, and now they're just trying to stop Secret, but as it pops up, it's in dangerous territory. Mata tries to tip it in, still forcing Fiber to make backflips. Mata barely wanted to make contact with Amphis there, and Team Secret, no, there's a weakness there, and Brad almost getting out of the way.
Yeah, Pioneers just need some kind of 50-50 here to get rid of the ball. They're trying to create it, actually, but Team Secret are not giving it to them. You know, Team Secret are playing this very intelligently. They're not just bum rushing the ball when Pioneers are sitting behind it. They're just letting Pioneers make pointless touches, letting them soft clear the ball, conceding possession over and over again. When you've got that 2-goal lead, it's very comfortable to play like this from Team Secret's POV.
Super Lucky almost out gold, but hey, it's out. Still 2-0, less than 90 seconds. Not a very productive offense so far for KCP, and they went for so many demos last game, but they seem so predictable in game 2. These low shots are going to be easily saved by Team Secret. And a lot more shots, a lot more opportunities from Team Secret.
Yeah, that skim there from the midfield goes wide, but that had some pace on it. 1 minute to go now. If Pioneers were just trying to avoid allowing this lead to build beyond recoverability, then I think the time is gone to play with that style. They've got to start taking risks now. They need to start throwing players forward. I want to see somebody wide at the back post here, but they're all bunched up in the same side of the pitch. There's no wide option. If the ball does go across the box, no one's going to be able to reach it. It's just an easy position again. Team Secret to defend. Oh my goodness, Mata. Chain dashing and getting back to the ball. they've just upped the pace in this game and had a different level of control that Pioneers could not match.
KCP feel like they have a better tempo now that they have Boost. There's a demo in the net. Fiber to his teammate, but the defender making himself big and wide in front of the net to deny any chance for a KCP comeback, and time is running out. The play has to happen now for KCP if they hope to match blow for blow, but Team Secret have held them at a standstill. Now KV1 can just go and show off, and that'll be a tie series here in a second.
Yeah, that's game, and that's going to be a 1-1 series score. No sweep between OC2 and Sam2. Pioneers even trying to go for a bit of an own goal there, but they weren't all on the same page. Team save coming through there. A comfortable game there for Team Secret. A bit of a surprisingly comfortable game after the back and forth in game 1.
Looking at the shot, 13 shots to 4.
Yeah.
I felt that vibe for sure. Double digits. Team Secret dominated game 2. They found a tempo, a rhythm that KCP couldn't match. KCP felt scared defensively when they couldn't find the immediate rebound. They're trying to play one step ahead of Team Secret, but ended up being behind.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Team Secret just control the game after the 2-0 lead was established. Lovely backboard pass there. Mota up immediately. Like you said, when it happened, it's a really smart play to try at home. Just boom the ball to the backboard, let your teammate fly overhead. They can get up before you can. They're going to have a much easier read than the defender. And even at pro level, that still works. Bit of a mistake maybe by Pioneers, doubling up in one area. You know, if you've already got a player defending the net, then double stacking there doesn't really make sense. You might as well cover something else, whether that's challenging the ball or going to the backboard. But they didn't do that there. The Pioneers' defensive synergy may be lacking. They'll have to step it up in game 3.
And both goals for Team Secret having an assist, telling me that their passes have been a lot more successful. It's a lot tighter, a lot safer, and it's been harder for KCP to intercept, whether it's maybe they can't play at the same pace as Team Secret, but on KCP's side, the passes are just not all there. They're being intercepted by Team Secret. KCP gotta play closer, play safer, and closer to the ball too, if not just amongst each other. But this is a new game.
This is a chance for them with the clean slate. The beauty about Rocket League, we're not just going to continue with the same goal differential, just amounting to something that can't be recovered. The Team Secret are right back to where they were for the vast majority of game 2. Is the offensive half of the ball. A team who, like we mentioned previously, were known for their defense, getting a top 4 in Rotterdam with some stellar defensive displays against some of the world's best teams. They've not been able to recapture that same success since then, but their playstyle still does work. On occasion on land, they took down OG in London recently, given Vitality a good run for their money yesterday, and they're definitely taking Pioneers into deep water right now.
So charitable of Team Secret to just let that go by and still make this a close game. Brad's going in for round 2. Fiber slams that down. How can KCP safely transition? Now this is a good chance. Fiber off the wall though, can't get this to Amphis. Mata quick to react. And that's what was so good about Team Secret's defense. Why they shut out KCP, and this cross is over.
That's a great try with the ground pinch by Amphis. Came out of nowhere, but did go wide. Early interceptions and a lot of passing plays. The Pioneers are attempting. Now they're in a 1v2 in defense. Fiber jumps over the bump, makes the save, and no follow-up from Team Secret. KV1 with a pointless reset.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a fake. You had one on the backboard and one in the net, and Team Secret going for more quality than quantity opportunities, I want to say. Superlocutors is slotted to the right and doesn't get through quite yet.
It looks like he was trying to fly ahead of the ball and bump the goalkeeper. Both teams, I should say, trying to get that aggressive play going. Wait a minute. Well, Amphis has scored here. Pioneers do get the lead. But was this an own goal? Or am I just blind? I might just be blind. Yeah, I'm just blind. It was Amphis. What a read. I didn't think he could get up there with the boost that he had, but yeah, he's just able to do that. And it's continuing to be just a back and forth pendulum swinging series. Not quite as much of a reaction on that one, though. I think game 2's calmed down the Pioneers a little bit.
And it's if KCP can find the right pace where Team Secret panic a bit on defense and don't make the perfect read just like that in the moment for Mata on the backboard. And it's KCP up first. Now Mata stealing boost and getting a demo, but doesn't have a second man close enough. Brad and KV1 were in the midfield, maybe trying to draw out those defenders. It's still making them shake. Mata doesn't even make connection on the 50. KV1 either. Brad's a third man back, and Super Lucky has to keep up with this and at least steals boost and puts KCP in a position to try and get Team Secret back.
I think we're seeing here that Pioneers are very happy playing with a lead, very happy playing on a tie game. And Team Secret are likewise very happy playing with a lead. Neither team has looked anywhere near as good when they're trailing. Team Secret have had more success equalizing and coming back, but when they get into those tie game situations, their style doesn't seem to be as effective as when they're just sitting on that 2-goal lead they had in Game 2, where they just had everything that they wanted, no risks needed. Now it's Pioneers who have regained. They've just brushed aside that Game 2 loss. Amphis, the one who played brilliantly to get the rebound over the top of a defender to open the scoring. Now they're looking to add to it. And it is going to be Fiber! Oh my goodness!
Why did he have so much time and freedom off the ball? He's off the ceiling too. Look at him go! He had time to come back from that.
I mean, we knew he was up there, but he came just flying back into the screen like a peregrine falcon. 2-0, Fiber once again with the huge play.
Really thought Team Secret's defense was good enough to mitigate these KCP threats, but that was just too much time given to KCP to get these follow-up touches. Team Secret are now suffering from those timings, and that's all fixed up, all thanks to Brad.
Oh my goodness, what a pass by KV1. I mean, Super Lucky won't be too upset about his knock to the corner, but KV1 reads the corner bounce, pings it back into the middle, and Brad was on that. 2-1, it's once again Secret looking to get the comeback.
2-1 with less than 90 seconds. And it's a scramble off kickoff. Brad has to take it high. Super Lucky's hoping to match that. Amphis in his shadow is Mata still fighting through all these bodies. Super Lucky not with the greatest touch as KV1 wants Brad to make something happen with this, but with no boost. You're barely making these touches, but you're making KCP really sweat for this. And Team Secret are so close to that equalizer. Here's a response though. Brad was back in time.
Yeah, important save there by Brad with very little boost at his disposal. KV1, they're just hiding inside that near post, a position that's harder to demo from the opponent's POV. Final 50 seconds, Pioneers. Such great reactions when they score, but now they're just trying to up their composure, stay focused, not get too excited, not, celebrate this one too early. Miss on the corner double. KV1 bangs it down the middle. That's going to be easy for Super Lucky though to collect, and great 50-50 into the back corner, and another one. That's a 2-for-1 for Super Lucky as he secured the boost as well.
Well, Fiber versus KV1, pretty matched up in the corner. Fiber doesn't get the corner boost spawn he was hoping for. Now Team Secret, this is the play they gotta make work with Brad in a low 50 situation. Mata gets a hand up. Brad is more focused on boost than the pass he were to receive, and that kills a lot of momentum for Team Secret. They gotta turn this around. How do you transition quick from the midfield? Here comes Team Secret. Here comes Brad. Drop on the ball. 0-second goal.
Brad with the air dribble bump pass. Mota slots the finish past two goalkeepers. Pioneers did not send enough players for that ball. They should have double committed on the overhead. It's so much harder to bump if they do. But Team Secret tie the game. Into overtime we go.
Another OT. Better not be like game one. That lasted forever, but Super Lucky did it. Well, thanks for not making that last too long. Everyone's on their feet. KCP, game 3 OT.
And again, it's Fiber with the flip reset. When they've needed him to produce the goods, he's done it 2 times. Flip reset, double to pass the ball middle in game 1. Now the solo play in game 3. Pioneers, double match point. And Team Secret, they need another response. They've had so many comebacks. They need another one if they're going to survive this series.
It's been punch for punch, and I like that the vibes never stop, no matter what game we just saw. Not this OT, but the one before that. And this series could very well go the distance. 2 OTs, one that lasted, like 4 minutes. This one lasting in the blink of an eye. What a fun game this is.
It was just a clinical performance from Pioneers. They were outshot, but when they got the chances, they took them. I mean, what a goal by Fiber. Amphis did well with the opening goal also. It's all about the solo plays in game 3. And Team Secret, I mean, so many highlight plays from this game. What a pass by Brad. Such a good decision. I love the shot selection there. When you need a goal, no time remaining, to go to the air double bump pass is one of the best all-in moves to go for. Not that it mattered. Gets another Fiber reaction that looks like a tournament win.
Now they got the blood flowing for sure. And after KCP just couldn't find that right tempo in the previous game, they put Super Lackey more at the front, just really try to push that offensive third and lead with more confidence. I felt like there was a lot of fear in KCP in the previous game, and they broke that down to now take the lead in the series. Match point. This Fiber, Super Lackey with the pass. KV won! Oh, couldn't keep up.
I mean, it was all the way from the kickoff. One pass out wide, Fiber, mid pass off the wall, and no beating Super Lucky to that ball. 8 seconds in, Pioneers are producing one of the best performances they've seen all season. A team who struggled online in Split 3. They took Seed 3 behind Chiefs and Power. Regionally, didn't even play in London. Now, at the World Championship, they're showing why they really are the 2 seed from OCE, maybe even wanting to be the 1 seed by the time all is said and done.
And you don't have to be the most mechanical team to win games against teams that are maybe more mechanical. It's just about the passing plays, and KV1 finally makes an appearance.
Yeah, Mota just chipping it out. Brad leaves it. They've got options either side of the box, making it very easy for Mota to pick out a pass there. Immediate response again. I mean, I feel like I've said it 100 times today. Team Secret, they do know how to just regain and get goals when the other team puts them in a tough position. The Pioneers still in a phenomenal spot. If you asked them this morning, hey, do you want to be 1-1 in Game 4 after leading 2-1 in the series? They'd take it. They'd say, hey, that sounds good to me. You know, we're not under any illusion of where we're at in this tournament. Team Secret are the favorites here. We want to upset them, and they're in a position to do so.
Super Lucky manages to also take some boost, but KV1's the one with the ball and not doing much with it. Didn't even have a supporting cast, and KV1 had no boost, but hey, it's space that Team Secret can still try to work back. KV1 with a pop-up to avoid Super Lucky. Now KV1 has time on the ball. Mata in the box, or at least in front of it, forcing a lot of commits from KCP. Brad with the double! Oh my God!
Oh, what a goal by Brad. I mean, there was a defender there, but Brad just went right through him. Double tap and a dunk as well. I mean, Fiber was boosted, so he couldn't get the best touch on the ball, but he went the wrong way with it, back into the middle with his touch instead of towards the corner. Maybe just didn't get the read on the back forward bounce.
This is the KCP defense, just a bit slow to the punch, and Team Secret seem to have found that weakness, putting a lot of salt in that wound. But it's Amphis beating Brad to the punch, to Fiber, to the side. KCP, can they really build that pressure to force those same mistakes from Team Secret's side? Now Amphis is gone. KCP's defense in trouble with just 2 up, but now relying on the respawns to maybe stop Mata in this situation. And he gets to the side.
Yeah, they were just steering Mata, just shepherding him into the back corner there as his air dribble looked to be going in a harmless direction. Still plenty time to go in this game. Teams have been converting leads pretty consistently this series, though. This would be the first time some teams come back from behind and actually won it. Team Secret testing the waters from one side of the box to the other. Pioneers have to show more defensive synergy than they did in Game 2 if they're going to escape the stranglehold they're currently in.
KCP running on solo boost that they have to be really careful in how they reach up to this ball. Team Secret, as a result, gets so much time in the air to keep racking up shots, and eventually this can go through. This KV1 making KCP sweat in that moment. Now here's a response. Running into Brad. Fiber assessing, leaving it to Amphis against KV1. Dodges it. This could land, no, not in front of the net, but back to KCP's hands, who are just making Secret run around like their heads are cut off.
Yeah, down to 2 minutes now. Fiber passing down to Amphis, but into the middle. Super Lucky's there. Top shelf denied by a Team Secret goalkeeper. There's been solo plays in Game 3 for Pioneers, now passing plays in Game 4 that have looked like they're generating the most successful chances. Unfortunately for them, Team Secret have had equally effective, if not better, passing plays at the other end.
This is...
Oh my.
Oh, Amphis! Lucky too, and that doesn't matter! Tie game!
On a bit of a facepalm there from KV1. He gave that ball away, just lost control of the back corner. Amphis immediately pounced on it, punished him by putting it back into the danger area. And once again, Pioneers have got that player at the far post side, immediately pouncing on the shot. Tie game. Pioneers 1 goal away from winning and moving to the 1-1 round.
That's what KCP needed. They just lacked a bit of energy. Kind of reminiscent of how KCP played in Game 2. Now looking a lot more active. Look at Mata too, picking up speed. Viper's back though, and Amphis drops us in a dangerous spot and actually forces it right back to Team Secret. KV1 though, he's got a triple man coverage. Brad! Slots it right where everybody was!
What a save, follow-up save there by Pioneers. I mean, they all committed to that ball thinking nobody else could save it. Combined forces kept it out. Team Secret again with the air double bump pass. This time Amphis makes himself as big as possible in the way of the ball, dodge the bump critically to stop that Team Secret attack.
KCP got to be careful with these touches defensively. Sometimes it ends up back in Team Secret's hands. You do not want that, as Super Lucky now just concedes this to KV1. An awkward touch, backflip from Amphis. Barely any boost from 2 players on KCP, and they need that mental and physical reset, giving now Team Secret a chance to lurk around. Now, the midfield broken through, but with no ball possession, KCP can't do anything about this. 1v1 with Brad and Fiber.
Whoa.
And KV1 has to adjust and go for the safer position towards net. And Super Lucky trying to set up Amphis. A lot of bounces. Can we get some shots on target? Almost moving the bodies out of the way.
Well, selfless play by Pioneers. They're always looking for the pass there, but no shot at the end of the sequence. And it might be Team Secret with the final chance in regulation. They've already scored 1 goal in 0 seconds. Can they do it again?
Fiber and Amphis. Super Lucky OT again, a third one. Will it be the Pioneers getting away with the series? Okay, Amphis just gets demoed. He doesn't get to play right now. Team Secret have an offense that builds up and feels like an avalanche. Takes a while for the Pioneers to get that same momentum, to get the wind in their sails, but they can get mistakes going. I'm hoping for the pump on Brad, but he gets into his shelter.
Oh, where was the follow-up? It looked like that was a guaranteed chance on net, but nobody committed to it. And now, Team Secret have got an opportunity. It's Brad. He can't get it past Amphis. The shot was too slow.
Just now launching this. Actually gets stopped in the midfield, and KV1 would have liked to launch that. It's probably too high on the ball anyway, and Super Lucky will get a hand up. Needs a good follow-up touch. He's going to assess the field first. What are his options? And Fiber needs to get a quicker touch, and Team Secret just ran at him. Thinking KCP's defense is weaker than it is. 1 minute into OT, Brad in a 1v2. Easy 50 for Amphis.
It's looking like Team Secret are just trying to establish that same offensive pressure, the consistent pressure that's yielded them such great results in the series. And again, the air dribble bump pass attempted. Pioneers have responded well to it in this 4th game whenever it's been tried by Team Secret. As for breaking out of defense, it's looking to be quite difficult for Pioneers. They've done so here, but look how much space Team Secret have got. Immediate jump here, pre-jump by Amphis, matching the ball's out on the way, but it's another bump to take him out, and Mota once again on the end of it to score.
And Champions Field to settle the score between South America and OCE. Physical play favoring Team Secret. That aggression that finally boiled over into KCP's half. What a series.
Hey,
so fun.
First game 5 of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And it is an absolute banger. There have been highlight reel plays on both sides. Team Secret sticking to the game plan. They've identified a weakness perhaps in Pioneers' defense. The air double bump pass has been effective on multiple occasions for the Brazilian team, and it was the tie goal in game 3, the winning goal in game 4 from that exact same play. Pioneers have got to send 2. You've got to send 1 player up in the air just to get bumped, and then another player up in the air to actually hit the ball. They're not doing so, and Team Secret committing 2 players to the play against just 1, getting results every single time, it would seem. They're either scoring or putting Pioneers in a tough position. Look how quick Mott is up for that. He knows it's coming. Great comms. Team Secret send it to 5.
Was that 17 shots though from Team Secret versus 7, and it went to OT and they only won by 1, like obviously because OT, but the fact that there was that many shots from Team Secret tells me again quality is important. passing is important. Solo plays, yeah, there are definitely mechanical players that can get away with that. But I don't want to just see non-stop aggression. I want it to have a plan. I want it to have purpose. And I think those 17 shots could net a lot more goals if that happened.
Well, you know, though, I think Pioneers did miss an opportunity in that OT. Right at the start of it, Amphis centered the ball. He was making it awkward for the goalie to gain access to the ball by sticking around in a bump position. Good save by Brad. Top bins. Shot denied early in game 5. You know, Pioneers have got to trust each other with those passing plays. You've got to trust when the ball's coming across that it's going to get to its destination. Like you said, they've not had as many chances as Team Secret have. You've got to be clinical when they come.
And this is the best look we've seen from KCP, especially after their Genomates match. Like, we didn't get a true sense of where their peak was. And now in Champions Field, it's all here and now. As Mata with the launch from one side to the other. KV1 gets the demo and wanted to make contact with Fiber 2, but Fiber dodges, gets a hand up. Defense alive and well for KCP.
Yeah, both teams tentative at the start of game 5, but now a massive chance for Brad. He's going for the backboard. Tough read for Fiber. Can't get it. It's a pass middle, and it's KV1 with a slot. This is the exact same play that won the game for Pioneers in game 1. The double into the mid. Selfless play by Secret. And it's a 1-goal lead.
There's Fiber was more threatened by the potential double. Didn't know it was a pass, and I like that variety from Team Secret. We talked about quality, and that's what that is. And how they unite on the front is Mata almost wanted, it looked like a musty at the start, the way he was flipping and then went for the demo, and KV1's pushing people around. A lot more physicality from Team Secret.
Well, will it be another heartbreak for OCE? Team Secret were able to take down Chiefs in 5 in London. They're looking to repeat that against the OCE 2 seed in the World Championship. Pioneers have had their moments. They've had many moments. And highlight reel plays I'm sure they're going to be proud of when they look back on them. But it does sting when you've got all of these plays, all these good plays, highlight reel plays, in a series you lost. They need to try and fight, dig deep here. And when the chance comes, be there to take it.
Okay, there's a demo on the defense of Secret, but KCP are not keeping the ball close to their chest, and they're still having to challenge and fight for it. And it's a 51 by Team Secret that could have set them up for a potential goal, a second one, but losing that and feeling like giving up unnecessary space to KCP when I think Team Secret could be more aggressive, especially how wobbly KCP look on defense at times. Here's Super Lucky. Amphis having to 180 around.
Brad again looking for the double. It was KV1 who cut rotation there to intercept the ball. Mata also backboard wide open, but a half flip save by Amphis keeps it a 1-goal game.
Now KCP have to clear and make the most out of this. Team Secret committed. But look, the KCP clear, and it's Team Secret beating them to the punch. It's how KCP can get a good counterattack at these moments. 2v1, and it's a very soft shot that Amphis can make the save for. Now, Super Lucky using a lot of boost just to kind of match up KV1, giving a chance for Fiber, slotted high in the rebound to KCP!
They were there for it this time. They read the miss. As the ball came across in game 4, no one is there. This time it's Super Lucky. You'd expect Brad to have a touch there, but you never know. You might as well be there, because if he does miss, you are getting the freest goal you've had all day, and Pioneers do take it.
I don't think there's been 2 series of a lead with, I think 2 goals is the most we've seen. Such an even matchup, and one that means a lot. Now Fiber and Amphis, Brad trying to cut it down, look for the pass, look for the shot, and he still makes the right decision. But the ball is still in the hands of KCP, but just barely. As Monica get a good touch off the bounce, but Fiber wasn't quick enough to react and gets a chance for Team Secret to make some space.
Tensions rise in game 5 as Pioneers make the comeback this time. Mata, slow play at the near post. Amphis just had to play the ball there. He did well, but KV1 has so much boost. Not really a lot available for Pioneers. Fiber running dry, Super Lucky likewise. Amphis, the only player with 100, and it's the boost starving that causes the problems. Right as we're talking about it, we see them fail to scramble back and make the save.
They both players on KCP wanted that corner boost. As they're arguing about it, someone forgot about the nets. A little too focused on anything but the defense. Team Secret get a lead in less than 90 seconds. KCP have always been quick, though, to equalize.
It's so hard to keep your composure in those situations. I mean, you just want to have a comfortable amount of boost, and 25 boost, 20 boost just doesn't feel comfortable. You need to be disciplined and just tell yourself it's fine. 20 is plenty in those situations. Even if you have to make saves, you can jump up to the crossbar with something like 10 and save anything if you need to. And now with just a minute left on the clock, Team Secret in the driver's seat with ball control, just frustrating Pioneers playing keep away.
As soon as KCP have boost, they don't have the ball and they're so far away from it, so they gotta talk about who's gonna be the first to attack this. I think Fiber is that reliable guy usually, and that bounce off the ceiling, not ideal for KV1 or Team Secret, but KCP again, too slow to react and make the most out of these windows of opportunity that are so short. KV1 to the backboard, double Amphis, good, and it goes to Super Lucky, safe play by KCP.
Yeah, they're kind of panicking though, they're giving the possession away. Team Secret so good at holding on to these leads late in the game. It's a miss and a free ball for KV1, and that could be it. They're on their feet, they're yelling in the direction of the Pioneers, who have tried to push up and get a chance with the seconds running down, but they've overset the mark, and it's a 2-goal difference. They're gonna need a kickoff strat and a goal immediately if they're gonna have a chance here.
Yeah, Amphis needed to make contact. He missed the challenge, and then the third man was in the midfield, and the ball sailed across his head. KCP, which is a horrible defensive mistake, costing them the game 5 to put them into an 0-2 spot. Team Secret adding insult to injury.
For the second event in a row in London and now at the World Championship in Dallas, it's Team Secret taking down OCE's second seed in 5 games, continuing to edge out OCE in the rivalry. But they had to really fight for this one. This was a close series, and Pioneers had many, many moments that they're going to look back on fondly. I think that we could be seeing some of their plays in highlight reels tomorrow, depending on the level of play that we see later on today. But what a series. And even after all of the tension, all of the ferocity that was displayed on the pitch and during the match, it's all handshakes and GGs afterwards by the two teams who have great respect for each other. And after a match like that, it's great to see.
You saw a lot of fluctuations from the KCP side, but it still meant that with the lows come those highs, and you saw the peaks of how much better KCP played today compared to yesterday. Obviously, it's Channelmates. That's a very tough matchup, but Team Secret had less high and low fluctuations, but still needing to reach a peak. We know Team Secret are capable of so much more.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I think, Team Secret, they can play up as well. They struggled here to dispose of a team they're supposed to beat, but they're going to be looking for upsets in the next round.
Yeah, going all the way to Champions Field, our first Game 5 of the tournament, and a lot of excitement. I'm excited to hear from Leaf with an interview with the boys from South America. So I hope you guys have all been enjoying the show. Let's go say hi to Leaf.
I also hope they've been enjoying the show because it's been a great show so far. Brad, congratulations on that very tight win.
Yeah, we started a bit shaky, but we figured out soon, so not so hard, but
Not so hard, he says. It went the distance to the end there. It was really tight. Walk me through, I guess, the ups and downs through the technical aspects. What was the team trying to figure out to win this that kept it so close?
I think because they were playing really fast.
Right.
Like all Oceania players play really fast, so we started a bit slow, so took some time to take the play
Sam is fast too.
Yeah, but they are pretty crazy playing.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm curious now your thoughts on the region as a whole, because back in London, I believe you guys beat the Chiefs in a Game 5 as well. That was also a close series. What do you think of the region? Do you feel like this is becoming a bit of a rivalry for at least you in the region?
Nah, I don't think so. To be honest, I think San 2,
right,
it's above.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you keep winning, so yeah.
So I don't think it's a rivalry.
Talking to the energy levels, you guys, because by the end of it, you guys were popping off. You were yelling and standing up. And you guys went over and shook hands, so it seems like there's no bad blood or anything. Is that something that you guys enjoy doing, that you need to do?
Yeah. It's just something we have, because like we are Brazilian, so we have that feeling, that emotion, that passion. So I love those guys. So not against them, you know, just us.
Cool. Hey, now for going forward, you guys, how do you make sure to carry that momentum? How do you make sure you start the next series you play going fast?
I think just to be focused, you know, just heard what Vixie has to say to us, and focus on the game.
It's harder than he says it is. So anyways, you got the win. It was close. You gave us a good show. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There it is, Brad King. And we have a lot more matches coming your way. I believe I see OG and SSG sitting down for our next match, NA versus NA on the other side.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
Another chapter in the heartbreaking tale of OC has been added to. They will look towards the next round to try and put that right. But before we go anywhere else, we need to wrap up the 0-1 round. And it is an inter-regional matchup. OG Esports taking on Space Station. And we are starting off, Stacks, with that man right there, Captain Canada.
Yeah, and Father Time himself has not been able to outlast JNAP, the oldest player here at the World Championship. Oldest team. And of course, they would prefer most experienced team at this World Championship. And, you know, when this team all came together, which feels like forever ago at this point, because it's been such a wild ride for them, you thought, there's no way, right? I mean, you couldn't have possibly had a worse start to the season. And then suddenly they put it all together right at just the right moment, and they've persevered up here to the World Championship. And with this much experience, you give them at least a puncher's chance.
And their opponents for this round, Space Station Gaming, came into this event. There was a lot of hope that I was hearing behind the scenes that they would be able to make a splash. Well, yesterday they made a splash, but it was in the wrong sort of fashion. They get a chance today to take on OG and get themselves in the winners column. And they look locked in, ready to go.
And this is a team that does lock in probably better than most of the other North American teams, other than, you know, say G2. And the consistency that we've seen out of Space Station Gaming coming down the stretch. I mean, it took them some time to put it all together, get the right pieces in place. But once they got there, I mean, Hawkster has been steadily improving through the entire second half of this season. And if he continues that through this World Championship, it's going to spell great things for SSG.
And there's some organizations that you just associate when it comes to Rocket League. You think your Vitalities, your G2s. Space Station, though, has been around for a very long time now, always fielding top-level teams. This is the one that they have brought to this year's World Championship. So hashtag OG or hashtag SSG in the chat for the progressive fan vote. Let us know who you think is moving on. This was one of the more split, I believe, when it came to our predictions overall. I was going to ask you if you who you were going for. I'm going to ask you if you can remember who you went for, because we do like 8 at a time.
Actually, I'm pretty sure almost everybody went with SSG. I don't think it was that split. I know Bates went with OG because
Bates needs OG to win this, by the way.
Bates would pick OG against the Monstars at this point.
The Monstars lost.
They did lose.
They were pretty useless, to be honest.
But they were the favorites going in.
Yeah, but they're 0-2.
That is true.
One of these teams is about to be 0-2.
They are.
So they will be the Monstars, as you can see. You at home, 68% versus 32%. So you are joining us over on the desk, believing that SSG are going to be the team to move on. Torment has rallied the troops. They are good to go. To head over to Manfield Night. One of these teams is going to be on the cusp of elimination. A whole year's worth of planning, preparation, and determination might be falling through their fingers. OG look to bounce back. SSG look to move forward. Let's get through to game number 1.
Manfield Night, the backdrop. Iconic as ever for our opening game here as we round out the 0-1s. Game 1, brought to you by Progressive as Space Station Gaming and OG Esports do battle. Yes, 1 foot out the door if you come up short here. The urgency absolutely must be there as we see Naps and Chicago go head-to-head. And if you're a little sentimentalist, as I am, it hurts a little bit watching them do battle knowing what's at stake here.
Opposite side of that, though, is just how well these players have done since moving on to keep themselves going, because it's so difficult to stay at the top level of Rocket League. Yes, people can meme around, but the fact that players make it here is unbelievable. The amount of work and effort that goes into that. Scom now has to trek back. LJ, he's waiting for the pass, couldn't get to it. Chicago spotted the danger, got rid of it.
Be kind of almost a clash of styles here, because you know how physical OG can be. They've changed that up just a little bit as the season has gone on. Com has taken on more of an offensive role. He's almost kind of had a virtuoso-esque trajectory where, okay, he's known for his demos, and then he's suddenly, all of a sudden, he's putting the ball in the back of the net a little more often. You're like, okay, now we've got another threat we have to deal with and that served OG very well.
Calm with the opportunity this weekend for his first crowd matches since second time we went to London just over 2 years ago. Will he be going into it for a very long day on Friday, or can he just cut that down a little bit more? LJ over the top of Nolly. He can keep that one going. There's no more boost available, but in comes Hoxer, and he's going to need a little bit more sauce the next time he takes that.
Going back to talking about Chicago and JNAPS, you know, it was a year ago at Carmine versus the World, KCX3, where they had the last dance for Chicago's Bulls, as they put it. And it's amazing to think a year later, adversaries on the world stage, granted in the Swiss Abyss for now, not out on the main stage, as Chicago will scramble back in time. Now LJ looking for Chicago. Nothing there. And nothing else for SSG. I mean, neither team has particularly been threatening in this first half of game one. JNAPS has to range back and barely got that as it sailed high over the bar.
Yeah, the Heat Seeker just going to test him. Not necessarily expecting to score from those, but if you can just get a bad touch from the defender, then you are all in on the offense. JNAPS passed it reasonably well. Hoxer, nice fake out on the first touch. Didn't allow JNAPS to take it off him. JNAPS responds in kind by getting rid of his car entirely. Now Nolly pre-jump backboard. LJ's got that scouted quite a while ago.
Waiting for somebody to just blink. I mean, you're going to have it come down to somebody making a pre-jump, somebody taking that first risk. And whether it works out or not, you have to imagine the first goal will come from one side or the other. Double tap, just try to drop that down, and there was nobody in support.
Well, you brought up earlier on just how many of these players have played on teams with each other, and we are seeing it in a game like this one, where nobody's shocked by any of the offense coming forward. It's not been bad offense. It's just when you've been playing with people all the time, you know what the tendencies are. LJ looking to try and be the wild card flip, reset to Chicago, and Com gets there. Both teams trying, neither team able to break across the line.
Just waiting for that first high-quality chance. I mean, again, you've seen the ball get close. No secrets from either of these sides. And this is a game where every game could be a one-goal game. Every game could go to overtime. You could have lengthy overtimes built up over the course of this series. Of course, everything could just be 1-0. I'm sure you would like that, Shogi.
We will get there. I've already had my heart broken once this weekend. Here is Chicago with Hoxer. Again, oh, that's an own goal. Well, we were wondering what it was going to be for the surprise. The surprise is the misread from the defender. Nolly knew he had to get there before Hoxer, but Chicago kept on following it.
That's happened a lot this week already. What a gift for Chicago with a minute to go. Playing his 100th World Championship game. Just gets a gift wrap. And that's how SSG get the opening goal. And if now, of course, you can almost sit on that.
JNAPS plays the ball out, and yeah, now Space Station going to be very difficult to break down. 40 seconds. OG have got to find something big. First things first, they've got to get this ball out there inside the field, and the spread of the players isn't favoring them for that. Hoxer trying to style, double commit to try and get to that ball. Good challenge, though, from Com. They needed that. Nolly has some space. Com goes chasing down for boost. Not much coming from this just yet, but small wins for Oxygen, or for OG. Could very well put them in position. Oh, that's massive, though, from Chicago.
Oh, almost had it there with the pre-flip as well. Down to 10 seconds, though. OG's got to go. Need the ball going the opposite direction it currently is. Down to 3 seconds. Got to get it across. Nolly onto him. No. JNAPS skied up there, and Com's going to have to read this. JNAPS will pressure. Here comes Com. Here's Nolly. It's not going to work out, and SSG off a deflection that goes off Nolly. And you don't really fault him for it, but that's how game one goes to Space Station.
He knew he had to go. He knew that the pass was going to happen. The fact that Chicago just followed the ball the entire way was a massive shock to Nolly. So that is one that they are going to have to try and put behind them reasonably quickly. Here you go. Here's one more. Have a look. Nolly, again, realizes it, but Chicago's done it so well just to keep himself on the right side of that. and it is a laser beam.
Well, unlucky for OG in the opener. They do get outshot 11-1. It's hard to say unlucky. I mean, they did not have
did take one shot.
any pressure. Calm had the one shot for OG. Otherwise, it was Space Station Gaming. It was almost just OG trying to hang on forever. Yeah. And finally,
I mean, I would take 2 more of those. To be, but personally speaking,
of course.
Of course you would. We'll see when we get there.
I mean, if it's a best of 5, is it cheap? Wouldn't you rather have it happen in a best of 7 to have every game go 1-0?
I would take it in a best of 3 stacks. I don't care, okay? Give me the 1-0, give me a 1-0, and you know what? To top it off a good measure, give me a 1-0. But I'll only go biased for that if this one ends up being a 1-0 for Space Station. Before then, I'm unbiased. I'm now biased. I'm sorry, everybody at home. This is maybe the worst timing for it possible.
Opening kickoff, 4 seconds in. And J-Naps just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. LJ goes right over top of him. And it is Space Station Gaming. So what does that amount to? 2 goals in 1 minute and 4 seconds? And both to take a lead.
Yeah, but only 1 more goal for the next 14 minutes 53, I reckon.
I don't know about that. The way SSG might be heating up.
I'm expecting an OT in there as well, just to really make me sweat.
Does it really count if it goes to overtime?
Yeah, because if the next one goes to OT, I need OG not to win it.
Well, right now, OG would love to get 1 to the good, just to get on the board. Had that one go in off of Nolly. Love for him to get one into the proper net, just to get his confidence up a little bit. Never seems to be lacking for confidence, to be fair. Got that pass over towards J-Nap, so he's getting chased down. So instead, he goes headhunting, and everybody just comes up empty. Finally, Khan will just take a shot. It's just off the mark, but he has an open net, and he'll clean up the mess himself.
Well, I'll worry about that stuff later on. For now, Space Station needs to wonder how on earth they got bamboozled by the post. Hits it. The magic trick puts it away from them. 1-1. OG, with only their 2nd shot of the series, have got it all tied back up.
Well, welcome to the series, OG Esports. Now it's game on. Hoxer trying to factor into this play. Got it back towards Chicago, but he's knocked up into the sky. Now LJ, flip reset to set up Hoxer, and it's blocked out.
Space Station are looking like they're getting more and more confident here. Realize that not only might they have to pre-jump in order to outpace OG on defense, but they actually feel pretty happy to. Hoxer a little bit too close. Chicago will be unchallenged for all of this. You can really see Hoxer loitering towards that backboard. He did this earlier on with 0 boost. Imagine what he can do with a little bit more than that. But all the offense throughout this series has been Space Station. They now need to find the goals to go with it. You would imagine the player that we just saw on that ball, LJ, will be the one to provide the opportunities. Oh, that is such a harsh bounce. Up goes Hoxer. Calm there just in time.
What can Chicago do here? He might try to take that himself, but not given any quarter at all. OG very quickly onto him. You can see the pace just picking up a little bit now from both these squads. Of course, you really like to see that just as a fan of the game. Because listen, 1-0's exciting. 2-1, okay, it's exciting. Give me like a 5-4 game in there somewhere. Give me some old-fashioned Sam Rocket League.
Well, he's going to try and at least play it down to a teammate. OG are very hesitant to pull the trigger. They don't want to ever send that 2nd player forward unless they know they've got that big win. Unfortunately for them, they just haven't had that yet. I feel like it is a little bit hopeful to expect that they will. Gonna have to take some risks. Com treks back yet again with Chicago for company. That pops out to LJ, whose touch he's made it very difficult to follow up on, even more so now that he's lost his car. J-Naps with Cotton far side. If I've spotted him, you already know the Space Station has spotted him. And that's just a little bit of my worry here. The ideas are there, but the ideas are lingering for that's a lot quicker. And that time, Space Station couldn't react, just about unable to get to that ball in time.
Now watch out on the counterattack. Now Hoxer have this waterfall down, but swept out by Calm. There is more confidence on the side of SSG, and for good reasons. That shot's gone wide, so yeah, great timing. Shot on here is going to get through, and Hawkster will break the tie. A team that is 2-1 against OG in the second half of the season now has a 2-1 lead on them.
Yeah, Com's the only one with boost, so he's got to get something on that play. Ended up just chasing the ball around. Out of position by the end, and Space Station 2-1 to the better. Well, this might be a nice position for them to go to. JNAPS has got boost, pops the ball up high, and Com has outpaced them. They've gone for it, and Hoxer just lands on the ball. Now trying to counter-attack. Flicks the ball long. Com goes up. Couldn't get the pinch against the backboard. That would have helped out a lot. But they have players in the right positions. And OG, their positioning is so good. I feel like their positioning is for like a couple of paces faster than their play has actually been.
We're come up on the final minute. It's got to speed up now for OG. Somebody's got to take a chance. Somebody's got to have a little confidence in their teammates' ability to win a 50. Hoxer had support from LJ behind him.
Boy, stop.
Coming up, boy. SSG went all in with a lead, and they're lucky that JNAV pushed that wide because nobody was going to get back for that. Space Station played that exchange at midfield like they were down a goal.
And OG will wonder how on earth they have not got this back to 2 each. You're not going to get many more opportunities like that. 30 seconds on the clock. JNAPS with Com to his left-hand side. Chicago spots it, gets there. Hoxer now back up. Nolly is going to try and wait for his opportunity. And Hoxer is not going to make it all that comfortable to pick up on. Com waiting midfield. 10 seconds on the clock. Ceiling for the pinch. Couldn't get there. LJ takes control.
Final countdown. OG's got to move, and that little flip over Nolly is going to make things real tough for OG. Pass. Oh, no shot at all. And Space Station survives another one-goal game.
Twice. If there was any boost for Chicago, for JNAPS, they would have scored twice. But it has not been the case because Space Station Gaming are dominating the boost across the field, and it made the difference.
Unreal. I mean, you have to have a short-term memory in this sport, unless you just get bogged down by what might have been. But LJ hits the open net, and OG does not, and you just wonder, my gosh, what might have been after Com had the equalizer. And then you give up this one, where Hoxer's able to thread the needle. And we're probably not going to see the opportunity that got away from JNAPS at the end. But to see SSG just diving at midfield like they were down 2 or 3 goals with a lead late.
I mean, both of these teams are really struggling to outplay one another. There's been I would definitely say Space Station been the faster of the teams. They've had the better of those exchanges, but there's not been a big movie like, okay, utterly destroyed the defense and got the goal in. This has all been about moments. And when Space Station get their moments, they score them. When OG get their moments, it goes horribly wrong. And it has to change, and it has to change right now.
Well, far be it from me to criticize anybody for missing an empty net. Just put a pin in that. You'll understand what I mean by the end of the week. But man, that one's going to haunt OG if they can't come back here. Now they must win 3 in a row to fend off SSG. I mean, hey, listen, going down to 0-2, it's not an immediate death sentence when you look at what's going to be waiting for you in the 3rd round. But you do have a day to kind of stew on it for a bit. And then think about what would be coming in what's likely to be a 4th round.
Oh,
that one down in front. Hoxer's there. Space Station's up 1.
But OG really could do about this being 0-3. I'm not necessarily the person to talk to when it comes to seeding, but you want to be towards that top side of the seeding. You want to be the best of those teams in the 0s, 2s, at the very least. Get yourself easier matchups in the future. Allow yourself to make that run on Friday.
Well, the last thing you want to do is just be a team that looks wounded going into those 0-2 matches, because the last thing you want to give a team like Limitless or Gladiators,
especially Pioneers at the moment.
Yeah, and Pioneers, the way they're going, is any amount of confidence at all.
Pioneers not able to get across the line earlier on, but you don't want to be running into them. LJ looking for the bump. Nolly can't get there. Post is going to help them out, but only for so long. Hoxer makes it 2.
5 goals for SSG in the series, and Hoxer's got 3 of them. Far downski, and it just got across the line before Com could get there. And SSG starting to roll now. And again, with OG having only scored the 1 goal so far in this series, this looks insurmountable. And a clever kickoff from SSG. Can Chicago line it up? No way.
They usually want a step extra on that one. Oh, good touch. LJ had his wits about him to try and get back when he did. That's the follow-up after the fact. It is taking all the sizzle out of this steak. Good challenge there from Com. Get the feeling that they need to do this with a decent chunk of time remaining. You don't want to leave getting this first goal for a minute left. JNaps on the turn. Seems like a puppet on strings at the moment from some of these passing plays from Space Station. In field, Nolly powers it backboard. There's the miss from LJ. Com drops it to Nolly. Will he play it back? Yes, he will. And again! It's always the pass, and it's been to the same player. They can't finish it off.
How does it happen? Several times in a row. And then they're going to get punished for it? No, that one's saved away off of LJ. And now Nolly back the other way. But yeah, the passing just has not connected. That shot saved away from the goal line as well. OG have been oh so close, but this is Rocket League and not horseshoes. It's not good enough. Another infield pass. That one connected, but JNaps hit the crossbar. And OG have been just a tiny bit off, and it's just enough to keep them off the scoreboard.
Oh, the bounce as well. Completely flummoxed Nolly. Gonna still be in position, actually. Couldn't get there in time. LJ on the breakaway to try and put this series away. Just couldn't get enough power on it. 2 minutes on the clock. Play to the far side. Nolly on the chase. Plays for the boost. Now they're going to follow. Shot underneath. Through the legs. Chicago can't get there.
Got a little help as well. As JNaps finally just lines one up. Chicago jumping, anticipating where it's going. Well placed by Uncle Naps. Only the 2nd goal for OG in the series. They need another to at least get themselves in position for overtime.
Oh, here comes Hoxer, looking to try and re-establish. He almost found the bump, but they've got players hitting the post. Next one up, Nolly gets there in time to a Com that was just landing on it. Any different timing, that one could have just been on target entirely. JNaps was pre-jump. Okay, well, I'm not going to question that one too much, because now you've got to get back all the way to your net. You can't afford to let another one go in here, OG, or it might be too much work.
Well, that's another one where ball gets away from SSG just a little bit. A little fortunate that it was off to the side. Oh, Chicago now has that kick right out in front. LJ tracking.
This is brilliant here from Space Station. Just don't overcommit. Chicago, again, the exact same thing. Just take the ball and don't really play it in a dangerous position. If you can get yourself a goal-scoring opportunity, that's lovely. But every air dribble kills so much time off the clock.
Well, the other problem, too, is OG's going to have to make a play, and that means taking a chance. Going in on a play where you might be vulnerable in the back. Nolly try to force that ball through. JNaps, fake, shot from Com! Slots it bottom right, and we're all tied!
How do you have the confidence to fake that, JNaps? You're up against the time, you know it's dwindling away, and they still come. I'm leaving it. It's on you. Get us back into this game. OG2, Space Station 2.
Com has stepped up as a leader over the past several months on this squad, and he has rewarded that confidence. JNaps on target again, but this time saved out. Those shots are finding the mark now, and Space Station having to work a little extra to keep them out of the net.
Oh, they're getting each other's way a little bit here. But one thing OG have not lacked for in this game, and the last one, is opportunities.
Oh,
they need to hit that ball. Oh, Com bails his team out of trouble.
On both ends again, but now here's LJ for the win with 12 seconds.
You don't hit it better than that. You've got Calm, you've got Nolly. Put it through the middle of them and put your team back up by 1. 12 seconds. OG, what response do you have?
Do they have anything up their sleeve on the kickoff? Naps will chase it down. He's got plenty in the tank. Nolly underneath. J-Naps headhunting. Here comes Calm, and it's just wide again by the slimmest of margins. And now Calm has to reset. Got it through 1. Hit it where they ain't. J-Naps will do all he can. Needs a teammate. He's got Nolly, but now they've got no hope. And Space Station, it's a sweep for SSG.
They got it done in the end. They got the result that they needed. And they might be happy that they got it finished in that game 3 because OG looked like they were starting to figure it out a little bit more. But we don't deal in maybes at the World Championship. We dealt with those earlier on the season. Now you have to go and get the job done. SSG have done exactly that. They go to 1-1. We will see them play again tomorrow. For OG, they will take a day off. For Cobb, at the very least, he is going to get plenty of crowd experience. There's going to be a long, long day on Friday. But we know what OG can do. We know they can bounce back from positions like this. It's that one step beyond, that 2-2 round that has haunted them previously. They need to overcome that demon.
I mean, just hold up a controller, and just the width of that controller is the difference between OG having just the 3 goals they scored in the series and having about 7 or 8.
It's frustrating. I understand the frustration of the OG fans everywhere because you see the vision. You see what it's supposed to be. They're that close all the time. Like you mentioned, they are 10 boosts away from some of the best Rocket League we see in this tournament. But this was the player that everyone wanted to see wake up in this tournament. LJ was so quiet yesterday. This time around, the player that they want him and more importantly, need him to be.
Yeah, what a series. I mean, a 3-headed monster. That was Space Station Gaming. They are victorious. Chicago had the opening goal in his 100th game at Worlds, and Leaf is standing by to talk with Reed Curry.
That's right. We got the Chicago down here on the well, this is in the field. You guys just got off the field, and you guys got a victory, so congratulations on that. It looked like you guys had that matchup, but pretty well handled.
Yeah, I mean, we played OG so many times this season that it's like pretty comfortable compared to Carmine. Obviously, yesterday that was rough, but you know, the way they play, you can't really do too much. Like, it's always going to be a scrappy fight. So I was happy. I'm happy with the win. Still think we have a lot more to show. It was decent, but at the end of the day, a win is a win, so I'm pretty happy.
Right. Well, speaking of scrapping, I saw Rizzo just tweeted. He said every time he sees you and Naps playing against each other, it's like his dads are fighting. How do you feel in general with the matchup yourself? I mean, like, do you enjoy playing that matchup despite the scrap?
Talking about me and J-Naps? Yeah. Honestly, I don't know, bro. J-Naps is like a brother to me. I hate playing against him, especially when it's like at such a big event where the stakes are so big. But again, like, I hope I hope they can come back. We both make it to playoffs. Who knows? That probably won't happen, but you know, yeah, like, he's one of the GOATs. I never have anything bad to say about him. But in this case, beating him is the best feeling right now.
Well, of course. I mean, you're at Worlds. Right now, you're all here to do a job, and you guys got that job done there. And speaking of the rest of the competition, I forget who asked earlier, but they agreed that there are so many teams right now that could probably win this entire thing. How do you feel in terms of just being as a player that's been around for so long, how the competition is now at the top level?
Yeah, it's definitely probably one of the more stacked Worlds. You got, I mean, MENA, like Falcons and G2 are on their own tier. And then you have teams, obviously, in EU, Gen G, that can win it. Obviously, I think we need to perform better, but obviously, I think we can beat anyone on a day. But it's a lot of fun, but it's also very stressful because
imagine
there's no mistakes allowed. You know, if you screw up, it could be the end of the road.
Now, just speaking to the situation here, this is kind of a cool setup we got going on. Can you guys hear like the casters in that? And like, does it give you more of that like live environment feel? Because I'm loving it so far.
No, this is really fun. I like it compared to the other majors where it's just kind of like 2 booths.
You're off to the side.
Can't hear the casters or anything like that, but you can hear. It is pretty funny when you're warming up. And like, for example, we saw KCP and they're roaring, right? I don't think we were roaring like that, but it's fun. And it's like kind of, it puts you in that LAN environment, and it's cool to see, and it makes it more exciting, you know?
Hey, you said the competition is high, but you got a dub here. It feels good. Carry that on forward. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
All right. So much more Rocket League to go to. So let's just go to a break. Let's get rolling onwards. G2 versus Power up next. Power seeing if they can do what they did before, but by golly, is G2. Stay tuned.
Return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
We have reached our cruising altitude for day 2. Halfway through, we got the 1-0 matches left to go. The Pioneers, what a performance from them, but not quite enough there. We finally went to Champions Field, but Secret are able to do it in Game 5. And then SSG, quick work of OG. OG going to have to wait till Friday to seek out redemption, and they've got a long road ahead of them if they want their story to continue here at the World Championship. Welcome back, folks. Bates, you were almost right there on Fiber. Almost.
I mean, I almost was. Listen, they played. Fiber might have had his best series he's ever played in his life. Amphids averaged 554, I think, per game. They simply didn't get the job done. Up 2-1. We saw it. The net was empty. Somebody backflip for KC, QT Pioneers, and then ultimately nobody was there to finish it. And when we went Game 5, I was a little worried. It's the OC confidence. It came back out. Secret, they took it from them once again.
Yeah, it's a shame. Throw CE. Came back full into play. They just couldn't get it done. They had that winning tilt. We've spoken about it so many times. They do what they need to do. They're being aggressive. They're pushing forward. They're making Secret so uncomfortable.
And then they stop.
And then when it then comes back to them, they're like, oh no, Game 5, we're scared now. Yeah. And then they lose it.
Lost.
Secret, they came out as the better team Game 5. Shame for OCE.
Only 3 goals for SSG against Carmine Core yesterday. How'd you feel about SSG and their bounce back today?
They looked better. It was a more balanced attack, but it is against OG, who have not looked good on land pretty much all year. So we'll see what they can do on Friday. Space Station, I think that's where they want to be. We expect them probably to be 1-1 at this point, so they'll go into tomorrow. We'll see what matchup they get. Maybe it's a favorable one, maybe it's not. So we'll wait and see.
Okay, well, we have the 0-1 matches are done for the day. It's now time to get over onto the 1-0 matches there. Finally got to Champions Field. Otherwise, it's been sweeps on the day. Maybe we'll see a series end in 4 games up here in the top. But we got Carmine Cork playing Furia a little bit later on. They'll close out the day. Not quite, actually. The Gentlemates of Alpine versus Vitality will close out the day. We'll also see Falcons versus BDS immediately after this match. We're going to cover next year. Quick thoughts on Falcons and BDS? I mean, that one should be a barn burner.
Powerhouse matchup. It's the EWC Grand Finals all over again. Can BDS come out on top? We'll find out.
But it's not the grand final, so Falcons will probably win.
That's
true. That's true. And man, with how fierce they looked yesterday, they are flying with talons out right now. So watch out for them. Let's talk about the match we've got in front of us, though. Power versus the reigning major champions and tournament favorites, G2.
G2 Stride, you know exactly what they bring to the table. Daniel, Atomic, Beast Mode. Need I say more? I don't think I need to. But I'll tell you this, though. That power squad, though. They did take out a Gen G team that has been on an uptrend. And Power, they did it in dominating fashion. I said the shots earlier. I think Power shot about 15 times more than Gen G did throughout the whole entire series.
But, Pete, we're looking at G2. You got to hype up your boys, G2. Of course, yes. You don't have to say much. They're the #1 team in the world. Beast Mode, the best player in the world. Daniel has been popping off as well, and I think he's that X factor. He's that closer. I need him to score those clutch goals when it matters most. Atomic, he kind of does the dirty work throughout the match, and he doesn't get as much praise as his teammates, but he definitely deserves it.
I mean, he should deserve it because he's actually the most accomplished person on the team. And he's the one that they want to come team with. Massimo was the glue. Daniel Beast Mode, they had to come join Atomic and Safu, and you got Beast, the NA MVP right there.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Mode, Gibbs, you said it, I completely agree. The best player in the world right now. Undisputed as far as I'm concerned. I think it was a shame not to see him at EWC, but back at Worlds, we're all very excited to see how he's going to come back into the team. And Daniel, my word, he has been so fun to watch this whole week, the week so far. They've only played against Limitless. It's not exactly the best warm-up by any means, but it's still a victory. It's still a 3-0.
That's interesting that he says he modeled his playstyle after Sipical. You feel like you see a little bit of Sipical in him, Bates?
I mean, yeah, they both play. Sip used to play third man. Dan likes to play third man. Just consistent touches and making sure he makes very few mistakes.
On the other side, the story of the first day of the tournament, Power, who took out Gen G, are now going to try and do one better. They took out the NA #2. They're now going to look for the NA #1 here. But we've been saying there's a big difference, but they have such a good time. The vibes are immaculate.
Vibes for Power, #1 in the world. Absolutely. The cowboy hats are coming out. They have a good time no matter where they go. Torsas, he's been to a lot of these. Always has a good time. This is, his 12th LAN, I believe. Tied for the most with J-Naps, and the whole team has been an OC powerhouse. It just comes down to you get that one upset, but you got to follow through with another.
Yeah, and I was talking to Fever yesterday because I've got him on my fantasy team, and I said, Fever, you're on my team. You've got to do well against Gen G. And he looked at me and just went, oh, dear. And then they came out afterwards winning, and I was like, you did me proud. And he was like, Yeah, that was good, really, wasn't it, in the end? And then Torsos, you know, he's obviously excited, trying to get through into the top 8 if they possibly can. It's going to be a big question mark, but it's hopefully on the way this time.
All right, so Power versus G2. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want first?
Wait, good news and bad news for who?
Give me the
for
good
Power
news first.
Oh, for Power. Okay. Give me the bad news first.
Okay, there is no good news. Actually, there is only bad news. They played twice in Major 1, Major 2, 3-0 for G2, 3-0 for G2. The goal differential, 3 goals for Power and 22 goals for G2. G2 has dominated.
3 goals across both 6 games.
Yeah,
Hold on, I got the good
6 games.
I got the good news. Gibbs throws out all those numbers, and you know what I say to that? Gen G played Power back in London. I think they scored 10 goals to 2. And after this, you know what happened in the World Championship? Gen G got absolutely slapped your mama.
And they
so
also played Major 1 too. And Gen G won that one.
Exactly. So there's a chance that Power can correct the script if you're an OCE fan and take out the #1 team in the world.
And our biggest issue as well with KCP was that they ended up not really pushing forward in that game 5, where they were being really aggressive, then they got scared. Power, I don't think they've actually got a scared bone in their body at this World Championship. I think they're going to continue to be aggressive and give no respect to G2.
I think they're ready to go, folks. Hashtag PWR if you think Power's got this one. Hashtag G2 if you think G2 is going to win. Stumpy, who's your pick?
I think it would be silly to not go for G2 here. Realistically, G2, best team in the world right now. Power, they're on a bit of an upswing, but I'm not going to go too far against that. A game or 2 maybe for Power if they can keep their composure.
Yeah, like I'm not going to pull a T-Bates here. I'm going to go G2. I'm going to pick the favorite. I'm not going to go with these underdog picks and just get them wrong. So I'm going to go G2 pretty comfortably.
But you were gassing up Power just a moment ago.
I mean, I'm gassing them up because they're a really solid squad. I'm telling you, listen, when they went against Gen G, all 3 players averaged a goal per game. You know how incredible that is? That's phenomenal. That means the offense is on tilt. But I'll tell you this, they're going up against the best defensive team in the world. So, of course, they're not going to be able to get that score. And what you say, 22-3 is relevant right now. Give me G2 stride.
This is not a sweep. I'm also going with G2. It's not a sweep because of what Power is. It's a sweep because of who G2 are. If it was anyone versus G2, I think it would probably be a sweep up here on the desk. How does the coin feel about it? Power on one side, G2 on the other, into the air, and it comes up Power. They got Power on this one. Someone had to have Power here. Given what they did yesterday, the coin believes. So
they deserve it.
We'll see if they can make it. I'm curious how close it's going to be with chat. How much did the game against Gen G yesterday sway them?
Almost 30. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I think before yesterday, we're looking at below 20%. But the fact they've now
anybody against G2. Yeah. Absolutely, folks. Well, it's time to get the #1 team on the pitch. We got Beast Mode, Daniel, and Atomic, folks. We love watching these boys play Rocket League. I'm excited to see them go. But on the other side, we'll see if Torsauce and Banana Head and Fever can give them a run for their money. G2 versus Power.
Champions of NA versus the champions of OCE. We had a quick break, Johnny, but I'm so excited to get into this. Game brought to you by Progressive.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We've already seen what happened when Power got the salty run back with Gen G. They had a lot of success in that variation of the rematch, but this one should be a little bit harder. G2 have been by far the best team in North America when it comes to LAN play. I mean, when it comes to playoffs, different level, but even now, they are the heavy favorites. Power have to keep proving. Even after the upset against Gen G yesterday, we want to see more. We need two upsets before they can really be entering the discussion, the likes of which G2 are currently in.
Power definitely have the capabilities, the talent to beat top 8. Can they catch G2 off guard? And G2 themselves have to really respect Power after what they did to their little brothers of Gen G.
Oh.
Now, a tone being set, I think this is less going to be about mechanics and more about the right decisions being made, outsmarting your opponent. Already some quick demos from Power to get the ball rolling, but it's Daniel that cuts across all the defenders.
I think, the game plan's quite clear here for G2. We saw what they did yesterday against Limitless, just playing a very safe style. They didn't go for the, merciless approach Falcons do when they're playing down. They just try and score 20 goals. No, G2, they just try to never concede. Pretty much at all. They just try to play for clean sheets, and I expect that today against Power. If they can frustrate Power's offense, then Power will likely overextend, and G2 will be focusing on counter-attacks. So we'll see. I mean, Power do have the firepower. We saw that yesterday. 1 goal per game against a team of Gen G's caliber is an astonishing performance. If they can replicate this, though, this would be one of the biggest upsets in Rocket League history.
I think G2 are just taking their time with it. I'm seeing a lot of carries by Daniel, now carries by Beast Mode. They seem to have the whole field, and you can't let them have that much time and space on the ball. Power cannot be scared of a team like G2, and maybe they underestimated who they were up against.
Well, they're hitting G2 with a bit of their own taste of their own medicine. Look at that brilliant 50-50 back into the middle. G2 creating some volatility there, just sending the third man charging into the play, but the rest of the team wasn't back. Power on the counter-attack with the 1-goal lead.
Yeah, G2 at like 70% of the field thought they could just kind of lay back, go back for boost, and Power caught them off guard. Power, a team that will definitely do that. Now very low on boost. Daniel Atomic will still get the corner. Now comes back to beast mode. Has more to work with to get above Torsauce and Fever. That's a dangerous touch, and Atomic almost took advantage. Daniel gets a bouncer to beast mode. Fakes the shot, wants the double, gets nothing.
It's very rare to see beast mode missing a double like that, completely missing it. You're probably looking for the double tap pass mid, like we've been seeing a lot today, but still, complete whiff, very rare to see. There's still chances for G2 though, as they start to swarm Power, trying to starve the boost away and just get tons of shots on target. It's just gone in. Atomic slots it top left. The goalkeeper got a touch, but it did bounce in off the post.
Power are playing way too deep into their net. They'll get the initial save, but where is the layers of this defense? G2 can hit rebound after rebound. Eventually, the way that G2 can slot these, it will find the gap.
Yeah, especially if they get that many chances. Eventually, one of them's going to go in. Power have got a good chance here. In fact, Torsauce is going to cut it middle immediately towards Fever, who's defended well by G2, but again, Power with the kickoff strats. Talked about it in the pre-show today. They were able to control Gen G from the center circle in the matchup yesterday. Looking to repeat that against G2.
Oh, Fever with almost a dunk attempt there, and Banana Head was feeling it too. Even the third man from Power challenging, but thankfully it popped up, bought time for Power to reorganize. And G2 have a full tank, but getting ball control has been more difficult now than it was when the game started. But Power aren't really pressing, especially when two are low on boost. This gives time for beast mode. You don't want to allow that. MVP potential. Atomic almost on the goal line. There we go.
Daniel not allowed to be included in this play, says Atomic, as beast mode with the immense reset outplayed. Clean recovery there by Atomic. No nonsense, just making sure that he can finish off his own shot. And only after, of course, outplaying the last defender. Power struggling to control G2's offense right now. They've not been able to slow down the ball when G2 are attacking. It's just pinging about the box, switching sides left and right. Power really need to try and nullify that at some point, whether it's ground game or passing play.
Banana Head tried to go for the 50 on the goal line. It was a nice attempt. But yeah, Power got to be way more preventative when it comes to these offenses, but keeping up with the G2 speed is something else. As Daniel went for the double, but Beast Mode is able to get the corner boost steal. Power went for the demo, 3-on-2 man advantage. Fever trying to carve through. Banana Head playing with the bounce, giving a chance for Torsauce to get involved, but that took all three of Power. G2 caught him on the back foot, low on boost. Atomic didn't get the drop down he was hoping for. Beast Mode ready on the right side, playing his chances against Banana Head as Power stabilized.
Yeah, this is not a bad passage of play for Power, but you can see a clear difference. G2's defense just has a far easier time handling Power's attacking presses than Power do at the other end. Banana Head going to try and change that fact. Flip reset. Boost steal by Torsauce. Meanwhile, G2 again easily able to deflect that attack and then take the ball away in a swift counter. It's a double commit there from G2. Not the cleanest continuation as Beast Mode now comes into the play, but Power unable to really create realistic chances to score. Maybe this will be one though. Passing play in the final third. No, again, just materializes for G2.
No one going for the corner boost there. Torsauce really prioritized not letting G2 get set up, and as a type of preventative play, now you got two G2 and almost no one in net. Power got back in time as G2 still are finding that perfect footing to get organized. I think G2 are known to be striking early, and they're still finding that perfect pace. Daniel, there's no stopping him though.
Aces locked in. Look at this clean catch and then continuation by Daniel. I mean, that is a super difficult touch to make in the air, just taking all the power off the ball while bringing it under control like that. And while Power tried to get something of an attack started, they just concede one more. Now, they did drop game one to Gen G yesterday. This isn't the end of the world for Power. They were able to come back, win that series. Clear issues early on, though. They're not able to break down G2's defense, and that has been the problem for a lot of teams this season in RLCS. G2, I think, unanimously considered the best defensive team, holding teams to low scores, even no goals sometimes, often. And in this case, they've only conceded one in game one.
3-1 for G2 in game one, as you said, and I felt like Power were more toe-to-toe at the start of the game, like not letting Daniel dribble across the field. That was a nice start, not allowing too much freedom on the ball, but then Power started leaning more and more back, letting G2 get these passes and these double tap attempts, and a lot of shots registered on the G2 Stride side as a result of that.
Yeah, G2 are really able to box Power in for a lot of their goals. The initial goal that they got, there's just scramble after scramble, and Fever couldn't get a good clear on that. It was a bad touch by Fever to center the ball for the opponents. And same idea here, Beast Mode outplaying one, but the follow-up is G2 ball. They keep getting there first every time a ball spills loose to the edge of the box.
And G2, I think, have started to find that tempo that's really worked for them. Obviously, the offenses are kicking Power in the teeth a bit, and you're starting to see that G2 form that we're more and more used to. I don't think this is anywhere near the G2 peak, and they're definitely respecting Power and catching them in their weaker moments.
Yeah, they are. And G2 can obviously peak extremely high. They tend to build up as the tournaments have gone on this year in RLCS, saving the best until last when it comes to playoffs. But they do need a good performance here, and they're so far showing a good performance. We already know what Power can do. It's going to be G2 with a half-flip kickoff that Power utilized yesterday. Also, all these teams utilizing this, just leaving the ball. And, be careful. If you're going to try this at home, you do want to have comms. Because sometimes your teammates just get very confused and annoyed when you do anything that isn't meta.
Yeah, G2 are just one of the most cohesive, structured teams. So them going for more and more demos, especially Atomic, tells me that they're trying to test what Power can do on the structure side. Are the gears still turning when they're a man down? And what decisions do they make in the moments of those demos? I'm seeing Power try to respond with demo for demo, fight fire with fire, but G2 don't look as perturbed. Now Beast Mode plays the 50 against Fever. Daniel in the midfield. G2 swarming the net, looking for bumps, forcing Power to be really scared on their half.
As well, Beast Mode has yet to really show up with his London major form. Daniel has started brilliantly for G2. He's been leading the attack a ton and getting involved in offense. Just looks so focused. I mean, he's an experienced young player now. He's, still considered one of the young prodigies of NA, but he started off so early with his pro career that he's actually been around for a whole long time now. And the experience is showing, no more so than in the grand final of the London Major. He's able to lock in and dominate in the biggest stage.
Yeah, G2 aren't going past Daniel when he's on these dribbles. They're really expecting the 50 in the midfield from Power, and Daniel, mainly when he does go for these dribbles, will have someone below him to play off of that 50. Now Fever and Sauce, Atomic intercepts. Banana Head has the beat on Daniel, but just to get the ball to the corner, it's a nice bouncer to Fever, but not on target.
I think, Fever can just hit top bins there. There's nothing Atomic can do about it. He was 0 boost on the goal line, no momentum. It's rare to see G2 in those positions. They focus a ton on boost with their gameplay, their defensive gameplay, their offensive gameplay. They're very, very boost dominant and boost focused. Oh, what a dunk. Oh my goodness, it's just in. Banana Head. For the second game in a row, it's going to be Power opening the score, but how has Banana Head got a goal here? Wave dash, and then just a random flip into the ball that G2 didn't expect. He dunks over two.
I feel like G2 are getting a little too comfortable. Just judging based on Atomic waiting for the corner boost and kind of trying to find himself in the middle of that, to Daniel back passing to his own back wall to dribble across. G2 feel like they're dominating.
I think G2 correctly knew that Banana Head was out of boost there. They probably calmed it, and they're going to tie the game. Surely, no, it's a heroic save as G2 failed to equalize the score. Power with the defensive stand. And G2 have got a lot of the game to play with. This is going to be a tough hold if Power are going to win by 1.
Not a lot of aggression from Power, at least it's very regulated at the moment. They really want to be sure when they push, and did Daniel just save it? I don't know who
They might have tried a mid-air passing play there. I mean, it almost worked. G2 have been known for those mid-air passing plays, hitting the ball back into the player who's just knocked it forward. Power have always got to be on the lookout. They might have to just commit 2 players to these aerial plays. We saw that earlier on, Team Secret against Pioneers, the other Australian team. Sometimes it's that air dribble bump that takes one player out of the game, leaving the ball open. You just need to send 2. The double commit often a criticism, even in pro play. Sometimes it's necessary.
It was a great 50 by Sauce to just get the ball rolling for Power. They're up 1, but you're going to need a whole lot more than that against G2. Beast Mode playing deep, hoping for the long pass, and Power are trying to play a step ahead. All 3 of G2 with their backs against the wall, with Banana Head trying to cut through. But through all the cooks in the kitchen, I don't think so.
Well, this has been a much better game for Power. They're breaking free of defense with far greater success. It's been about finding the right touch. Oh, what a pass, and the redirect is good. Beast Mode's going to be there to save it. But those are the kind of passes that were not there for Power in game 1. They were just giving the ball away with soft clears over and over again. Now they're finding those outlet passes. They're, more importantly, presenting those passes. They have players upfield for them as Beast Mode ends up on the wrong side of the ball there. Final minute, Power still holding G2 to just 0 in game 2.
Gotta watch Fever with these 50s too. If Power can just force it to his second man, but now Torsos could be overwhelmed and made himself big on the post. And made the most out of that 1v2 situation. And Atomic even gets pressed by Torsos, stealing boost. G2 have all the time in the world, and look at Beast Mode go.
What a pass, Beast Mode, pre-jumping off the sidewall in front of Daniel, who completely nails the lob pass. I mean, the redirect was spectacular as well, don't get me wrong, but that pass is unbelievable by Daniel.
G2 are ramping up. They found the equalizer after Power started looking more productive too. Now with boost, dodging Beast Mode, Torsos has to get up, use a lot of boost. Hopefully get this to Fever. But these long passes, I think, are going to be difficult to accomplish if you're Power against a team as good as G2, as cohesive as G2. But Torsos taking his time on the ball to assess how the 50 is coming is how you can buy yourself some real estate. But now the pop-up, Power are losing momentum. 10 seconds left before OT.
That might be another pre-jump attempt by G2. Beast Mode better get back, but they've got Daniel in defense, so they should be more than fine. Beast Mode going straight back towards the ball to help out. Will it go up? Yes, it will. A little bit of a contest, though, as both teams think about it. No, they let it drop into overtime.
Yeah, Power are going to have to cross all the way to the blue half. Better not risk it. Now OT for game 1. Just weren't sure what side of the coin you were going to get from Power and how much of a dent they could put into the armor of G2. One of the favorites to go deep into this tournament, into Worlds, if not win the whole thing, as Banana Beast Mode tries to go for the high 50, now collides into Atomic. The team pinches. Third man from G2 kind of is going to leave this, as Power have these opportunities where they could really attack the ball, but they leave it.
There have been a couple of uncharacteristic whiffs by G2. Beast Mode in the last game, Daniel right there. And, you know, against a team like Power in their current form, you cannot afford to make those mistakes. Luckily for G2, Power did not expect them to happen. Weren't there to punish. Torsos couldn't get in the end of that clear. Now here comes Daniel. He's past one. He's going to try and get past the second, drop it down for Beast Mode, and there it is. It's the passing of Daniel. It's been the difference. G2 win in overtime.
What a masterclass. First, 1 defender dodge, 2 defender dodge, whip from Banana Head. Torsos is like, I can't stop him once he's in that position. There's no saving that. 1 minute gone by, OT for G2.
I mean, it's just terrifying. Daniel, at any moment during that air dribble, he can just land a reset on demand. That's the problem that Power face. They have to go to the ball because they know that if they don't, Daniel's just going to get his flip back. But when they go to the ball, he moves it, forcing the miss. And now Beast Mode comes in again to get goals. I mean, Beast Mode just immediately pouncing on both his chances this game. Max speed, no delay. We're going back to the opening goal where G2 probably knew Banana Head had no boost, but forgot that he could flip to gain speed, I suppose. They didn't flip to block his dunk. Yeah, he's shaking his head there thinking, what is going on? Why is that a goal? But wow, G2 masterclass with that second goal, and likewise with the third. I mean, Power have got players up. They're trying to block the direct path that Daniel is threatening, and in doing so, they just leave another angle of attack open.
Very pass heavy though from G2, especially in the air, and Power are still contesting that, but if they don't, once they go in the air, you really got to be committed to the right spot, because especially that last OT goal, you had 2 people try to put a hand up, both didn't make contact, and if you let G2 get that close to your net, there's nothing stopping them. So Power definitely quality opportunities on their offensive front, but they got to be sure on these 50s, especially in the air.
Yeah, I mean, well, Power, they've shown their level at this tournament between yesterday's series and this one. This is why they're such a respected team in practice. You'll hear a lot of pros have high praise for Power when it comes to scrim results. and they haven't really been able to replicate that in the big games on LAN this season. But this is, so far, a respectable performance by Power. We keep saying it whenever the underdog is keep holding the favorite to overtimes and 1-goal games. But they'll think, based on what they've seen so far, that this is honestly winnable. They've seen weaknesses. Oh, you can't let Daniel through like this, though. Torsos misses his interception. And, of course, Daniel's there to finish.
It's the defense and just their control in the air. Power can slip up in those moments, and G2 now know also how to curve around it, know what they're going for, and how to counteract that. G2 are some of the masters at flying into the air and being comfortable in those positions. And if G2 can keep forcing the plays to be in the air like that, where Power seem to be uncomfortable, then I guess this is where G2 are going to thrive.
I mean, G2, they've had flashes of brilliance in this series. It's not been the, most consistent performance for them. And that's maybe even more scary for all the other teams in this tournament. G2, not even on their best day, still getting world-class goals in every game they play. And if they can, continue to do what they've done all season. Oh, hold on. Torsos, double tap. Where did that come from? It's 1-1. Never mind G2 and their continued improvement throughout tournaments. Look at Torsos rolling back the years and drilling one through.
Just a great launch, but getting so high up on the ball was everything, and would have had a great recovery nonetheless. Ties up the game. Torsos off the solo play. Again, quality is all that matters for Power. Now Banana Head against Beast Mode, misses that off the ceiling. Deals with it well against Atomic too. Look at Banana Head go, a 2-on-1 to put Daniel on the edge. And Power is still trying to get something going, but that light touch wasn't it.
Yeah, Fever wanted Torsos to fake that. He committed, hoping that the calm would come through in time. Looks like Torsos was just already a little bit too committed to the play to pull out. Power playing with confidence. This is the sort of regain that OCE's been lacking all season, and it's promising to see it happening now against NA1 seed, defending major champions. Torsos ground double tap now. Beast Mode respected it and stopped it.
Yeah, Power feel like they're going to lose the 50s, then try to dodge them. I'm seeing more kind of delays with Power to really think through their approach and slow down the pace of play to somewhere they're comfortable. Now Beast Mode shot on target. Fever makes the save, and Banana Head helps him follow up. Tommy tries to back pass, but now Banana Head fights him for it. Now it was almost a counterattack opportunity.
Well, that's the great cover by Power. When the bad clear comes in, teammate is there to help him out, because sometimes it's difficult to get a good clear when you're making a tough save like that. Having someone else in the area to help save it, that's what Power need. Now half the game to go. G2 continuing to test Power, just knocking more and more shots at the backboard. Power composed, dribble the ball out of defense. Daniel with not a lot of boost. He could probably score from here, knowing him, but he decides not to. Even attempted shots on target. G2 are just taking the ball on the scenic route right now. Just throwing it the left wall, the ceiling. Let's take a look at what's happening over here. Never a rush when G2 are attacking. They're quite happy to take their time.
Yeah, Torsos played the 50 instead of trying to intercept the pass, and I think G2 are waiting for the pawns on the chessboard to move before acting, and it really is going to be a mind game between G2 and Power of who's going to make the correct move, and is it still going to be checkmate for G2 as Beast Mode is now just Goomba stomping Banana Head. Torsos with the back hit there still will not touch G2.
I love the pace by Banana Head. Power for large parts of this series have been able to match G2's speed, which is incredibly impressive for these guys who've shown so much improvement throughout the year. Oh my goodness, Torsos finds an opening and he slots it past G2. They just fell asleep for a second. Atomic and Daniel in no man's land, and Torsos puts it in.
Just a quick lapse, but that puts Power within, or G2 I guess, within striking distance at a minute 35. As Power, okay, now Beast Mode forced to make the save, but he almost got shoved. G2 gotta wake up. It is still series point, but Power are up, but for how long? And it's just an open net for not much longer, I guess.
Beast Mode demo on third with perfect timing. Fever got taken out of the play as the ball came over the top of the other two players on the Power lineup. And Beast Mode's there to dunk it in just to make absolutely sure. 2-2. Now, this is a massive game for Power. Even if you don't believe in the reverse sweep, every game matters in Swiss. If they can get a game here, if they can get this game, then their next round match could be a whole lot easier.
Yeah, I think Power trying to make a play offensively that close to the net. It's been tough. Sometimes it takes a shot from the midfield like Torsauce did, or just a lucky dunk. I don't know. But Power don't have a lot of options, don't have a lot of time. But they got to throw everything at G2 to even slightly make them uncomfortable. And I don't even think that's the case for G2. They don't look too scared or worried. That dunk was close as Banana Head waits for his moment to shine. And Fever does not want to let this midfield free, and the demo will open it up.
Yeah, it's disciplined play there by Atomic, not to panic, just let the ball roll across his goal line in front of him. I know a lot of you watching back home, myself included, I would probably have own goaled that. Let's just admit it. It's too tempting. You just got to hit the ball.
30 seconds before OT hits. Torsauce sees a free ball, and Beast Mode will 50 it, and it's a miss from Power. You got to be careful. Your third man of Banana Head had to make contact with the ball, and you do not want to give up an open net at this time. And Torsauce, Banana Head trying to bulldoze the net. G2 will hold the wall. It's Torsauce to Fever. Gets away from Daniel. The double touch. The demo wins it!
Fever with a goal in the tournament contender. Sidewall double. Skims in off the post, off the G2 defender who had to try and post pitch to save it. They thought it's going in off the post. It did. What a shot by Fever.
Gonna watch this kickoff though at 5 seconds left. G2 go to collect boost. All three have it. Gotta stop Fever. Easy for Daniel. Free ball. Beast Mode. 50s to the side in front of the net. Banana Head is hunting. It's Beast Mode looking for bumps. Fever gonna put a hand up. Torsauce collides two. Double commit. It's up to Banana Head to get this down, and Power take a game.
Power are here to play. This is becoming a little bit too hard to believe for all the NA fans especially, and all the Rocket League fans around the world who thought this was going to be a 3-0, who thought, how on earth did Gen G lose to Power? Well, this is how Gen G lost to Power. They are a different Power than the one we've seen in previous LANs this season. They have stepped up their game. The confidence is at an all-time high, and Fever just hit an unbelievable winner in the closing seconds of the game. Let's take a look at Torsauce, though. He scored the first two goals. The double tap off the backboard. Open net past G2 as they ended up in no man's land for the second goal. But it's all about Fever for the third.
It does seem silly to call Power an underdog, but at least in this match they are. And after they obviously upset Gen G, G2 have to keep their eyes on this, because if you give time, I think G2 gave Power a little bit too much time. G2 went to get boost, and Power is, when they have time, they just...
Was that the reaction to the Fever goal? What on earth? I think if Fiber scored that, you would have just started knocking over the walls behind. Like the roof would have come off the building. Like he was like, nice, good goal. Yep, nice. That's exactly what I tried to do. Easy peasy, no biggie.
Calculated, obviously. But what's the plan now in Game 4? Power still trailing the series. Match point still for G2. The G2 know maybe they can't award Power too much real estate. They may still have to send someone to contest the play against Power. You never know what they're up to, and that's just the beauty of watching an OCE team play.
Nice cut of rotation there by Atomic to try and surprise Power's defense, but Power's defense is looking more and more calm with every passing game. Here, Game 1, they were panicking pretty much every time G2 touched the ball. Game 2, much better. Game 3, they win it, and they managed to really pass the ball a lot more in defense, get those successful 50-50s that were lacking earlier on in the series. And they've not really let go of their offense either. They are sending, that was a pre-jump on the attempted infield pass there. I mean, they're really going for it with every attacking play they get.
Power like sharks. They're just surrounding G2. They have to go from one side of the field or one side to the other to get away from them. Bit of a miss from Atomic. Beast Mode played close, though. It's going to take a lot to score against G2. It's Atomic, the 50 towards the crossbar. It's a heavy bounce, giving a moment for G2 to breathe, and now they're all locked up on their half. Torsauce shoving Atomic out of the way, and Banana Head scores!
Banana Head just rolls it through. G2 need to hit the gym as multiple 50-50s go straight through them. Torsauce and Banana Head just muscling it through to open the scoring for the second game in a row.
Oh, Power having a good time. That's all it takes. Unified effort. If G2 are there, they will remove them by force if needed. Now Banana Head and Fever in the air, low on boost, gotta retreat. Torsos slowing down G2 is a good start, but now you're leaving Daniel with a full tank to get a couple of touches, and Atomic's involved too. The double right down low, and it's a bouncer, so Daniel's gonna keep possession, keep it to the side, and Beast Mode now contests Banana Head. You gave time for Power to recollect themselves, and the counterattack was almost nice, and it leaves an open net!
It's a counter attack.
Yeah.
So G2 tie the game. Torsos tried to redirect that past Daniel. Daniel just comes away with the ball and scores at the other end. Well, Power, they definitely overstepped the mark there. That was unnecessary. They had nobody back, and they've completely committed to try and make it a 2-goal game. But G2 are never going to go down easily. They've got the firepower to score from any position on the pitch. Daniel quickly punished them there.
Seems like Power are willing to take that risk of sending all three, give them any options to find any gap within G2. They're such a difficult team to score on, so Power may just accept that risk, especially since they were up by 1, and good tip away by Power, and Fever goes for the boost. Now can take the ball up high, gets under it with the reset to avoid Atomic, and now relies on Torsos to get the 50 towards Banana Head. It's the bounce, it's the shot, and it's the save by G2!
Oh, it's nearly another G2 counterattack. It's off the post after being saved at the other end. But Power with the passing plays, the quick decision making, just making the right calls in those situations. They are really testing G2 here. #1 defense in the world, being pushed to the limit.
Here's Atomic, good launch towards the backboard to keep it close against the 2 defenders as Daniel stalls it out, gives themselves time to retreat. G2 just keep pestering them. Power just can't get a good drive going without G2 throwing themselves at the ball, but that's what G2 needed to correct. Not let Power get too comfortable on the ball. Don't let him get good control, make Power look awkward. Now Beast Mode's on the ceiling with no boost, and Banana Head was ready.
A one touch by Atomic though. Quick turnaround on what looked like a decent clear out of Power. Now G2 are starting to spread around their offense. They've got Atomic lurking at the far post here. Stick it back into the middle after the soft clear happens. This is much better from Fever, staying with the ball as he clears it. Air dribble out of defense. Banana Head Torsos couldn't decide whose ball it was. Now G2 are going to try and find a way through again. They've almost done it, but again, Power standing strong in the way of them.
It's like G2 trying to force a team bump there. Now Beast Mode's off the ceiling and a bounce to Daniel. Torsos, great reaction, great read. Atomic just gonna leave this to Fever. No, he was beat. Now Power in the corner. It's been tough for them to get a good setup. See what Banana Head can do, just trying to bully his way through. I don't think he can get away again with that. Now Fever with the musty towards the back wall. Torsos with the shot up high towards the crossbar. This Banana Head, not the greatest touch, giving a chance for Atomic and G2 to go for the counterattack. It's a shot from the midfield!
What a slot by Atomic, and it's another G2 counterattack. Atomic dusts the third man, immediately recovers, and how about that for a finish? In off the post and the bar. G2, 48 seconds away from the 2-0 round.
G2 know how to punish a defense. 46 seconds. Or this series is over for Power, and Banana Head just couldn't approach that 50 right. Beast Mode had him on lock. Fever has no boost. Banana Head has to do something. Torsos has got Atomic in jail. Dangerous cross in front of the net, but Power is still resetting 2 players without boost. That's a dangerous miss from Fever. Banana Head tries to stop Daniel. Oh my God, he's unleashed.
Oh, Daniel's just way too strong in the air. Catches up to his own forward hit and staunches Banana Head. Bounces in off the post as well. It's a heartbreaker for Power, who are just hoping that's going to bounce out. And now they're pretty much all in. 23 seconds left, 2 goals to get.
This is where Power got to send the house. Where they're worried about the 1-1. Atomic's now trying to dunk them. Power, it's not over. Now Daniel forced to make the save. You've got GT a little bit awkward as Beast Mode. Well, he's got possession of the ball. He just has to kill a few more seconds. And that really is it. G2 may have dropped the game, but I don't think you've seen the peak. I don't think you've seen the last of G2. They take the series 3-1.
Yeah, they were tested here. G2, for the second tournament in a row, draw Power in the second round of Swiss. This time it was a real series though, and G2 show their level is ready for the World Championship from the start. As for Power though, I mean, do we need any more convincing? These guys are a real threat for top 8. Anyone in this tournament needs to respect this team. They put up a great performance. They pushed G2 really far in that second game, which G2 won. Game 3, they won it. Power did. Game 4, G2 had to defend brilliantly. And Power were just a little bit, I think, too much on the aggressive side. After establishing the 1-goal lead, discipline went out the window a little bit. But still, I'm super impressed with this team. This is the best we've seen from them all season at the most important time in the season as well.
That means G2 are 1 win away from also advancing. And are you worried about game differential? The fact that G2 aren't perfect, they give up a game. Like, does that worry you at all?
Well, it's interesting. G2 dropping a game there could get them a tougher draw in that third round. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the matches go today to see where they're going to end up. They could still end up being the 1 seed, of course, if the other teams drop.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of tough teams have showed up, and Power surely have the potential to make top 8, but their opponents will have to see what is up. But I want to see what's up with Leaf. He's standing by with G2 for an interview.
It's the Beast himself here. They got the dub at the end of the day, but by golly, it wasn't the easiest win, was it?
No, not at all. They were playing pretty good, honestly, but yeah, definitely not the easiest as we thought it was.
That's what I wanted to ask here, because obviously Power came off with a win off Gen G yesterday, which surprised, I think, a lot of people. Even talking to Jack, he was surprised as well. You saw them and you got to play against them now. Is this Power legit? It feels like they've leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are. I think they're definitely a top 8 team. I think they progressively got better over the season for sure. That was the first time we played them in a little bit. They were definitely better than what we played them in London, I believe. I think so. Right. Well, I think it's a mix of both. I think we're not playing our best, but they're definitely better than them.
Well, I did want to dive into that as well. For you guys, I mean, the casters have kind of alluded to it too. Maybe we haven't seen you hitting your full peaks here. How are you feeling in this tournament? Is it just a couple obstacles here and there you got to get over?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling the best, but I'm feeling like solid at least. I think we need to figure out a couple things as a team, because I know for a fact like we're not playing as good as we can for sure. Like we could 3-0 those guys and just play much better, but I think we need to figure out a couple of things, and we'll be back for sure.
Now, thankfully, it's spread out across a few days, so you guys have some time to do that. Do you feel like you're locked into what it is you guys need to work on here, or is it still kind of shrouded in mystery?
Yeah, I think we know what to do. I think we talked about it just like before that series and in our warm-up. I think we found out what we need to do. We just need to keep practicing it over and over again, and because we just got back to that rhythm. So I think that's what we need to do, and I think we'll be fine overall.
Just before I let you go then, I'm just curious on how you do feel about that, having it spread across. I love it because it just means more Rocket League throughout the week. For you guys as competitors, how is it having this kind of drawn-out schedule?
It's definitely different, but it's nice for things like this. If we were playing good, I would say like it's whatever. But I think since we're not playing our best, it's definitely nice to improve and just focus on what we need to, because we have lots of days to focus on that. So I think I like it honestly overall.
And I guess I actually have one more. I just thought if I wanted to think about is because you said there's some things to work out. Who's going to take charge for that? Is it Sathi? Is it the coach? Is it every individual player? Who leads that charge?
I think it's overall everyone. I think we all work together as a team. Right. I think, which some teams do not. I think that's kind of a downside that they have. But I think we all just talk with each other and just
it's important.
Learn from each other and to share our honest opinions, because I feel like that's the most important thing you can do as a team. So yeah.
Got to be real with it. If you're not real with it, you're going to lose. But you guys got the dub today, so congratulations on that one. And hopefully, again, you guys figure out what you need going forward there. There's Beast Mode and more Rocket League coming your way. Ooh, it's an EWC rematch. Falcons versus BDS. The question is, can Falcons overcome the enemy on the other side? We'll find out soon.
Get me.
Oh, nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
We are so back. Round 2, Swiss stage, day 2 here at the World Champs. And, well, we just saw G2. A little bit of a I don't actually want to say it was dismantling. Power looked all right. But great. Look, we've got this next matchup to worry about, and it is the rematch from the EWC Grand Finals. It's Falcons, who they love a grand... Well, they don't love a grand final. They like getting to a grand final.
They love the process. They don't like the destination.
Yeah, they certainly enjoy this stage of the tournament, that's for sure. But they are coming up against the EU Titans, the Monkey Moon GOAT.
The GOAT of the Open era, the GOOE, as we've been calling him. He is, I think, going to be trying to get their team another World Championship dub, see what they're going to be able to do. But first up is going to be those Falcons. We're going to see what they're up to. We've got Robas here, chilling out, making sure that those boys are going to be getting through the Swiss, as they have done at every major, without a single dent in their record.
Yeah, I know. I think Johnny Boy said it a lot of times. Falcons, perhaps the best team in the world outside of a grand final.
Yeah.
Pretty hard to doubt that when you look at their record in tournaments, albeit at the last dance. But as you said, these guys have been phenomenal. TRK, I think he's been the star player. You know, you sort of look at last season and earlier stages of this season. We talk about Rawasi. Even Khalil's having some fantastic moments offensively. But I think TRK lately has been that superstar player that I guess have needed him to be.
Yeah, I think TRK for me is that guy who is going to step up in the moments. He's going to be performing at every level, and he doesn't necessarily feel the nerves until those finals. Still a long way off that, but these guys know finals like the back of their hand. Team BDS, led by the GOAT of the Open era Monkey Moon, this time now alongside Exotic with Drali, a new player to these World Championships, so far having performed playing Oxygen yesterday.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. I mean, I don't know what the other talent casters, analysts, people have said, but this has to be the match of the day. It has to be the matchup of the day.
Sure.
We've got the rematch from a couple of short weeks ago, and
BDS took that one home.
They did take that one home, but as I said, it was a grand final. This is not a grand final. We're only in round 2 of the Swiss, the 1-0 stage. The upper bracket winner of this will have a chance to go through 3-0 into the playoffs, into the finals here at the World Champs, and I think Falcons will be out for vengeance here, for revenge
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are, they know the assignment. They know what they need to do. BDS are standing in their way, at least in the Swiss so far. Yes, this was during, I believe, when they were on Semper.
Semper, yep.
And that was their COVID team, and they played versus NRG, and Casio was the only player on stage, because Chaussette also had COVID. And so it was only Casio, the coach now of BDS, who was sitting on the stage all on his own in the middle of Fort Worth, playing as NRG, clearly the favourite, and obviously they lost. I felt really bad for them at the time.
Yeah, you could say it's Exotic's first time here at on land in Fort Worth, as the rest was in his hotel room. But, you know, there's been a bit of talk about Mickey runs through the bracket, and, well, sometimes, what am I saying here? NRG had a bit of Mickey run if they're only playing Casio.
Everybody, you've got the chance to impact the broadcast here. Make sure that you get in your progressive fan vote. Hashtag FLCN or hashtag BDS. I'm not going to tell you which one of those is for each team. You should be able to figure it out if you know the letters I just said. So make sure you get that in. CJ, who do you have in your predicciones?
I have hashtag FLCN in my predictions. I think they're the best team in the world outside of the grand final. Johnny.
I am also Falcons here. Hashtag FLCN. I think, as you say, they are just the best team. Unless we're looking at the grand final, we're not in the grand final. We're in a Swiss. They love a Swiss, so it's I think pretty much not a foregone conclusion, but they clearly have the advantage here for sure. Chat, we're going to be seeing what you have got here before we get ourselves into the series. But all teams looking locked and loaded, ready to go. And I think realistically, fans, they're looking towards the Falcons as well. Their quality is undeniable in these stages. They just had a bit of a different warm-up.
I think it's a 50-50 matchup. Chad's got it 61% to the Falcons, but here we go. Upper bracket once again. Second match of the 1-0 stage in round number 2 here at Worlds. The rematch from the Esports World Cup Grand Finals. Can Falcons get the job done, or will BDS reign supreme?
Game number 1, brought to you by Progressive, is going to be where we see the vibe of the series start out, where we're going to be seeing who's got the advantage. Do we see that Grand Finals Falcons? Do we see the Swiss stage Falcons? Or have BDS got their number as they did at the Esports World Cup a few weeks ago? We were there. It was very warm. We're now here in Fort Worth. It is also very warm, so relatively similar climates.
Yeah, they're basically in the same spot, but they don't get the home crowd advantage, and, well, no one has a home crowd advantage at the moment, as we are still yet to enter the crowd days. Obviously, the last 3 days of these World Champs, and almost a perfect start for Monkey Moon. Again, it could still be TRK double save coming through. BDS, I'd say not known, particularly at the start of tournaments, to be too crash hot. They certainly improve as the tournament goes on. We did see that at the EWC, but right now, for game number 1, it has been all BDS.
I mean, they take that first blood, making sure that BDS are on the scoreboard first. Monkey Moon, a lovely cut in. And Exotic swiping past the ball, making sure that he is going to be getting it bottom corner from a very interesting angle too. Team Falcons completely disarmed by that attempt.
Yeah, they're certainly finding a W somewhere in BDS lately, this team. And they're just a team that even when they feel like they're out of form, when you can doubt them, they find this peak. And when they're at their top, they look unbeatable around the world right now. Great start for them, 30 seconds in, as Rally now with no boost gets a great 50 to Monkey Moon. We had a launch, a little bit of a heat check. We do love a little heat check on net. And there's a great 50 again. It was open for Drally if he got the shot. He had low boost, so I can cut him some slack. It could still be in. They're in big trouble here, Falcons. Monkey Moon strikes 2-0 BDS.
Great early series advantage too, making sure that they are putting that pressure on a team that otherwise is the one that puts every other team under the biggest pressure they possibly can be under. Team Falcons not being able to deal with it so far. Historically, defensively, they are the team that can deal with a lot of the aggression coming through to them. But BDS are putting up something different today.
And Falcons, they just usually look so quick. That every match they play, they're setting the pace, they're outpacing the other side. But right now, it is BDS. What a redirect! The boys are loving it. Exotic sitting downfield for game 1. That's special.
Mate, it's been a minute. There's been 3 goals. Whoever's got these players on their fantasies are going to be laughing. 3-0, Team BDS. And the vibes are immaculate just to my right.
Wowee.
Wowee
4 seconds in. 3-0 and
4-0?
A minute. Not another one. He's almost found a TRK back in time. But still, BDS winning every kickoff, every 50. They're just looking like they've... I don't know, perhaps they've had the better warm-up scrim coming into this one, but they've absolutely shocked Falcons so far early in this game.
When you talk about the warm-up, these teams, Team BDS, they had to go through an oxygen that nobody expected to be here, an oxygen that came through because anything weren't able to attend in the end. But Johnny getting a reset towards the backboard. There's a double commit, double whiff, and a poor shot from Monkey Moon leaves it now for a counter-attack for the Falcons.
How rare is that from Falcons? A double commit in defense as well. Usually, I know they're so fast, but they're usually locked in. They have the synergy. I mean, you have to when you're twins, but in that case, couldn't quite get it to work. And BDS, they could have got their fourth, and they almost do here. Clears now, 100 boost sidewall. Look at the instant challenge and the speed right now from BDS. It's so rare to see Falcons getting dusted to the ball.
I mean, Killer's there as well, actually missing it, and then it being squidged into the top right corner. roas does get it on target. It looked like it might have been a little bit too wide. Very much helped on the way by a BDS player, but what a fake coming through. I don't even know how that pinches. TRK crossbar, and just a little bit of inconsistency on the shooting is holding Falcons back from a 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, they're trying to put a hole through the crossbar at the moment, and Monkey Moon's past that straight across. It's a pre-jump. Here's the shot. It's going to be over for roas. He has to go the double. It's a slow catch, and no one can get back. Or everyone can get back from BDS. Exotic's still in trouble, 0 boost. Trying to take some low 50s, trying to give his teammates enough time to set up, which he has done for now. That just wasn't quite the touch, and that is a terrible touch from Monkey Moon. The demo double save. He had to come up huge and does.
That is a very lucky chance. A poor shot coming through from TRK. And BDS, they've got that lifeline still. They've got 2 lifelines, in fact. TRK popping high, going for a bump. Monkey Moon's going to be there. A reset from roas, but he falls too far away from the ball to use it. Now, Charlie left-hand side, midfield, is going to see TRK take it into the corner. And Charlie with a boost steal leaves TRK wanting more.
It's clear from roas. Rally up in time, though, with 100 boost. And right now, BDS, you've got to go into conservation mode. Still a 2-goal lead, 90 seconds. Kill another minute here. Should be able to wrap this one up, or perhaps get one more goal. Monkey Moon, bang! Great save from roas coming across the side of the net. Helping out TRK in net with the flick as well. More 50s in midfield. Falcons trying to push. They know they've got to go now.
So far, I think BDS will be thanking their lucky stars that they've got the pressure. And Exotic turns it around. The 50 coming through from Drali. Assisted the century on this. Killers with a massive miss. Forces in his teammate to come in to try and cover it. Drali pops his central. Knows that if it goes there, Exotic's waiting. And waiting he was. Another one for the man in pink.
Yeah, Exotic, phenomenal start. And really, the 50, the fake, as you said, it just forced Falcons to rush a challenge. And in the end, they didn't get the touch they wanted. BDS with a 3-goal lead regained. Looking like they should be able to lock this one out. It's a great infield pass. Please able to stop that one. Certainly Falcons look like they've settled, but hopefully that 3-goal lead in 1 minute could be wraps for a game.
I mean, the capitalisation on chances has clearly fallen better for BDS, and Monkey Moon swiping yet again in front of the net, making sure that as soon as Falcons do get a decent chance towards their side, they do get shut down. Maybe just a little bit disheartening to see that, okay, we're growing into the game, and yet they still can't secure a goal till TRK finds the ceiling, doesn't quite find Drali. Instead goes to the ball and goes half the halfway line, a reset, but Killers is patient, and a backflip calls his twin into action.
So I thought that's a very rare miss, but clearly intentional that time. Charlie with the pop, TRK regulation save. He has run out of boost to get the follow-up. He'll be able to land on it though, Monkey Moon in there, and that's been the difference right now, the midfield game, and look at Exotic! 4 goals against Team Falcons in the first.
That is something a little bit saucy from the back wall. The redirect in roas's blind spot, thinks he can take that to the back corner. Exotic is waiting, sniping, poaching, and setting up a 4-goal lead. Team BDS, game 1, going very firmly in their favour.
They've absolutely smacked them there. I mean, it looked like Falcons could stage that comeback. They got the first goal on the board, brought it back to 2. Be a little late one here for Falcons. Perhaps some respect earned, make the margin look not as scary as it once did, but wow, what an impressive start from BDS.
I think it comes down to how they've taken their chances. How BDS, when they had an opportunity to shoot, they went for it. They went in front of the net, they just take a shot. They put forward a heat check towards Falcons. Falcons could not deal with that. They got 3 in around a minute. Falcons, when they had some chance, they just could not put them on target convincingly. It's going to be at least a 3-goal lead for them, or a 3-goal win for them. It's a lovely double. Crossbar is going to thwart them on that chance. BDS, they were pretty loud for the first few, then seemed to calm it down a little bit, realising maybe this is going to be a repeat of the grand finals.
And Exotic can do this as well. Just have these pop-off games where, you know, if you've got him in your fantasy team, you're absolutely laughing. 759 points and 4 goals, if you don't mind as well.
4 goals, 5 shots, by the way, shooting 80% in game 1.
Credit to Monkey Moon as well. A hat-trick of saves and assists, doing it in the defensive half. But BDS, as we said, just looked like they were ready, they were warm, they were outpacing Falcons, which is an indication for me that Falcons not quite as warm in this one, because, I mean, it's very rare to see them get outpaced.
I mean, of course, it was very different warm-ups too. We saw the Falcons went through, I believe it was Gladiators a little bit earlier on. That was yesterday. But now BDS going through that Oxygen team. BDS, though, CJ, just clearly faster and a little bit more clinical with their finishes.
100%. They're just looking on song right now. And, I mean, maybe the confidence, obviously, they just beat them up in the Esports World Cup Grand Final. So perhaps the confidence coming out of that one has really shifted this matchup. As I said, I predicted Falcons just based on previous form, based on form outside of Grand Finals. But, I mean, you look at the heads-to-head and that is all BDS for that last match. And it was dominant. Right now, it's looking dominant again. It is only a best of 5 as well. So they really need to step up. They need to get going. You don't want to go 2-0 down and have to reverse sweep one of the best teams in the world.
Game 2, though, kicking off. BDS, can they get in that same form? 3 goals in around a minute. It's going to be everything the Falcons want to avoid. BDS, though, attempting to re-attempt history. Drali going for a very brave free jump on that one. Exotic taking the ball away from Monkey Moon on the backboard. He finds himself a bit awkward, but with no real pressure coming in from Falcons, the ball abates and heads its way over towards that blue side.
Monkey Moon trying to get a 50. Killers has done well on that one. Able to beat Drali, though. Does have 30 booster, almost swiped that one across net. But again, it's been a rinse and repeat from game number 1. These kickoffs have gone the way of BDS. It's so crucial. Just gives you so much momentum and boost control, pressure, everything in between. It's Monkey Moon now. Misses the double, leaves it for Exotic. Back down to Monkey. They're linking up well through the midfield. Monkey now just throws one on net, little heat check. Still forces 2. Rawas didn't commit, but you can just see they're not as trusting right now, Falcons.
Well, he didn't commit, but he still used boost. He still burned something. There were still some resources that were spent to achieve a nothing action. That ball just by kissing the ceiling. Charlie wanted to punch it netward. Monkey Moon on target. Roas, though, confidently and calmly into the corner. Drali is wanting to swarm. Make sure, again, Falcons are not comfortable. No one to challenge it. Monkey Moon, the GOAT of the open era, scores a screamer.
You simply cannot give this man this much time. Look at this. It's a free play double, for goodness sake. TRK is not on the backboard in time. He's got no boost. And Khalil's, well, he just had the best view in the house for that double.
And we looked, I've been looking at scores through the EWC Grand Finals. In no game did BDS score more than 2 goals. They got 1s and 2s across the board, no matter which game they ended up winning. Falcons, however, won with 6 goals in game number 2. They have a bit on the other side of it. They have smashed BDS. This time, them at World, BDS have clearly flipped that script around, and they are making sure that they pummel their biggest opponents into the ground where they can. Crossbar dented, BDS clearing.
Perhaps this is just the new, I'd say the new form of BDS. I mean, we know that they can do this, but this consistency is unusual. Whoa, it was an own goal into a beautiful save from his teammate's shot there, Falcons. They're certainly rattled by this pressure BDS is providing. They're looking so on song. Even these link-up plays through the midfield have just been so dominant and forcing these rush challenges.
It's another whiff as Falcons find themselves pretty low on boost. They have to try and reassemble. BDS really don't do much with the clears either. It does stay in their orange half. Monkey Moon, though, into the back line, forces clears to go for something. And honestly, these repeated question marks towards their net are a brilliant idea because Team Falcons don't always have the answer.
Yeah, look, it's a comfortable save from Khalil, but what it's done is it forces him to use so much boost to get up onto the backboard in the first place. Usually Falcons, they've got a teammate there to deal with that one, and really this boost wastage from Falcons means they're in net so often, they're losing all the pressure. They're not able to get any pressure at all. Maybe some of these demos can help, but again, Exotic, even with 0, able to work it in the midfield.
It's going to be the difference maker too. How can you perform on that low boost? So far, we've seen Falcons do not perform on that low boost kind of situation. BDS, at least in that microcosm, were able to clear it away. Exotic in particular. Exotic now with a lot more boost in that moment. Can't quite challenge versus Killers. And a pinch takes it high. More awkward plays for Falcons. And Drani, the only one up, you have to cover the double. TRK on that chance does, but then has boost stolen away from him by his teammate. This counter-attack will not lead to too much, I can't imagine.
All he can do is go across. Did he get the angle on that one? And BDS right now are just absolutely smashing Falcons in these midfield challenges, completely controlling it. Falcons need to find a way in. They're just not synergizing as well as we know from them. Perhaps the solo plays or the slower plays can work. It has found TRK in the back line. Drali gets the bump though. Monkey Moon's up. Does one, no boost. He's got to fake it out. Khalil's read it. Again, BDS looking so dangerous.
And you know what? I really loved in that moment the Monkey Moon ended up going for the challenge on a relatively open net. Monkey Moon now with the save. But with the boost, he had about 10. He used it. He then took it into an awkward position because then the defender is going to be able to hear him go for the boost. Khalil has to jump. It just makes that save a lot more awkward. And in that entire time, we have just seen Falcons actually turn things round.
And almost a sigh of relief from the Falcons to get one back. It was the counter-attack. Rawas dusting Exotic. The demo came through as well. Monkey Moon trying to pre-flip the save. Falcons, a timely goal, 1-1. They can settle the nerves. They've always been chasing tail through this series. So to tie it up, they can really set themselves and get into this series.
And they got a couple of goals in game one, bear in mind. It's just an issue that BDS is about 2.5. TRK, a good chance to get that in, but crossbar again.
You'd almost back him in to score that as well. It's Rawas now, he's dusted. He's got a beautiful touch off the ceiling, so he's going to fake it low. That's the Falcons we know and love, 2-1.
With no one up, what else are they going to do? There's no dramas here. Drali into a poor position. Complete fake from TRK. Sorry, from Rawas rather. TRK's the one who scores. It goes low as well. In case anyone reckons they can pre-jump, no thank you. Falcons secure a lead as we enter the final minute.
Yeah, the offense is back. They're looking deadly at the moment. Exotic, what do you got? 4 goals in game 1. Yet to trouble the scorer so far in game 2, but Drali's up, can get a quick touch, redirect, follow-up shot. It's got to get a bump through. No, the overcommit's come through as well. It's going to be open. Surely Rawas puts this one away. There you go. Falcons in the blink of an eye. It's gone from 1-0 down to 3-1 up.
And we've seen Falcons. They won the semi-finals when we came to London on a runaway goal like that. On these chances where the opposition overcommits, and BDS need to be careful that they don't do that. Gentlemates in that series I'm describing, they had that full advantage, and then it turned around. Falcons, their counterattacks were so strong. BDS, they've let things go in the final minute here. It's going to be another goal, just about sneaking its way through, or not. Thank you very much, MM.
Yeah, Monkey Moon's going to be happy with a nice little free save. Let's see if it amounts to anything here. He's certainly been the best player, I feel like. You know, Exotic's obviously had the 4 goals, but defensively, Monkey's been exceptional.
Yeah.
Outside of this last minute, where the first time we've really seen this defense fall apart from BDS. All bumps come through. Jolly's just worn that one. He's still got 100 as well. With a nice reset over the top. It's a perfect catch. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. Pass back, follow on Monkey. Into Exotic, the pre-jump save. Falcons do not want to give them an inch here. They want to go into this one with a tied series. They're going to be able to level it up, and they might just be back.
It could have been a decent little confidence boost for BDS as well. Get one at the death. Instead, Falcons, they score 1, and then the avalanche commences. 3 goals through a BDS that they've struggled to get any control with. And we see killers on that one. Rawas and TRK getting 1 goal each. Very different from game number 1, where we saw BDS and Exotic in particular hogging all of the plaudits.
Yeah, you can see that was just a... I don't want to say it was a Monkey Moon 1v3, but you look at the stats there.
He's got a triple the points of his teammate in next place.
He has absolutely dominated the scoreboard for that one. Obviously, a huge double touch. A free play double. But we give him credit for the placement. 4 saves, though. He's done very well defensively. But as you said, it's been a well-rounded performance from Falcons. And to be honest, they only played a minute of that game. We saw 1 minute of Falcons playing their proper style that we have seen before, I guess outside of grand finals. And they might just be back. It's a worry now for BDS, just how quickly those goals came through.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you see your defense really starting to struggle, especially against a team such as Falcons, they are going to take advantage of that. They're going to make sure that you do not feel situated, that you have not got comfortability. The Falcons making sure they did that against the BDS that ran through them in game number 1. But game 3 in this best of 5 is going to see who moves on to that series point. Falcons have that momentum, but BDS, they have the most recent matchup in a higher pressure situation.
Here we go. Massive game number 3. We've seen time and time again that we're really allergic to game 5s.
We really are. We've had, what, 1 so far this
we
whole
had we had Pioneer Seeker. Was that the only game 5 that we've had so far? So, yes, everyone really not enjoying Champions Field. Maybe they don't like the sound of Shogun's voice or something. I'm not
sure that's fair.
There, but yeah, it's probably fair enough. Here we go, though. Massive game number 3 to get the lead. As we said, it has proved vital for teams so far to lock in that 3-1 win. And right now, you're favouring Falcons with their boost control outside of a double commit here that might have really cost them. It's a fantastic pass and Drali, and even better shot. He had such a tight window to get that through. Slots at top bins.
Dr. Drali is back in town. Clinical finish from him. Sinks it top bins. BDS 30 seconds through. And that opening goal, they couldn't secure one at the end of game number 2. But game number 3 is going to be the one where they can grab one back. Falcons making sure that does not become a trend.
Just phenomenal placement there on that shot. I mean, it cannot be understated. He had to hit that off the post and in to be able to get that around the defender there. A great start for BDS, especially when the pressure went on, when Falcons scored 3 unanswered late in that game number 2. It's Great start here in game 3. Drally now. Awkward touch. He's going to be able to jump again, get the low 50, and Monkey going to help out in net as well. To get the pass. He's trying to get in there. He's still got 0 boost. It's going to be over to Exotic in the corner. Tries to get the flick. This is Falcons just tightening the clasp right now in this offense. Has been sitting in this BDS defense now for 30 seconds. Trying to get it out, but they're low on boost.
Yeah, boosts are ticking down. We see Killer's trying to get it as high as possible. Exalted to the backboard, though, making sure that he doesn't need boost to get there, but he can escape with it. Instead, TRK is going to be standing in his way, rather Roas is going to be standing in his way. TRK now into challenge, Drali low. Exotic, the only player with boost on the team. TRK resets Drali back to 33 after he picked up 100. TRK now, big push, goes low, Monkey Moon to challenge. It's actually going to be a low set, and his teammate gets the memo, but as does the defense.
This is nightmare stuff. Just being in defense for a minute and a half against Team Falcons, but they've worked it out. Down the other end now, nice flick over the top. TRK helping out the rotation on the way back.
They escape.
To get one out, and as you said, it was a nightmare. Perhaps could turn into a dream if they get the counter-attack. Exotic's awkward, and Exotic's whiffed, and he cannot be doing that against the Falcons.
It's a brilliant read from Killers too. It's awkward. Sometimes they miss it. All gods bleed. From that position, though, you expect him to make a touch. Killers reads it much better than Exotic does, then the game is level.
He just didn't expect the absolute slinger coming out off that sidewall, and looks very awkward as soon as that ball came in. Falcons tying it up once again. Great demo coming through. Roas just clearing the way for Kaliers. More bumps, and what a dunk from Kaliers as well. It's Exotic with low boost. Monkey Moon as well. Everyone low on BDS, but they've just worked it out. They're all in sync. They found a way into the blue half.
For a microsecond, every player on BDS had 0. They were living off pads. The pennies were piling up. The Falcons were feasting on those sides and corners. Halfway through the game, and midfield is where the ball is going to be situated. The Killers towards the backboard after a challenge. Midfield from Drali. Killers has to read this one, does so. They're not letting another open backboard lead to another goal against them. Exotic has to challenge again for Roas. It's a dunk.
Oh,
it's down. The angle was nearly magnificent, but it's Monkey Moon on the counter.
You could just see for a second there, he had it. He had it right in his claw. It would have been a ridiculous angle. Just might get it to work, but
he needed fate to intervene for that one to find its way through, I think.
Oh, it was a great 50 there as well, Stumpy, but Monkey Moon just a little bit too close that time. You can see the midfield game getting won by Falcons now with some bumps, but Drali's just eating the bump and able to keep it in this blue end. TRK 100 boost, works it over the top of Monkey, gets the 50 as well, and a bump, releasing Killers with the shot, and Exotic can't reach it once again.
Exotic, I don't know if the boost wasn't there at the time in the back corner. It was up, but look, he misses it on there. He then has to cut in, thinks he gets the 100, would have made it if he gets the 100 as well. It comes down to Pixels, but Pixels can win championships.
Just so close there, but you cannot afford 2 vital mistakes. That's a 2-goal difference.
Both from Exotic too.
Both from that man who started this series so well, 4 goals in the first game. We'll be looking to get one back here, tie this ledger up, but for now Falcons, 90 seconds left. Just need to hang on. Play some tight defense as Exotic almost getting to work. Nice cut across. This is what's been different from Falcons. They're not going back post, they have to cut and help each other out. The double commits have stopped. They're really starting to sync up.
It's a brave third man commit there from Drali. Will it pay off, however? We do see plenty of time for BDS to get back in form. Exotic tapping it back, oversees TRK in his blind spot. Does find him. Roas goes to the bump on Drali. TRK reads that. Killers now wanting to not go for the shot. Pops it high. Who's next? Roas is going to be there, but Drali low boost. Again, BDS all low boost.
So smart. They're just playing the long game right now, Falcons. They know they're going to be low. They know they're going to get a great chance on net. They've just got to keep this ball in awkward spots for BDS. There's the pop from Exotic. Are they out now? Drali, but he's got no boost. And that's the work that Falcons just put in down the other end. Roas now, reset, trying to go low, misses the ground pitch, but it's over to Killers. What can he do? Exotic with the 50. BDS cannot get this ball out. 30 seconds now. Falcons just need to keep this up.
Little low rocket right across the goal line. Roas now wanting to get that one central with a little bit less pace on it. A bit more manageable. Instead it's going to go to Exotic. 20 seconds. BDS need to wrestle one of these back. A bump on Killers is going to send the Team Falcons defense into disregard. 1 back, 2 back. The third shot in. Exotic, repenting for his previous sins, draws up level with the Falcons.
I was really worried about what this shot was looking like from Drali, but it was perfect. He didn't go for the shot. He went sidewall, forced the double commit in the save. from Falcons, and that meant the right side of the net was wide open.
He doesn't just force a double commit either. He forces TRK to reverse, reversing all of his momentum. He can't physically get back over there.
Here we go. 8 seconds. Are we going to get a goal in Re? Are we going to get some magic? The demo comes through. Exotic's up. He's got Monkey with 100 boost. TRK, he wants the ground. Unable to find it right now. And Exotic scooped up the 100 as well in the corner. Can they go? No, they cannot. Game 3 OT.
First OT we're going to be seeing between these two Titans as well. First kickoff, very important. Drali, low boost, does get the touch though. Pops it over Oas. Exotic wants to get something in there. And these low boost commits from BDS. They've been the difference maker in the last half of this game.
It's just been a game of such small margins, tiny mistakes. We saw Exotic down the other end, but this is nice from him. It's a challenger Oas. He's got no boost, able to scoop up the mid-100. Monkey Moon, great catch as well. He's got 2 out of position from Falcons. It's a great 50. TRK's positioning, saving the day in that one.
I mean, his positioning saving the day, but then Exotic, a drama on the back line, does backflip. 1-2, Roas down, the double is not there. But the Twinergy is alive and well. Team BDS, they let game 3 slip out of their fingers as Falcons come back through and sink that progressive ball into the back of their net.
The panic set in, and it was a hat-trick of Exotic, 0 boost in net. For those 3 goals, Falcons scored a massive go-ahead game there, and now 1 away from moving into that 2-0 stage. It cannot be understated. I know we talk about seeding. We expect whoever loses this to still go through to that finals anyway, but especially with this new format, you want to get top 4. You want to get that second chance, the double elim, top half of the bracket coming out of the Swiss. So this is crucial right here.
Bit of a make or break as we come through into game number 4. BDS vying for that 5th series, or rather 5th game. It's a lovely play at the death of it. But I think, bear in mind, we saw Exotic give up 2 easy goals in that. The first one coming down with the miss on the backboard, and the next one, a boost miss. And we see at the bottom, Monkey Moon and TRK with their 200th career games and an RLCS LAN in the exact same time.
Wow. The double milestone.
Claps in chat, surely.
W's in chat for that. Yesterday it was Torsos bringing up his 200th, and now we get TRK, which does seem insane because you feel like Torsos has been around for a lot longer, but as Torsos said, he doesn't get very far in tournaments.
Yeah. You get a load of games in the Swiss, I suppose.
You do get a lot of games in the Swiss, and especially if you're making grand finals, which TRK does, and obviously Monkey Moon as well. Here we go. The 200 game club is up. Who is going to be able to get the chocolates?
I mean, Team Falcons, you'd love to see it on his 200th game, a career highlight for him. I'm sure Monkey Moon, though, opens it up straight away. Mr. 200 puts gold on the plate for BDS.
200 of the best. Perhaps the best we've ever seen, but Monkey Moon, open net. And that is not the start you want from Falcons. You want to be locking this down. You don't want to lose the game 4, then have to go to Champ Field with BDS kind of momentum. Great start for Monkey.
It's not quite as magical if you win your 201st game to win the series.
It's got less to it.
Yeah, it's got less legs, really. And BDS are going to want to make sure that Exotic is feeling comfortable in this one too. I was saying during that stat as well, he just had a few dramas that really, it was a matter of pixels on both of them.
Yeah, well, even that OT goal was Exotic in net, last man 0 boost. So that guy needs to work on picking up those peanuts in the corners, but there's another open net. This time it's going to be for Falcons. You could see the demo on last man. Once they came through, look at Drally getting hunted by TRK with 0. And that is as easy as I think you could have scored that, Stumpy.
I really don't think you play with me enough if you think I can score that.
Oh, yeah. Never mind then. Tell you what, who can? I tell you who can. That's Roas. Easy as you like. Well done, TRK, with the demo. Great return, great response here from Falcons. A lot of time to play in this game as well as Exotic. Works it around 1 and 2. Let's get a reset.
And we saw as well Exotic having to dodge another bump from TRK. The man has smelled blood and he sees that may well be the key to a victory here in the 4th.
Up over the top now, Monkey Moon. Just going to look for support with Drally. 100 boost in the corner. Nice first touch from him. Able to control it, but the pre-jump coming through. Roas up so quick on that. Killers as well, his brother. It's TRK. Double commits. Again, it did plague Falcons earlier on in the series. We haven't seen it as much as we've got further and further into this one, but still present right now. It's a great 50 coming through. Nice help defense. Roas, he got the shot. It's perfect placement. What a save! Exotic. Well, last game, he didn't quite have his best time in net. That was beautiful, but they've got to go again. Roas shot is beautiful this time. He can't get it. Falcons take the lead.
That is a masterclass in composure. The double demo through from Falcons. cross pitch, Killers to Roas. It's a match made in heaven for the Falcons. They gain the lead from BDS. And my word, what a fashion to do it in. 200th game for TRK. And that man wants to soak the trophy in blood.
Both the 200 gamers scoring in the big one in their milestone, but she said it. You always hate making a crazy save like that, and 10 seconds left, it's still in your net anyway. What a shot, though. What a follow-up. Monkey Moon has just gone, I give up. Have it. He's put it into his own net off the bar. It was out. He was so worried about the follow-up. He was so awkward as well. And really, I mean, the question marks are
It's the tough positioning.
It's an own goal, Stumpy. It's an own goal.
I'm not saying it's not. Mate.
Chat, one in chat if that's an own goal. I want to say it. I'm not giving him any excuses there. He was awkward. He was out of position, but he's still own goal at 3-1 Falcons. 3 minutes left.
He was back post, mate. He's allowed to be back post. It was too quick. It was crossbar down. That crossbar is a paid actor. And it's going to go crossbar on that one. Killers, another punch to the gut of BDS.
What a shot, what a flick as well off the reset. Rawas 0 boost. All he had to do was get it round 1. You knew that his brother could get it around 2. And a 3-goal lead. How quickly can Falcons just put on multiple goals in a row?
I mean, you look back at game number 1, a 6-2, I believe it was in that first, a 5-2 rather. Shot crossbar for Exotic, saved away. And it's a massive turnaround. BDS, they have fallen apart. When a team has 4 goals, when there's a 3-goal difference, it's like a 90% win rate or something like that for them. It's going to be tough for BDS to battle it back, but the world champion will not let this one go down without a fight.
I love those stats, something like that. That's how the numbers work, I think. Yeah. Killers now takes it up. Great touch as well, beats one. Another demo coming through. It's TRK again. What a save this time, but it's too little, too late because Falcons have 5.
What do you do when they start to swarm? They smell carrion on the pitch, and the Falcons fly above it. They know that their job is done here. I know for a fact that when a team has a 4-goal lead, there's a 99% win rate. Thank you very much. Nothing like something like that on this one. Falcons, you may as well lock this in. There's 2.5 minutes remaining, but they have returned the punch from game 1.
Well, you said it perfectly, though. There's still half a game left. We've had 6 goals. This is an OCE. I'm not sure what we're witnessing, but this is what Falcons can do. 5 on the board. Do they keep going? And we've got EU versus MENA at the moment, but we could have a Brazil in store unless BDS can bring up something special, and they need to find it. TRK reaching for that save. Khalil's 100 misses the touch, though. TRK has to go again. This has to be a goal, and Diaz Drally, great shot.
Cutting it down to that 90 or something % win rate. Only that 3-goal difference for them. Exotic shooting low. TRK, a poor clear into the center of both Roas and Killers. They wait on the goal line, seeing what Drally can cook up, and he threads the needle. 2 minutes, 3 goals. BDS vying for game 5.
Falcons have put on 3 in a minute. We haven't seen BDS score like that since that game 1, since Exotic put 4 on the board. Got to get to work now. 2 minutes, need 3. What do? It's in the right end. So far, Khalil's with the clear downfield. And for us, TRK can get a redirect. Doesn't get it on net that time. BDS looking to counter-attack. Low boost as well.
I mean, that's a hint, though, at how BDS are going to be playing. Look how aggressively they're up.
They've got to go.
I agree with them, but it does mean they're going to be completely susceptible to these counterattacks the Falcons have stung them with early on in this game in particular.
That's poor positioning, means they can't get it out too easy. This time Exotic, though, you can see both of Falcons backing off. You know they're going into conservation mode. They've got the 3 goals. The Dreamers that wanted a Brazil, we can think again. They're not looking to score right now. They just need to keep 3 goals out of their net. Monkey Moon, backboard. Follow up for Exotic. He's got to take the ceiling. Fakes the reset. Killers doesn't worry about the fake. Gets a touch.
On his own in the sky, Falcons then end up getting the clear away. TRK, a reset. Charlie can clear it corner bound, but a bump in the net is going to be opening up somewhat. Killers backboard and miss a bump. Romas now final shot, final minute, final chance.
They're trying to throw the ball forward, but they've got no boost to work with. Monkey Moon off the side. He's trying to find a pass, but there's another demo. It feels like only one team have discovered that mechanic right now. BDS cannot get any aggression. Throw it forward, Rawas up, dusting the midfield. Drally trying to keep it in. 40 seconds. They need 3. It's looking impossible so far. It's a great back post, but Exotic can't get there.
Again, the opportunities. They're swarming. They're coming back round time and time again. Low boost across the board for the Falcons. TRK picks up 100, and now they immediately go on the attack, and TRK in his 200th LAN career game is going to sink the 6th.
Gets a brace, and it's the ace in the hole for TRK. Falcons will be going 2-0. You can see the looks of disappointment from the faces of BDS after that game 1 as well. What a phenomenal start to then just get dismantled to the back half of the series. And well, Falcons, they're going to be through to that 2-0 stage, joining G2. I mean, who could have predicted that?
What a better team to have done it as well. A brilliant turnaround. Romas sinking the 7th. They haven't just gone one further. They've gone 2 further than BDS did in game number 1. A cracking touch. And Roas dents that back of the net. 14 seconds. Do we see an 8-2B BDS?
It could be possible here, 14 seconds. You can see that BDS have well and truly thrown in the towel for this one. Now it's all about stat padding. Fantasy players, enjoyers, talent will be watching with close eyes here with the 3 seconds left. Can Falcons get an 8th? Let's pretend like this is a game, a 0-second equaliser. Never mind. Forget about it.
Yeah,
Falcons, though, they'll be happy with that one. What a result. What a response after that game 1.
Yeah.
2-0 into that 3rd round of the Swiss.
And you know what, Falcons? Oh, do that in the final. Do that in the final. Turn it round.
Please.
Get your mentality back in, boys. You deserve to lift up one of these international trophies with a performance like that over the team that beat you in your home country with a crowd. We were there. I'm going to say was quite biased towards the Falcons. They quite liked it.
A little bit.
They quite liked it.
A little bit, I'd say. But I think the narrative, Stumpy, I think the narrative of this team, Team Falcons, being the best team in the world outside of the grand final, has a lot of legs, especially after taking down the team that dismantled them in a grand final a couple of weeks ago. So that was dominant, a 7-2 finish in the last game as well. To not even think about bringing that one to Chamfield. They ran away with it, got the job done. Now they're 1 series away from getting that all-important second chance into the finals.
I mean, you love to also see the fact that when they do get beaten in the first, they then don't turn it. Also, they do turn around. They have the mentality to turn it around. They make sure that they haven't just got those awkward moments where, okay, this series, we've lost game 1. We're now done for the entirety of it. They make it different. They put their stamp on the series. BDS, on the other side of things, they are not done. They're going to be going through into round number 3. Not in the position that they want to be, but they are still going to have multiple chances to get through into our brand new playoffs bracket.
Yeah, they've really been tested as well outside or in the early stages of tournaments. So getting a match, getting that rematch against BDS right here in the round 2 of Swiss and overcoming that game 1 could do wonders for their confidence. They're certainly a confidence team. We've seen that. We've seen it, you know, their shifts or their fluctuations in performance when the pressure goes on. So every win they get, so important as we check out the Mobile One high performance replay.
I feel like runaway goals were such a story for the Falcons. They had some bangers. They had a couple of resets, the bumps from TRK in particular. I think we have to say congratulations to TRK and Monkey Moon for securing both of their 200th career LAN games. Over to Leaf now as we get an interview with one of our victors.
And now we've got killers down here from the Falcons doing what they weren't able to do recently in EWC, but they did get the win here. So congratulations. It must feel good first off the bat, but I want to know, were you terrified or were you excited coming into this match? What was the emotion the team was feeling?
اول شيء كيلرز مبروك على الانتصار على فريق بي دي اس وحابب اسالك انه قبل ما تفوت على هاي المباراه بما انه يعتبر يعني ريماتش لنهائيات كاس العالم هل كان في عامل خوف ولا هل كنتم متحمسين لهاي المباراه امام بي دي اس؟
هو بالعكس اول شيء الله يبارك فيك على الفوز وبالعكس كنا متحمسين مره ان ناخذ الريفنج من الاي دبليو سي والحمد لله قدرنا نجيب الفوز.
First of all, thank you very much. And yeah, we were honestly very, very excited because we wanted to get revenge for EWC, of course.
That's awesome. Now, I have to ask, I'm sure you won't tell me much, but what was different this time that let you finally get the win here against BDS when they won last time?
تقدر تحكي لنا ايش اللي اختلف؟ لانه اخر مره زي ما ذكرنا تنافسوا مع بعض في النهائيات كانت النتيجه لصالح البي دي اس، فايش اللي اختلف بهاي المباراه اللي ادى لانتصاركم عليهم؟
اللي اختلف انه في النهائي يوم خسرنا ضد بي دي اس كانت مباراه جراند فاينل، طبيعي يكون في ضغط اكثر، اما هذه المباراه كانت مباراه سويس ستيج، يعني حتى لو خسرت يمديك تعوض مو بنفس ضغط الجراند فاينل.
So last time you were talking about the grand finals, so obviously there's going to be a big factor, a lot of stress on our shoulders, but this time around we're still in early days of the tournament. It's just Swiss, so even if we lose the game, it doesn't really impact us that much, so a lot less stress this time around.
That's fair. Well, let me talk about grand finals then. He's smiling, he knows, because there seems to be a bit of a wall when it comes to grand finals for the Falcons. Are you guys ready this time around when it comes to in front of the audience, grand finals, to finally take one?
بحكي لك انه هو يعني شبه في حاجز دائما بينكم وبين الجراند فاينلز، بينكم وبين النهائيات والكاس في البطولات. هل فكركم بهي البطوله الامور حتكون مختلفه، وهل يا ترى حتقدروا تتخطوا هذا الحاجز؟
هو احنا صح ان خسرنا نهائيين، ولكن كل نهائي نخسره نحاول نصلح الاخطاء ونتدرب اكثر، وباذن الله هذه المره ما يكون في عندنا حاجز الجراند فاينل.
So I want to say yes, we did lose not one but two grand finals before, Major 2 and EWC, but every single time we try to learn from our mistakes, try and practice as much as we can, and try to improve every single time and every single day.
Well, for you guys, hopefully this is the one. Congratulations at least on this one right now, but we do have more Rocket League, as I've said before, because I'm not lying, we have more Rocket League to end up getting to. So let's head over to K-Corp and Furia coming up next. Lots of exciting matches still to go.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the opportunity, the dream that you set upon yourself. Here we go.
All right, everyone. I've heard everyone wanted to gather around and has some questions for me, and I will answer all of them. How about we start with Fiber? You're first.
G'day, mate. Just wondering if there was going to be a meet and greet.
Yeah, actually, we have 4 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, and another on Sunday. So plenty of opportunities to meet the fans. Exotic, how about you?
Salut, je voulais savoir, il y a combien d'argent à gagner sur ce tournoi? Parce que je dois m'acheter une nouvelle voiture.
Oui, salut Exotic. Le cash prize est de 1.165.000. Doc, how about you? You got a question for me?
Ja, ik heb nog een vraag. Spelen alle teams in het stadion? Want het lijkt me leuk om in het stadion te spelen.
Ja, though. Alle teams playen voor toeschouwers. TRK, you're next.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
وش الارينا اللي بتصير فيها بطولة روكيت ليج الكاس العالم في عام 2024؟
اسمها Dickies Arena. Jervinho, you're next.
E aí, Leaf, beleza? Muito bom ver você novamente. Eu queria saber quando que as partidas começam, porque eu não quero dormir demais, né?
As paridas começam 11 de manhã, radio local. Super Lucky, you've been very patient and excited. What question do you have for me?
Hey man, it's nice to be back here at the World Championship. And I was just wondering how many...
I'm so sorry, but can we get a translator? Someone? Anyone?
We saw two matches from the uppers there, G2 versus Power. Power made it exciting. It was a back and forth affair, but G2 does get the job done. On the other side of things, BDS and Falcons. Also a nail biter, a coin flipper of a match, but the Falcons stay strong and get revenge from the EWC loss they suffered there. They are getting hyped on the other matches, ready to go. We got two more matches left on the day for the World Championship, but we're done with round 2 of the Swiss. Gibbs, how's it panning out for you so far?
I'm loving it. My fantasy team's doing great. The Falcons twin energy. Johnny, I believe
Likewise,
you also.
I think we're number 1 and 2 in the fantasy.
Yeah,
right
because
now.
of the twins.
You just looked at it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. We know. But we're trying to be modest here a little bit. But the Falcons,
you know, we think. We'll see what we think.
The Falcons look great. It's great to see that. They've done this plenty of times before, though. It comes down to bracket stage. It comes down to that finals. And I really want them to just crown world champions. I want to mean the team up there.
Hey, but you don't get a trophy for being the best team in the world outside of grand finals. So right now they're just that meme with the invisible trophy. We're the best outside.
Unless you're Joreous.
Then
sometimes you get
and
the
you
trophy.
do get the MVP trophy. Not in RLCS though. Not going to happen. They got to actually win it.
We got 2 more upper matches to go. We've seen quite a few great games so far today, and hopefully these last 2 will be bangers as well. We can take a look at how things have looked. The stuff we just saw though, it was exciting. These 2 last matches, I think we might actually get a game 5 in the 1-0 round.
But I want to credit Power here real quick. They battled versus G2 with some fantastic goals throughout that match. Power really does feel like they're right on the cusp now of that top 8 finish. So see how they play the rest of the weekend. But here we go. 2 basically coin flip matches. Like K-Corp is that big mystery still. We saw him in 1 match, but we got to see more. And then obviously we'll end the day with Alpine versus Vitality. Obviously, when 2 Europeans Titan clash, it's always good.
2 European Titans as well as the defending Rocket League champions of the world, Team Vitality, will finish out the day. But for now, let's talk about Karmine Corp versus Furia. 2 excellent stories. 1, the South American champions of Furia. And then the other side of things, Karmine Corp, team that missed out on the London Major. I think they were the tournament favorites, the favorites to win the World Championship at the beginning of the season. And since then, have just not quite lived up to that hype.
They were the favorites going into the Copenhagen Major. They were favorites even outside the Copenhagen Major. That they didn't even win that tournament, but people were still like, nah, they'll get the next one. It did not happen. The entire London split fell apart on them, but they made the World Championship because of that amazing first split that they had. So K-Corp is here, and every team knows you got to watch out for them.
Listen, in the RLCS season, it's a long one. You're going to have your peaks, you're going to have your valleys. Karmine Corp, I think it's safe to say they've had their valley, and they're back on an upswing. You got that man Atto right there, Johnny, coming out of Belgium. Talk to me about him.
Yeah, he's no longer a member for Team Liquid, but it looks like he's ready to get wet. He's brought the beach towel to the desk, so if he gets the sweatiest hands we've ever seen, it's not going to be a problem. Plenty of absorption available to his left.
Rise is that basically the disruptor. He's going to be moving upfield. He's going to play very close to whoever has the ball. They want those quick passes on the offensive side of the field for K-Corp. And when it works, it looks fantastic. But going into those London qualifiers, it did not work out that well. Rise did not have a great split. And Matira as well. We used to coin him the best in the world. He's dropped down a bit, maybe top 5-ish, but he can reclaim that title here.
He sure can reclaim it. And listen, back 2 years ago, Rise and Vatira, they went up against a man who plays Furia, who kind of took their World Championship hopes. Andrew, well, he didn't kind of, he did. He took them away, literally.
That was in this building as well. On the other side of things, Furia. The last time we were in Dickies, it was the story of the tournament. The match of the tournament was Furia taking out Moist in Game 7. And now 2/3 of that Moist roster sit on this Karmine Corp team. Can they do it again here in the Swiss?
And you talk about aura. You have to talk about Furia. You have to talk about they are confident. They know what needs to be done. When they go up against teams like Vitality, feels like they're on par with them and they're former world champs. It's just, can you put it together the entire tournament? We talk about their offense is just so incredibly threatening, but when it falls apart, their defense falls apart as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've got something to prove. We talk about Karmine Corp being the dark horse, the team that we're not really sure about. I think Fury are kind of in that same category for me because they did look like they were a bit cold at the Esports World Cup. Yeah. And even though they made a top 4 finish, there was that asterisk in London that Redosin was, pretty sick that day. Vitality looked off. So would Vitality beat them like they did the majority the other time those two teams play if Redosin was informed? Well, we'll never know.
But we got to talk about the MVP, Yan. And he gets that MVP not because of his regional play. It's when he shows up to these events. Yeah. He is the best player on the field more times than not. Yan, he has to carry them to a World Championship title.
Sure does have to carry them to a World Championship title. And we've seen Falcons make a grand final. We've seen Falcons. I think Falcons have just passed up Fury. I think they were neck and neck for a little while. Falcons just clearly passed them, and you have way more confidence in the MENA region in getting their first major win before Sam. But Fury, we shouldn't just be overlooking them, but we do need to get them to step it up just a little bit more. This is a big match going up against the Karmine Corp team that we do have question marks